Somebody tweeted me to say, oh my, they've brought Watling in from New Zealand, he's out first ball, what a waste of money. And I said, well, he did get a corker from Gareth Berg, it came in at about the 45-degree angle and got him LBW. If you remember last year, Aidan Markram got ducks in both innings on the first day of the season at home to Kent, the first player to get a duck in both innings on his first day in county championship cricket. And
Really?
Kumar Sangakkara got a duck on his Durham debut as well, and a 3 I think, and then went on to get 100.
Sanderson is from the Wilson end, coming in to Steele, and Steele pushes and gets you past square leg. The first runs of the day out of the covered stand to our left-hand side. Curran is after it, slides, but they come back for 2. So Steele is away for day 2 and opens Durham's account on this sunny second morning. 39 for 4, and Steele goes to 4.
I thought that was just going to go away for 4 there, and suddenly he stopped it near the boundary. Good chase, because that is a really small boundary. You're looking about 50 yards, I would say.
Sanderson also with 3 slips here. Third man and long leg back, goes in and pushed away in front of point this time by Steele. And there'll be more runs here across the square to our right-hand side. And they come back for 2 more, so 41 for 4. And chasing away there is Saif Zabe, who's on his 12th man first thing here this morning. But Rob Newton has what we believe to be a significant problem with his hand. He dived in that point region on the ends of one of the used wickets last night and immediately left the ground, and does have a significant issue with his hand as Sanderson moves in again. It's bowled him! Middle stump knocked out of the ground. Scott Steele's feet going nowhere, poked at a ball that's seen back, and Sanderson has struck in the second over of day 2. Steele has gone for 6, Sanderson has his 4th, and Durham's predicament gets a bit worse. They're 41 for 5. A spectacular dismissal. More seam movement, this nipping back, and Steele's defence was non-existent.
Never moved his feet at all there. Absolutely rooted to the spot.
So just what Northamptonshire would have wanted, coming back this morning with a lead of 180, knowing that if they can use what still are going to be difficult batting conditions in this opening session of play to their advantage, they could yet get ahead of the game. And we weren't thinking that at 150 for 8 yesterday afternoon.
Well, Durham earlier in the season were quite often in this spot of bother, and it was down to the likes of Ned Eckersley and Ben Rain to come out and try and rescue the situation.
Scott Steele bowls Sanderson for 6 off 5 balls.
I wouldn't panic just yet. Could still be a partnership somewhere in this Durham innings.
Well, they've got Rain, and Rain in particular could hold the key, because he may do like Rossington did yesterday and try and have a bit of a counter attack. He's that type of player. A bit of Rain belligerence could yet get Durham back into this match, but after Rain it's just the bowlers to come, Carl Salisbury and Rushworth, which doesn't represent too much ability with the bat. So much rests on the next couple of partnerships. Burnham now with Eckersley for company, the captain, Rain to come, and this trio, you feel, have got to take Durham much deeper into this first inning. Sanderson is in, and Eckersley pushes at a ball just outside the off stump, slightly back of the length. It runs wide of third man, but in rushes third man away to his right hand side to collect in there. Doug Bracewell now with a sweater on comes to his right hand side to collect, and they get just the 1 run. But Eckersley is off the mark. But Durham are 42 for 5, responding to 217.
Need another 25 to avoid the follow-on.
And you jest, but that
well,
that actually could come into the consideration, because this pitch at Northampton tends to only get a bit better. And batting last is no bad thing, as Sanderson moves in again, ball's very full and straight, and Burnham is forward, playing down towards mid-on. And there is no run. And if Durham were short of that follow-on mark, there certainly would be a question for Adam Rossington, because his bowlers wouldn't have done too much work. Sun is out today, but you feel the more sun that gets on this pitch, it's just going to suck out what moisture is in there. As Sanderson goes wide on the bowling crease, strikes the pad, a huge cry for LBW. Oh, gone! Sanderson with 2 in the over. Peter Hartley had a long look at that. I wondered whether Burnham got himself outside the line of the off stump, but Peter Hartley thinking not. And Burnham is now gone. So both overnight batsmen dismissed in the second over of the morning, and 5 wickets for Ben Sanderson inside 17 overs of this Durham first innings. Burnham is gone for 2, no addition to his overnight score, and Durham 42 for 6. Goodness.
I thought that was outside the line of off stump there, and I didn't think the umpire was going to give it. It was such a long delay. But a 5-foot, it's done all the damage. Ben Sanderson keeping it tight towards the stumps. And Burnham there was such a long delay. Eckersley was coming down for a single for a leg by.
8 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs.
Had a long look at it, did Peter Hartley, and I was with you. The fact that he took so long to make up his mind, I thought he was going to keep his hands by his side, but deciding that, again, it was a nip backer from Sanderson, and deciding it nipped back enough that it did strike Burnham inside the line of the off stump. He got an okay stride in, wasn't a massive stride in, but his foot did go across, but from our angle we couldn't quite see how far the ball maybe did nip back and where it precisely struck him. I'll check that on the replay shortly, but 2 wickets for Ben Sanderson in the second over of the morning, and Durham 42 for 6, responding to 217. And now Northants, with the last real recognised batting partnership at the crease here with Rain and Eckersley coming together, can sense the chance to take a massive first innings advantage, and maybe, as Martin mentioned, have the option to enforce the follow-on, which will be a consideration. So Eckersley on strike. Still have a new over from Hutton, who goes away from us and bowls ever so slightly outside the off stump, and Eckersley strides forward and leaves it well alone. So the follow-on mark 68 that Durham have got to get to, and that will be a consideration if Northamptonshire had the option, but still 4 wickets to try and remove before then.
I was included in an angry debate among Middlesex fans last night. I don't really know why I was in it, but
Hudson in right arm over, edged, struck the pad. In fact, a huge appeal, not out, says the umpire. The way the ball went away quite quickly, I thought it was off the outside edge, but it nipped back, possibly via a bit of inside edge.
Come off the bat.
Yeah, runs given. That's why the ball went away so quickly, because there was bat involved there. Just the way the ball went away quickly to third man, I thought there was some kind of wood involved. And umpire Russell Warren deciding that that's what saved Ned Eckersley. He takes a run, 43 for 6.
When I talked to Chris Rushworth last night, because he took a fifer yesterday, his 25th fifer, 16 fifers since 2015, the only player to have done that in the last 4 years. He said that Durham were really angry with themselves come lunchtime yesterday because they put Northampton in difficult conditions and really didn't back themselves up with decent bowling, didn't put enough pressure on them. And he said Northampton, in contrast to that last night, really used the conditions well and put Durham under pressure from the off.
Well, they did indeed. No way Northampton should have been 99 for 1 after lunch yesterday. Rain, the left-hander on strike here. First ball from Hutton is outside the off stump, and he allows it to pass through. So does Ben Rain try and just put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers here and maybe have a bit of a dip, because at the moment Durham's sitting and waiting and being picked off. 43 for 6. Sanderson already with a 5-wicket haul. He went past 50 wickets for the 3rd time in 4 seasons last week at Grace Road, and a fine haul once again here. Hutton is on his way, bowling right arm over, and Rain is beaten. A beauty. Perfect length. It just held its line enough to go past the left-hander's outside edge, and Rain survives. Does he change the game here, Martin?
They're in a right spot to bother Durham, aren't they? I'm just trying to work out the permutations of what could happen here, because if Northants ball Durham out and Durham managed to avoid the follow-on, they're going to have to come back in here and bat, and Durham were much improved with the ball yesterday afternoon, weren't they?
Hudson in again, and just outside the off stump it swung back and Rain let it go. In fairness, he, well, I think just about covered his off stump by shuffling back and across when he shouldered arms there, but nicely bowled from Brett Hutton once again, probing away. 43 for 6.
The expectant slip corner in conversation. You do feel that every ball could be a wicket here, and I mean that sounds silly in respect that any ball in cricket could be, but just every ball looks a possibility at the moment, doesn't it?
Hutton going in again, outside the off stump again, cutting back, and Rain was lining up for a back foot push there, and it jagged back and beat the inside edge. So superb stuff from Hutton and Sanderson at the start of day 2. Sanderson with both wickets, but Hutton probing away as well. 43 for 6, Durham. Both overnight batsmen already out. Steele for 6. Burnham, no addition to his overnight score, gone for 2. And Durham 43 for 6, needing 68 to make sure that it won't be them batting again, because I'm sure Northampton might like to use this wicket again. Sanderson from the far end moves in and jags one away from Eckersley's off stump. He just about keeps the hands inside the line as it goes through to Rossington.
On a wicket that was nipping around a bit at Lord's last week, Peter Hanscom and Ned Eckersley were the two batsmen who were noticeable in that they were going down the wicket and they were trying to negate the seam movement and, you know, the late change of direction of the ball and that kind of thing, and they both did quite well.
Sanderson on his way again, Eckersley forward, playing with bat and pad together, pushing down to Proctor at mid-on, no run.
And I think, you know, you see some of these batsmen are just trapped on the crease, no foot movement.
Certainly was the case for Steele, looking at the replay here. He just goes absolutely nowhere. There's a huge gap between bat and pad.
It's not even sort of really leaning forward, is he, to play at it? It's
very tentative. Sanderson is in again, nipping one away from Eckersley, but starts at a touch too wide, so Eckersley able to let that one go through.
Well, as they say in Yorkshire, it's a right rum do.
Sanderson turns at the far end, short sleeve shirt, dark hair, makes his way in, and Eckersley defending a length delivery out into the covers, and there is no run. Replay of the Burnham LBW. It actually looks pretty good where it struck him.
Well, his knee's just sort of outside the line of off stump though, isn't it?
No, I don't think it is.
I can't see where the ball is on that.
Take it back a frame or two. There's the ball. You can just see the off stump between bat and pad.
Yeah.
Sanderson once more nips one back into Eckersley, playing late, and he pushes out to square leg, and there is no run. What gave the impression that it was outside the line was the extended bend of the knee after the ball hit him. But certainly not a shocker, judging by that replay. I think the only consideration might have been whether there was bat involved, because it nipped back.
But you get to that point where the umpire hasn't made a decision and you start to think, well, it's not happening, and then suddenly the finger's up.
Sanderson once more, Eckersley pushing down to mid-on, and there is no run.
It felt like an eternity, didn't it? Before
it did, yeah.
given.
I mean, all credit to him. He's taken a long look at it. It's a good 3 or 4 seconds, wasn't it?
4 seconds,
yeah. But I think when Jack Burnham looks at that replay, I don't think he'll feel too hard done. By end of the over, maiden for Sanderson. A wonderful start of the day for he with a couple of wickets already. 43 for 6, Durham, responding to 217. Lovely bright morning. Perfect morning, really.
An autumnal nip in the air, though.
There is, certainly, yeah.
I love these sunny autumn mornings.
In the mid-teens, yeah, they're wonderful, aren't they?
Here is Hutton then from the pavilion end. 43 for 6, Durham. Comes in a bowl. Straight as a die. Played back to him along the floor there by Rain, who has yet to get off the mark. Has faced 4 balls, or is it going to click over to 5? 5. There have been some decent partnerships from Rain and Eckersley, and they've put some partnerships on together, and both have been involved in other big partnerships this year. So Durham fans hoping for a sliver of hope here. They have done it before. Hutton balls, and that's defended on a length, round about off stump. So he's got to have a little bit of belief. What did we say the follow-on target was? 68?
68.
43 now. So they started this morning at 180 behind, and then they've lost 2 wickets for 7 runs, the spread of 7 runs, and they've only added In comes the bowler. That's through to the keeper. Yeah, but that partnership obviously began last night. Steele and Burnham was worth 6, but that started last night, didn't it? So
only added 6 this morning.
Yeah.
6 for 2 in 4 overs.
Yeah. So that is what looking under the cosh looks like, or being under the cosh looks like. Tough times. Not all over if Durham lose this. They've got to play Glamorgan next week, but it will be snookers required possibly. It's Hutton bowls here, but in the 2007 season, they had to go to Kent, final match of the year, and had to get maximum points at Kent and hope things went their way and they could pip Sussex to the title. And they nearly did it. They ended up missing out on the title by about 4.5 points. And then the following year, same thing again. 2008, they had to go to Kent and get maximum points and hope Hampshire, who were relegated, beat Notts at Trent Bridge. That's Hutton bowls. Oh, edged and didn't quite carry, and it's gone through the slips for 4. Bounced between first and second slip, and away it goes for 4. And Notts lost at home to Hampshire. There was a bit of niggle apparently with those two teams over somebody's relegation prior to that, a few years earlier, when the one side wouldn't declare. I think Hampshire were after revenge. And Durham beat Kent away on the Saturday morning and then set off back for the North East, believing there was every chance they would pick up the title, and they actually became county champions while the team bus was under the River Thames in the QE tunnel. That was when Nott's last wicket fell. So Hutton comes in and bowls, and that's played off short towards mid on, no run there, and that is the end of the over. 47 for 6, 4 from it. Deficit's 170. BBC Northampton with you, BBC Newcastle. The sun is shining, it's a pleasant day, and there are a few people in the little stand to our left in the southwest corner of the ground in t-shirts, short sleeves, but we are in the shade because we're in the main pavilion with a roof above us, and we will be all day, I'm told.
Yeah, the sun only ever reaches us here very late in the day in midsummer, really, when the sun comes round to our left-hand side.
Sanderson, 25 runs, 5 wickets, bowling to Eckersley. Keeper standing up to try and stop Eckersley moving around the crease and down the track, which was something I was mentioning the previous over.
The consideration here, of course, is batting points in the race for promotion.
Durham among Middlesex with the worst batting points all in the division, aren't they? 19.
Indeed, yeah. Worcester, Middlesex and Durham only have 19 batting points this year.
In comes the bowler again, into the keeper's gloves it goes. Tight lines, as they say in fishing. Remember, Durham have only got 1 win here, 1999. They've only beaten
from not too many fixtures, though.
Yeah, well, there was quite a period when they didn't play each other, wasn't there? But, quite a long time when they didn't play each other. The game here in 2014 was a draw. Game at Chesley Street was a draw this year, and I think the other 2 have been won by Northampton in recent times. Eckersley dabs that one towards backward point. No run. So have they played each other 19 times? What did I have? Yeah, 19 times. Durham have won 3. And that includes the demolition of Northampton Chesley Street in 2014 when Chris Rushworth took 15 wickets in an afternoon. 9 Northants wins and 7 draws. In 1 game last year, of course, abandoned. That one's cut off the back foot by Eckersley off towards point again. Your journey down yesterday wasn't too fraught, was it?
It was the usual bit of traffic around Leicester.
Somebody was saying to me this morning in the hotel that one of their friends, it took them 3 hours to get from Leicester to here yesterday. Was there some incident on the motorway or something?
Nothing out of the ordinary for a Monday morning.
In comes the bowler. Into the keeper's gloves. They're appealing for a stumping to the square leg umpire, but he's not having it. Russell Warren.
Very good gloves from Rossington.
Captain's performance so far from Rossington, isn't it? The innings yesterday. He just decided basically to have a go. Short leg side boundary, slog sweep, 7 sixes, 6 fours. Suddenly 82 runs on the board. He just took the game away from Durham for a period. Sanderson comes in and bowls again now. from the
Sharp.
Wilson end, and that's a lovely shot, cracked off the back foot by Eckersley, pass pointing away for 4 underneath the covers. And that brings up the 50 for Durham, 51-6. There you are, panic over.
Yes, a couple of easing boundaries. It was nicely played by Eckersley. Can sometimes bowl a little short when the keeper has stood up to the stumps. Just a visual thing. And Ben Sanderson was actually talking last night about how it was actually a little difficult to bowl on the wicket yesterday because it was doing so much. If you sort of hit that natural, just ever so slightly full of a good length to hit the top of the off stump, it was actually doing a bit too much. So you're having to train yourself to, or force yourself to bowl that little bit fuller than normal to really get it up there. And Sanderson certainly found the right area yesterday, plucking out 3 top order wickets and 2 more straight away this morning. Perfect start to the day for Northamptonshire. Still have ambitions of a big lead here, but this partnership has plenty of threat.
Hutton from the pavilion end. Oh, that's just done a little bit too much, I think, a little bit too high perhaps. What's Durham's lowest score? In 2018, Durham were dismissed in Chester Street for 129 and 133. Their 6th lowest aggregate score. Durham were all out for 89 in Northampton in 1993 and lost by an innings and 48 runs. Hutton in again, bowls. What is that noise? It's quite a loud little aircraft, that, isn't it? Is he in the wrong gear? I looked up, expecting to see something really big, and it's a little.
It sounds like a
Piper thing.
Sounds like a light aircraft to me. You don't get too many big aircrafts around here, not really on a flight path. It's the odd one going over from Sywell Aerodrome, but very light air traffic there.
Hutton comes in and bowls. Pushed off towards mid-on, no run there from the left-handed Rain, who is on 4 from 13 balls. Eckersley 6 from 15, and these two have brought out their bricks and mortar and are trying to do a big repair job. Got the old cement mixer going away on the corner of the square there. Shore up a few holes in this Durham batting order. Hutton again comes in and bowls. And this is played by Rain out towards the covers, no run. Eckersley was backing up there and Rain was quick to say no. Both these lads spent quite a few years together at Leicester. I think Rain was there 7 seasons after being released by Durham. Eckersley started off with Middlesex as a schoolboy and went through their age groups and had a brief spell with them before joining Leicestershire and had about 11 seasons there.
It was a bit of a surprise when he left Leicester, to be honest.
Yeah. Hutton again comes in and bowls, and that's gone through to the keeper. I think it was purely on financial reasons because he was on one of the better contracts and they needed to save some money.
He's a handy cricketer, but yes,
he's a good. I've been really impressed by him this year. He's calm, good keeper as well. And Durham have been crying out for this for years. A wicket keeper who can also get you some runs. They've had quite a few in the last few seasons who haven't managed it with a bat. So Hutton comes in and bowls. It's defended by Rain off towards the offside. I mean, initially Michael Richardson was the keeper, and then his batting was decent, but then he started a struggle, and so they decided to relieve him of his keeping duties to try and help his batting, and that didn't work. And halfway through this season, Durham have released him.
Yeah.
Stu Pointer, similar position. Not a bad keeper, but not getting runs on the board, and his contract's up at the end of this season, and there's also the Ireland question for him. I couldn't imagine that Durham would keep him on as an overseas player because he hasn't warranted it with a bat at all, so could well be that he'll be following Barry McCarthy out the club. Sanderson from the Wilson end bowls, and Eckersley goes forward there. Back foot planted firmly in the crease as he leans forward to play that one around about off stump. So I think Eckersley has been a breath of fresh air. And you've then got BJ Watling, who's come here as a wicketkeeper batsman, and Peter Hanscom, who's been here as a wicketkeeper batsman, and neither have played keeper in the Championship. Hanscom did actually play keeper in the last few T20s and captained the side as well. Sanderson in again bowls, and again it's defended by Eckersley. He's looking for a little bit of freedom here, Durham, aren't they? They're bowling such a tight line today, these two.
Yep, usual stuff from Sanderson and Hutton, giving nothing away. It was a similar story last week at Grace Road, where Sanderson and Hutton comfortably out-bowled Leicestershire's new ball pair.
In comes Sanderson again, that's left, and it's taken by the keeper.
Just so insistent all the time, asking questions, offering no easy scoring opportunities, making the batsmen work incredibly hard for their runs.
55 wickets now this season for Sanderson. Is this the 5th time he's got a
Third time in 4 years.
50 wickets in a season 3 times, yeah. Best was 60 in 2018, I think. And this has come off the bottom of the bat and it's gone off towards point when I think Eckersley was looking to try and steer it round through the leg side.
So in a season where bowling was supposed to be a bit more difficult, Sanderson is at the moment on course to better his tally from last year.
Yeah. What's Hutton got so far in this innings?
Nothing.
Nothing yet. Sanderson again comes in and bowls. And forward once more goes Eckersley, and every time there's a from the slip cordon. So Sanderson so far this season 55. Hutton's got 28. Former Notts man.
Missed a chunk at the start of the campaign, but since he's returned, it has just galvanised Sanderson in a way to have the usual new ball pairing in tandem.
Last ball of the over. Eckersley goes for the drive. It's a thick edge. It's along the ground, wide of the slip cordon, down to third man for 1 run. 52 for 6. Eckersley has 7. Rain has 4. I'll be back in a minute.
Martin Emerson alongside myself, Alex Winter. Very good morning wherever you are. Hopefully the weather where you are is as pleasant as it is here. The ground bathed in golden sunshine. There is a bit of cloud to the north of us, but only a thin line of cloud, and the odd wispy cirrus cloud to our left-hand side as well. But set fair for the next 3 days here. And Northants right on top in the contest here. Posted 217 yesterday, 52 for 6 now. Durham needs 68 to avoid being asked about again. Hudson is in from the wantage road end, and forward is Eckersley, playing with an angled bat out to Safe Zabe at point. In his sun hat there, and shirt sleeves for Safe Zabe here this morning, so he's not feeling the slight chill that is in the air. Only mid-teens temperature-wise, and the breeze is coming primarily from the north, which is making things a little chillier, but things are supposed to warm up in the next few days, and over the weekend it's supposed to be very pleasant indeed. I think fine for next week as well to finish the season off nicely. Hutton is on his way once again. Past the umpire he goes and brings Eckersley, the right-hander, forward, playing back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. So the field has stayed exactly the same really throughout the innings. Said exactly the same, it must be said, throughout the match by and large, with 3 slips in place, third man and long leg out, and then 4 saving 1. Point, mid-off, quite wide, mid-on, quite tight, and a forward square leg. Hutton is in, past umpire Russell Warren. Eckersley letting one go on a decent length just outside the off stump. Watching it carefully, striding forward, shouldering arms. Eckersley 609 runs at 38 coming into this game. 4 times past 50 in the campaign, 1 century to his name as well. So a steady campaign. It's a good return really for a wicket-keeper batting down the order. What can he do in these conditions as Hutton is into him once again, and he's forward, trying desperately to get out to smother any movement, defending with an angled bat, again out towards Safe Zabe at point, away to our left-hand side for no run. Rossington also up to the stumps here for Brett Hutton with his helmet on, so his cap is being worn by Richard Levy, who's plonked the Northants cap on top of his sun hat there at second slip. Wakely at first and Rob Keogh in at third slip while Hutton is bowling. As he goes away from us again, and bowls Fuller and gets driven. Oh, good save. Tremendous piece of fielding from Gareth Berg at wide mid-off. Diving away to field that bouncing ball, because that would have slipped away for at least a couple of runs. But Berg's intervention keeps Eckersley on 7 and keeps the score at 52 for 6. Gains wide applause from his colleagues and the spectators in here this morning. Hutton is in again and edged and dropped, I think, at second slip. I think it's gone down. Richard Levy to his left-hand side, diving in front of Alex Wakely, who I'm not sure it would have carried to, and I think that's a chance that's gone down. Genuine edge from Eckersley. Wonder whether it just about carried to Richard Levy down low to his left-hand side. Certainly very frustrated is Brett Hutton as he walks away. And Levy, who spilled a catch at Grace Road last week, may have just put down another there. Not entirely confident it did carry, but the reaction of Hutton suggested it might have been a chance down low, and it could have been 52 for 7, and the key man of Eckersley could have been gone in the 24th over of the innings. But he's still there. But now it's Rain facing Sanderson from the far end, and he's playing at one that goes across him, and in the end misses the bat by quite a distance, going through to Rossington behind the stumps. Richard Levy talking to Alex Wakely there. It was probably Levy's catch down to his left. I don't think it would have carried all the way through to Alex Wakely. Very similar chance that he put down at Grace Road, low to his left. 52 for 6. Sanderson 2 wickets already this morning. Comes in from the far end and bowls a ball that comes back in towards the left-handed Ben Rain, who's shouldering arms. And the ball goes past the off stump by an inch. Nice piece of judgment. Rain this season has put up 415 runs at 23. Couple of 50s. But does have ability with the bat. Can he find a partnership here to move Durham a bit closer? FM update now coming for BBC Radio Northampton as Eckersley watches and Rain lets another one go just outside the off stump, so bear with for the update. 52 for 6 Durham. Ben Sanderson striking twice in the second over of the morning to reinforce Northants' position yesterday. Northants had been 150 for 8, having been sent in yesterday before Adam Rossington's murderous assault, making 60 and 22 balls, eventually last out for 82. And then Ben Sanderson with 3 wickets last night, 2 more this morning, and Northants now sensing a big first innings lead. 52 for 6 Durham, replying to Northants' 217 in the Northampton sunshine here at Wantage Road. Back with you online. And Sanderson continuing to probe away around that 4th stump region, swinging balls gently back into Ben Rain. Let another one go there, wasn't too far away. Rain waits. Probably just outside the popping crease, quite an open stance. Sanderson goes in and gets one to nip away from the left-hander, who, to his credit, just about keeps the bat inside the line here as it goes through to Rossington. Good carry through there again, which is nice to see. Away to his left hip, Rossington taking that. Marty is back.
I'm sure the breeze was coming from our left earlier and now seems to be coming from our right today. But either way, it's funneling along this stand.
Yeah, I thought it was a primarily northerly breeze that will be with us today.
Well, judging by the flags it is, but the way it's circulating around this stand.
Sanderson ran the wicket to the left-handed Rain, who's driving away to the covers for 4. It's a nice strike. Just full of a good length there from Sanderson. And Rain, half a stride forward, punched at it and timed it well out towards the short boundary to our left-hand side. So this pair just trying to calm things down. 56 for 6 though, still quite the predicament. Rain goes to 8. Eckersley is with him on 7. The man out already today. Steele for 6, adding 4 to his overnight score. Burnham with no addition to his overnight total, gone for 2.
Remember, Durham had their worst start to a county championship season. They lost their first 4 and then beat Derbyshire in Chesley Street. And I think the next match after that was actually against Northants, a game where they lost the last 2 days to Rain. Northants were a run ahead at the end of day 2, and that was the end of the match. But Durham, unbeaten in 8, have won 5, and they've won more than any of the other sides who are yet to go up. I think Lancashire have won 7.
Here is Hutton, Wantage Road end. running away from us, goes into Eckersley, and Eckersley is forward, pushing back up towards the bowler's left hand, and there is no run.
So a lot of them have won 4, haven't they?
Indeed, yep. Northants, Gloucester, Sussex have all won 4 matches.
And Northants have won 4 of those. 3 of those victories have been in the last 3 games, haven't they?
Yes,
right.
Indeed, yeah.
So they're 7 unbeaten, won 3. The last 3, Durham 8 unbeaten, won 5.
Hutton goes up once again, and Eckersley gets a slightly shorter ball to sit back to him and just nudge up on the onside. Rossington from behind the stumps pops up to do the fielding, and there is no run. Yeah, it just goes to show you can keep the board ticking over, as Northants did early in the season. They weren't winning games, but they were picking up 10, 11, 12 points for draws. They've drawn more matches than everybody bar Leicestershire and Glamorgan this year, Northants, with 6 draws. A lot of those here at 1-2 draw. Only 2 results here at Northampton this year, as Hutton goes in again. Eckersley forward once again, blocking back up towards the bowler's right hand, and there is no run. So in 2017, Northants won 9 matches, which was 2 more than Notts, who actually ended up being promoted. But because Northants weren't able to pick up as many batting bonus points, they were 5 short. It's those big victories as Northants picked up last week. A 23-point victory at Grace Road last week. Make all the difference. Hutton goes in again. Eckersley pushing at one. That just left him a little bit. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he just kept his hands inside the line there. Rossington up to the stumps, taking it with quick hands outside his right hip. And the score remains 56 for 6.
I think Durham have had something like 5 matches this season where their second innings total's been greater than their first. So, might be more, but just looking down that table quickly there.
Up goes Hutton again, past umpire Warren. Eckersley playing in his crease, steering it, just past point. The initial call was no, but the ball was running away from Safe Zabe in there. So Eckersley able to pick up a single, goes to 8. Rain also with him on 8 here as the score limps over to 57 for 6. Elsewhere this morning, the Gloucester's trying to reduce the deficit on Worcestershire at New Road. Worcester 2-2-1 yesterday. The Gloucester's 117 for 4. 4 down overnight, so far so good for them there.
It's going to be an interesting one for you next week, isn't it?
Very much so.
Aye.
Middlesex 75 for 6, responding to Lancashire's 259 at Old Trafford as Hutton goes in and Rain is playing away to point. And Zabe Field's end of the over, and there is no run. 57 for 6 here, Durham responding to 2-1-7. So Middlesex 6 down overnight, trying to get a few back on Lancashire, but Lancashire already confirmed as second division champions with the 4 bonus points they picked up yesterday, and Northants' failure to pick up any more than 1 batting bonus point here. Sussex have lost 3 wickets on the second morning at Derby. They're 145 for 6. Replying to Derbyshire's 138. All eyes there on whether Sussex can get a decent haul of batting bonus points.
They started that game 2 points behind Durham.
Here is Sanderson, far end, coming in to Eckersley, and Eckersley is forward, playing out to mid-off for no run. So Sussex, good chance to build up a useful lead there, having fired Derbyshire out so cheaply. But once again, batting points very, very crucial, because even though Durham, like Northants, won last week, Northants were able to extend their advantage on Durham because of the bonus points they picked up. Glamorgan 3-4-8 for 6, extending their first innings over Leicestershire in Cardiff as Eckersley lets one go just outside the off stump. Well wide of the off stump, actually. Division 1 boards, Yorkshire 26 for 2, Kent declared 4-8-2 for 8 after a tremendous day yesterday with the bat. A career best double century for Darren Stevens.
Weren't they 37 for 5 or something when he and Billings came together and put on 300 and odd?
They were.
Yeah.
Incredible partnership. Big century for Sam Billings also yesterday at Headingley. Sanderson once more past the stumps. Eckersley letting one go. Strikes maybe the thigh pad of Eckersley, maybe have been the pad of Rossington. Couldn't quite tell. Rossington up to the stumps, just crowding our view. Ball runs away to point for no run.
Jonathan Deutsch, the Yorkshire commentator, was saying yesterday morning was one of the best he'd had as a commentator, and yesterday afternoon was one of the worst he'd had. So,
well, I'm not sure about that. I'm sure he would have enjoyed
wow.
watching Billings and Stevens playing very nicely apparently, as Eggersley lets one go outside the off stump that just nips away. Notts 4-6-4 for 7 at Trent Bridge against Warwickshire, by far their best batting performance of the season.
Pressure's off now.
But yeah, too little too late, and I'm sure it'll be a fairly benign wicket there. Surrey 155 for 6 at Chelmsford against Essex, title chasing Essex, who in the end could only salvage a draw against the Bears at Edgbaston last week. But going well there, Essex. Surrey won the toss yesterday as Eckersley plays forward to Sanderson, now to mid-off for no run. But Somerset have lost a couple of wickets this morning. They're 58 for 5 at the Ageas Bowl, responding to Hampshire's 196. So not too many to try to respond to there for Somerset. Against Yorkshire in the first innings last week, like it was against Warwickshire at Edgbaston the game before that. It's down to the lower order to find a response. As Sanderson moves up against here and pulled away by Eckersley, little touch down the leg side, finds the boundary. Real surprise delivery when Sanderson uses the short ball. Eckersley onto it quickly, didn't completely time it as he would have wished, but a bit of bottom edge, possibly glove, went quickly to fine leg to our left hand side and finds the boundary. So any sense of the follow-on mark being put to bed here. 61 for 6 now, just needs 7 more to avoid the possibility of being last to bat again. Rain is 8, Eckersley is 12, and after the loss of a couple of wickets in the second over of the morning, this pair just calming the situation down a wee bit, but still a long way behind here because Northampton put up 217 yesterday.
They'll have played here quite a few times for Leicestershire, though, won't they, these two?
True, as Hutton begins a new over, going into Rain, just outside the off stump and let go. Yeah, experience of the ground.
Durham played here first game of 2014, and I think the last time they'd played Northants, well, they played here in 99 when they got promoted, and then they came straight back down again. But they'd been up since 2005, got promoted in 2005, and I don't think Northants had been in the top division in that time, so...
Hutton once more, right arm over, Rain again showing good judgment just outside his off stump to let it go. They perhaps haven't made Rain play enough so far. A lot of balls to leave outside his off stump, but Hutton wasn't too keen to go round the wicket to Alex Lees yesterday, and so far stayed over the wicket to another left-hander here in Rain.
How many years have Northants had in the top flight, do you know?
Probably 4, maybe, as Hutton moves in again, outside the off stump and cracked away by Rain, but no timing at all. And the ball runs slowly out towards Zabe Point, and there is no run, 61 for 6.
I know Gloucestershire have only had a couple of years, I think, early in around about 2002, 2003, so I can't remember the last time Glamorgan were in the top flight, a long time ago, if they've managed it.
They have, yeah, it was early on. 2005 and 2001 Glamorgan were in the top flight, both times relegated straight away. Now the Gloucesters were in the top flight in 2004 and 2005.
Right.
Hutton now does come round the wicket, and Rain lets it go again, 1.5 foot outside the off stump. So yeah, it's been a long old wait for Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire were in Division 1 in 2001 and 2004 and then 2014, so only 3 seasons they've spent in the top flight. Northants, they have come perilously close on several occasions to being promoted.
So Durham have only actually played them once in the top flight then.
Indeed, yeah. Hutton once more into Ben Rain. This comes back and strikes the pad, too high for the brief LBW appeal that went up from only behind the stumps.
I say once, there were 2 matches in that 2014 season. It was before you had a different sized divisions. There was 9 in each division at one time, so you played everybody twice, which was a fair reflection of where everybody was. These days you could play the worst team in the division twice and maybe only play one of the stronger teams once, so it's a bit haphazard.
Yeah, it is. It's difficult to say though at the start of the year.
Yeah, well, it is, isn't it?
As once again Hutton is in to complete the over, and Rain again able to let one go just outside the off stump. Now did come back at the left-hander, but he allowed it to pass through once again to Rossington behind the stump. So end of the over, and this pair continuing to provide some resistance here. We've got through 47 minutes here on day 2, and Durham are 61 for 6. Start of the season, you'd have said that Northants had a good run of the fixture list, with only having to play Middlesex and Worcestershire once, as it's turned out.
How many times have they played Lancashire?
Twice.
Durham have only played Lancashire once, but they drew that one.
That was a game at Sedbergh, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
What a gorgeous week that was. Durham trailing by 156 runs here at 61 for 6. Lost 2 wickets early doors today. Both the men who'd been in last night, Steele for 6, Burnham for 2, both falling to Sanderson and the second over of the day.
And we're
going to see Doug Bracewell, the Kiwi, for the first time. He got 1 with the bat yesterday, and his fellow countryman, Bradley John Watling, playing in his debut for Durham, got a 3rd ball duck.
I don't think anyone calls him Bradley John.
No. Here is Bracewell then, coming in from the Wilson end. Right arm over. Oh, that stays low and swings away from Eckersley as he looks to play that off the back foot. Don't get many cricketers called Doug, do you? Plays for Central Districts. He's played for Delhi Daredevils, 27 tests for New Zealand. Last one was in 2016 though. He's had 19 ODIs and 18 T20 internationals. This is his 100th first class match. He's got 306 wickets. He turns. Eckersley's on strike on 12 as the bowler comes in. Eckersley up on his toes, fends the ball off towards short extra cover, no run there. What's his best? 306 wickets. Best figures 7 for 35. Central Districts against Canterbury. This is his second match this season. Dad Brendan.
Nephew of John Bracewell, the old Gloucestershire coach. Who had all that success in one-day cricket at the turn of the century.
11:19 on day 2 here in Northampton as Bracewell bowls to Eckersley, drives up to mid-off, no run there. Whereabouts did you grow up then? Were you near Gloucester or were you near Bristol?
I was in between both.
In between. Were you in the what's the forests?
I was at the Forest of Cinderford. That's in the Forest of Dean. Yeah.
Round that way, was it?
You're not too far away. Not in the Forest of Dean, I hasten to add.
I've been through there once or twice. It's a lovely area, that.
They're a peculiar bunch, the Foresters.
Are they? Well, I don't know whether they go down that route or not. As Bracewell comes in and bowls, it's turned off the legs. That's a nice shot. Will it be cut off? No, it won't. It's gone for 4, just behind square legs. Short boundary, though. So what's the crack in the Forest of Dean? Do you not go in there after dark or something? Or?
Well, you know, they're just their own people, really.
Yeah.
Some of them still hold mining rights.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, sort of the Banks group. I wouldn't have thought there'd be much coal in the Forest of Dean. But
yeah,
I suppose a little bit. All squash trees, wouldn't it? Really?
I think it's all been extracted now.
Yeah. Bracewell, Durham 65 for 6, bowling to Eckersley. Leaves that one as it rises up beyond the off stump. I was going to say, I can't. You know, the last time I went to Gloucester must have been about 1994. And we've been driving around that area because a friend of mine ended up living in Chepstow for a while.
Okay.
Which was a really nice town. And they lived on this housing estate which looked straight over towards the Severn Bridge. You could see the estuary from the bedroom. And we had a drive around. We ended up in the National Waterways Museum in Gloucester.
Oh yes, yeah, I've been there before.
Down in the docks.
Yeah, yeah, the docks area now is very, very nice.
It's all been done up.
A lot of development down there now. Yeah, very pleasant. It's good pub there too.
Bracewell in. That's left alone by Eckersley. Well, I remember being there on a boating holiday with my granddad and elderly uncle and whatnot years ago. He wasn't elderly then, I suppose, but my mum and my sister, and it was a different place in 1980.
I can imagine it was. Yeah. The old, all the old industry down there used to make the railways that were shipped around the world. The old wagon works ground was where Gloucestershire used to play.
Yeah, the wagon works. Yeah. Well, you're going to see Berg coming into the attack now. Former Middlesex man got Watling with a corker last night. The only thing about it was it swung in that much. It could have actually been doing too much. He went LBW in the gloom. I don't even think he saw it. And it wouldn't be wrong to say it came back in at about a 45-degree angle either.
Really, really hooped, didn't it? And it was Berg who also was the first man to really probe away at Alex Lees yesterday, getting balls to go away from the left-hander.
Something's put rain off here. I'm not sure what.
It's not us.
No, we're not moving. Somebody down below us, maybe. 65 for 6, BBC Northampton, BBC Newcastle with you, Martin Emerson and Alex Winter, as Rain faces Berg for the first time. He turns that off to mid-wicket, no run there. Kit Harris will be with us at some point. He's just a bit delayed. Just checking to see if he's not behind us, but he's not. The sun is shining. These are the days that I love in September. Crisp morning where you know it's going to sort of brighten up and be warmer as the day goes on. There's Berg bowls here. Now a nice little flick off the hips from Rain, one-handed. It's gone down towards fine leg. 2 runs. It's actually going to be leg byes to come off the thigh pad. And Durham are now 150 behind. Get the old fireworks going in a sec. 67 for 6. So these two came together with a score on 42 for 6. Berg has played international cricket for Italy, of all people. Comes in and bowls, right arm over. And that wobbles a little bit late on Rain, but he plays it down towards third man for 1. Michael Di Venuto played for Italy.
Indeed, yeah.
And in fact, there's a link to here and the northeast, because Doug Ferguson used to bring a lot of players down from the northeast to Northants.
There's another Doug.
Yeah. But he was a few years ago, he died a few years ago now, Doug, but he was linked to Bolton Cricket Club. So I played for Whitburn, just along the road from Bolton. But Doug used to bring a lot of players down from the northeast, so the likes of Jeff Cook and Peter Willey and George Sharp and Simon Brown, who I played against. In comes Berg again to Eckersley. That's met on the bounce, middle stump, and played back to the bowler. And Doug went off and coached the Italy cricket team for a period as well. So Simon Brown was one of Durham's first recruits once they became a first-class side, and I think it was there were a number of reasons. The Durham Senior League was a very strong league, and a number of people who were involved in the clubs there. As Berg bowls now to Eckersley, that's left outside the off-stump through the wicket goes. You know, Durham as a minor county side had some success in the one-day cups. They'd famously beaten Yorkshire and 1 or 2 other teams, and there was a feeling there was enough talent in the northeast that they could become a first-class county. And you had the likes of Matty Rosebery's son Michael leaving Sunderland and going to captain and open the batting for Middlesex, and Simon Brown coming here. The Westerns going off to Gloucestershire and Worcestershire and places like that. It's Berg bowls again. That's a good ball. It's a good leave too, because that wasn't far off the off stump. End of the over. 68 for 6. So then, the other thing was they needed to prove that you could get the crowds in, and I don't know if you'll remember this, but in the 80s particularly, they used to have the Callus Pegasus Cricket Festival in Jesmond, and it would be an England Stars 11 against the rest of the world, and all this. all these superstar pros who were playing club cricket in the Lancashire leagues, and playing for varying counties and stuff, would come, and the ground would fill out for 2-3 days, and it was actually live on ITV, on Tyne Tees television. Could you imagine that now? And the Callas brothers, who owned a travel agency, were part of the original Durham setup, along with the likes of Matty Rosebery and Tommy Moffat and Bob Jackson and people like that, who got them first-class status. New over. Oh, is that not wide? That's gone off the corner of the wicket there. Bracewell there has bowled that, and it's so far beyond the off stump, it's gone off the side of the strip. Not signalled as a wide though. So then you sort of talent drain stopped, because Durham got first-class status. Simon Brown came back. Wayne Larkins, actually, former Northants player, came and played for Durham. Jeff Cook, former Northants skipper. Setting it all up as Bracewell bowls again to Rain, and he leaves that one. That's a much better line, that. It's about 2 stumps off target there.
Yeah, they've got a few old pros in the early days, didn't they? Both did a couple of years.
Paul Parker.
Simon Hughes did a couple of years.
Yeah. I've actually still got Simon Hughes' book from minor to major in the house. It was all about the transition from minor counties cricket to first class in 1992.
Yeah, one of the best cricket books out there, Simon Hughes. A lot of hard yakka.
Bracewell comes in and bowls. And up on his toes goes Rain and plays that to mid-off. Was that about a tour down under or something? Or
No, it's just about being a county cricketer, basically.
Just the slog of the county cricket circuit.
Yeah, tremendous book.
Did Phil Embry do a similar one as well? Was it Phil Embry?
I'm not quite sure. Yeah, Simon Hughes' book. Most recommended.
Bracewell, Wilson end. That's left alone by Rain, way outside the off stump again. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or it's _Alex Winter. Another Alex Winter got there first.
Who hasn't tweeted since 2015, the bugger.
Apologies. Have you made contact?
I think he's some American chap.
Oh, you're joking. He doesn't even follow cricket. That's unbelievable. In comes Doug Bracewell. He bowls to Rain. Rain gets an edge behind point along the floor, down towards third man for one. Picked up by Berg. He's never even, you know, it's all about that guy who was on Instagram or something, and they took his account off him to give it to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Well, he was there first.
There should be a time limit on these things. I can lay claim to it after a certain number of years.
Yeah, well, it's normally 7, isn't it? 7 years. Bracewell to Eckersley, balls. Eckersley forward to that one. Tentatively, let's come off the toe of the bat and comes to rest just a couple of pitches across on the leg side, end of the over. 69 for 6. Durham have avoided the follow-on. We're cricket at yahoo.co.uk on email. Seems very quiet on the old Twitter front today. Ben Stokes in a row with the Sun newspaper. The front page story, which he's described as utterly disgusting and the lowest form of journalism, according to the BBC.
Yeah, I saw that this morning, actually. I nipped into a supermarket not far from here that will give you a free beverage if you buy something, which I tend to do on my way down because I drive straight past it. And I glanced at the newspapers and, yeah, saw the headline and thought it was a bit unusual.
Berg in bowls. Oh, good ball. That leaves Rain very late. Through to the keeper.
I didn't.
Well, I don't know what the story's about.
No,
and I don't want to click on it to give them the click. So
I didn't investigate too far, but I did. I did see the headline, and it was quite striking and a shame.
A few months ago, he put some pictures on Twitter of some reporters sitting outside of his house across the road on a lay-by or something, which is. Berg bowls, and that's too far down the leg side and flicked off hard and sharp down towards fine leg. Good stop down there. Who's that?
Bracewell.
Doug Bracewell getting across. Northwest corner of the ground in front of the peachy coloured seats. He didn't have much room to play with there, did he? He was only about a yard from the ropes.
Very good save.
Yeah. To move on to 71 for 6. Northants yesterday at 6 down. They were 134 when they lost their 6th wicket. Berg again bowls to Rain. Rain fends it off once more down towards Bracewell, one-handed. Gets a single to fine leg. Signal for drinks being asked to be brought out into the middle. Berg comes in the bowl to Eckersley. He pulls that out through deep mid wicket. It's going to go for 4. Lost that in the sunlight there because certainly the middle section of the square is so pale, isn't it, and so worn and bright. As the ball went through there, I thought it was in the air, but then I found it on the ground. It's gone for 4 though.
We saw yesterday there was no change to be had from bowling short on this wicket.
No, I don't think Bryden Cast bowled particularly well yesterday.
He didn't know.
He took a lot of the pressure off Northants, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
He was expensive, 1 for 73 in 12 overs. Berg comes in and bowls, and Eckersley plays this up to mid-off. Bit of a chastening experience for Carse yesterday, particularly when he was the hero on Thursday at Lords and took 6 wickets in the afternoon, 6 wickets in the day, and 5 for 11 runs in 4.5 overs after lunch. Powered by lamb chops, apparently.
Is he that kind of bowler, quite streaky?
Yeah, well, he can be expensive, and I think he just sometimes falls a little bit too short, but he did get his 6 for in the previous match against Leicestershire as well. Berg comes in and bowls. This is played away just wide of off stump, out towards the covers. That's the end of the over. It's the time, 11:32. BBC Northampton with you, BBC Newcastle. Beautiful sunny day. 1 or 2 clouds drifting our way now. It's a bit like the opening scene of The Simpsons.
Yeah, because he wants a new grip on his bat here. 12th man in a luminous yellow bib has come sprinting out for some running repairs down there. And Luke Proctor is just going off for a break, and Emilio Gay is coming on to the ground. Northants have had 1 substitute out there throughout the morning because Rob Newton is not going to field for the rest of this game because of the hand injury that he suffered yesterday, but will be okay to bat, we believe, in the 2nd innings. But his participation for the final week of the season next week is severely in doubt, which could mean a debut for Emilio Gay, who's come on here at mid-off. With Bracewell set to continue from the Wilson end. 76 for 6 Durham. Bracewell on his way to rein the left-hander outside the off stump and let go through to Rossington. Still 3 slips in place. Wakely, Levy and Hutton. Maybe Levy dropping a chance off Eckersley earlier on. That could have deepened Durham's predicament. Eckersley only had 7 at the time. Only got to 20 now, but high score of the innings.
Who put that down? Because that was during my news bulletin.
Yeah, Richard Levy diving to his left. Yeah, the score.
I wasn't sure if it fully carried.
Neither was I, but I did make a note as Bracewell moves in again past umpire Hartley. Bowls full and wide again, and Rain pays no attention. 52 for 6 at the time. And if Eckersley were to go then Durham would have had big problems. But as it is, Eckersley's been able to steer Durham into the 2nd hour of the morning here. But still much work to do. Guess they still trail by a long chalk here. Durham responding to 217 to 141. The advantage still for Northants. They're still sensing a sizable 1st innings lead as Bracewell once more from the far end. Shard is in, but bowl's too straight off the thigh guard, I think, here of Rain. The ball runs down to long leg, Curran into field, and indeed a tap of the right knee from Peter Hartley at the far end. The score flicks over to 77 for 6. Very rusty in the 1st innings last week, Doug Bracewell. Very expensive in the 1st innings at Grace Road, because he's been in pre-season mode really in New Zealand. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 64. Very expensive, very wayward, but much better 2nd time around. And okay here so far. He's bowled better to the right than Eckersley, whom he's bowling to now. Eckersley getting a Yorker length delivery that he digs out on the offside. Zabe rushes in from point to ensure there is no quick single. Yeah, just being indoor netting really and working on his fitness. But was keen to come over. Flown over at quite short notice to get here with the last 3 matches of the campaign. Certainly the last few months hasn't been playing any outdoor cricket as he comes in again now. Into Eckersley. Eckersley on the back foot is pushing away to mid-wicket. Across comes Keogh with a tumble away to his left. And it's full-length sweater down there. Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Good save. Certainly Northants have outfielded Durham so far. Their ground fielding yesterday was a little bit wayward on occasions. And they'll really regret probably allowing Northants at least 30 more than they probably should have got. Maybe even as many as 50. 77 for 6 Durham. Bracewell is on his way again. And Eckersley is driving with no timing back up towards the bowler's left hand. The New Zealander gets down to parry the ball away, and the over comes to an end. So just the one leg bye from Bracewell's third over there. 3 overs for 5 so far from the New Zealander. 77 for 6 Durham. Both wickets this morning to Ben Sanderson in the second over of the day, getting rid of Scott Steele. Clean bowled him for 6, middle stump cartwheeling out of the ground. And then 3 balls later, Jack Burnham gone for 2 LBW. So Sanderson with 5 wickets, Berg with the other.
John Hutchison seems to have thrown the towel in from a Durham perspective. He said, greetings from a sunny bin day in Bolton. I was going to ask what Durham need to do for promotion, but looking at the scorecard I won't bother, as I think we're fresh out of miracles.
Burnham to Rain, and Rain watches a ball going across him, lets it go. Left very well so far. Ben Rain has been out there for 44 deliveries now. Only made 13, but occupying the crease. Always the primary aim in the first class game. Eckersley at the other end has survived 54 deliveries so far in this partnership. Only in its early stages, but it's at least provided some resistance for over an hour now, as Berg is on his way once more. Full up the off stump, brings Rain forward, pushing down towards the bowler's left hand.
You can't write a match off on the basis of part of one innings, especially when it's a first innings in a 4-day game. How many times have we sat there on day 1 and said, oh, well, I can't imagine we'd be here on day 3, and there we are on day 4. There's that many twists and turns in first-class cricket, and that's what makes it what it is.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what makes it the premier form of the game. Berg once again steps in, and this zips across the left-handed Ben Rain, who's left balls very well so far.
Steve Smith leave there, wasn't it?
Does again there, yeah. Just wafts the bat from left to right as he allows it to pass through.
Look at that, tough day for the ice cream man. He's had to put a sunscreen on his windshield of his car there, the windscreen.
Won't be doing too much trade in the early stages of the day, you wouldn't have thought. 77 for 6. Berg is on his way again, and again getting on to nip away from the left-handed Ben Rain, who once again watches it closely, takes half a stride forward, shoulders arms, and allows it to pass through to Adam Rossington.
Hope it's not getting too hot in there that the ice creams are going to melt, though. But, the whole windscreen of the ice cream van has got a white sheet across it.
Just parked between the bank of yellow seats and the Wilson stand on the far side of the ground down there as Berg sets off again. Bowls a bit fuller, forces Rain to play at this, just pushing gently out towards Keogh, up at mid-off, and Berg earns applause from around the field for that delivery from Sanderson out at mid-on to our left-hand side. A couple of early blows for him on this second day. Northants trying to take a sizable first innings advantage, still leading here by 140. Berg, short sleeve shirt, goes in again, full length once more, but again a touch too wide, and Rain able to let that one pass through yet again. He's on 13, Eckersley is 20, and Durham are 77 for 6. Elsewhere, the Gloucesters 135 for 5 at New Road, so they still trail by 86 there. Much work to do to get on terms, let alone get a decent haul of batting bonus points.
I don't think... Have Worcestershire still only won 2 matches?
I think so. Yeah, their victory over Glamorgan last week.
Yeah.
Middlesex still intact with their 7th wicket partnership at Old Trafford, but 96 for 6 still trail by a long chalk.
Well, that was their first win since they beat Durham in early May.
Bracewell far end into Eckersley, way outside the off stump and let go.
It was the first May bank holiday weekend, and Worcestershire started the season after everybody else did and won their first 2 games, and then until last week they hadn't won another. Because at the time when they beat Durham in quite a low scoring game, Chris Rushworth took the first 5 wickets. They were only chasing a nominal total to beat Durham, and they lost 5 wickets for no runs whatsoever, and it looked like it could be one of those weird low scoring wins.
Bracewell once again from the far end, bowls full, and Eckersley drives nicely here up through mid-off. Won't run for 4. Keogh is chasing back out towards the Wilson stand, and they come trotting back for a comfortable second run. Takes Eckersley to 22, 79 for 6. The Gloucester's now 6 down actually at New Road.
Well, Worcestershire needed 81
some
to beat
bother
Durham,
there. 135 for 6, replying to 221.
and they were 55 for 5, and then it all just calmed down again. But all the talk then was that Worcestershire were going to go straight back up, and then they haven't won another match for months. Not helped, of course, with all the problems of having to leave New Road again because of the rain and the flooding.
Bracewell once more runs in towards us. Ball's full. This is driven away past point. Zabe can't cut it off. Long chase for third man. Curran running around the boundary will stop it. Down towards the groundsman building to our right. And they get 2 more. So Eckersley, nice little innings here. Continues. 24 to him now. 81 for 6.
How many can they get in this ground?
Well, on the
4,500 something?
a few more than that on the biggest T20 nights. They've had sort of 5,000 or 6,000 in on occasions. Not quite sure what the official capacity is, to be honest.
I remember Durham losing here in a quarter-final in 2013. There was a big crowd in that night.
Yeah, Northampton en route to that famous T20 triumph the first time, as Bracewell is in once again. But bowls too wide of the off stump, much too wide. And Eckersley down on one knee, keeps his hands inside the line.
Was that the final?
Allows that to pass through.
Was that the one where Surrey were out for next to nothing?
That was where Northants won by exactly 100 runs.
Yeah, I
and
think
one of
that's
the most one-sided T20s you'll see.
I think until Northants beat. Oh no, that was Leicestershire, wasn't it, last year? Leicestershire beat Warwickshire heavily, didn't they? Is that still Northants' record win then in the T20? I think it might be. You know, I think that was in my notes this year.
I would imagine so. Yeah. Can't remember another time when they won by 100 runs. I certainly haven't seen it. In comes Bracewell again, and one shoots really outside the off stump, and thankfully for Eckersley, it was wide of the off stump, and it missed the off stump probably by a couple of inches.
It was a grubber, wasn't it?
That did keep a wee bit low.
He's ended up down on his knees there.
It did, yeah.
It was shortish, and he went back and up. Suddenly the ball's not getting off the ground, and he just managed to get the toe of the bat on it and clapped right down on the shot and onto his knees.
And there was one earlier on that skidded through a little bit, and Eckersley probably wasn't as forward as he would have been, but that one did genuinely keep low. 81 for 6. Bracewell in to complete the over, and Eckersley trying to flick around the corner, gets it a fine leg for 4, playing slightly around his front pad, but the ball was angled in, and the slightest touch sends it away to the players' dressing rooms to our left hand side for 4 runs. So Bracewell proving a little expensive. That over's gone for 8 and takes Durham to 85 for 6, so just easing their predicament slightly, but only Cass, Salisbury and Rushworth to come. This partnership, you feel, has got to do a lot more work to get Durham a little bit closer, because Northants still in the lead by 132 runs. Elsewhere, goings on at the top of the county championship, with Surrey bowled out for 174 at Chelmsford, having chosen to bat first. So a good start of that game for Essex, who you feel probably need to win because they visit Taunton next week. But Somerset under real pressure at the Aegeus Bowl. Bowled Hampshire out yesterday for 196, but Somerset in reply 66 for 8 now. So still a long way in arrears. Yorkshire still 36 for 2, replying to Kent's 482 for 8 declared. Notts 489 for 9 now against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. Sussex a wobble this morning at the racecourse ground, but trying to extend their lead over Derby. 169 for 7, lead there by 31. Glamorgan 374 for 6 against Leicestershire at Cardiff.
Umpires have been handed the ball and they're having a look at it now.
Yeah, the ball was changed very early on in this Durham innings. In just the 11th over, the ball was changed yesterday. And here, the ball having clattered into maybe some concrete to our left-hand side, and it looks as if, yeah, the ball is going to be changed again, because Rob Keogh is coming jogging down beneath us. So another ball change, with the score at 85 for 6 after 35 overs here. Northants are going to get a newer ball, a changed ball. Try to get at a similar age to the ball in use, and possible to get an identical ball. And we'll see how this one now behaves. Good morning to Peter Short on social media. Says all quiet on the Twitter front because we're all at the county ground here today. to hopefully see Northamptonshire get over the line. A mini reunion of supporters who met in Sri Lanka last winter today. He says apologies for the noise in advance. Well, any atmosphere most welcome here. Pete, good to hear from you. Do get in touch at _Alex Winter on Twitter, at Marty Cricket.
Well, there was some people in Barmy Army tops in my hotel yesterday morning, so... But that was a West Indies tour of 2015, but they might have been on the Sri Lanka tour last year, mightn't they? That might make sense. Completely different day today weather-wise. No hint of any moisture in the air whatsoever. Blue skies, sunshine. Coolish. I think the best part of the day this afternoon, I think they're talking temperatures of around about 17. If we were at the Wilson end, or indeed in the stands in the northeast corner or the northwest corner of this ground, we've been in sunshine now and probably just in short sleeves, but we're on the balcony in the shade at the pavilion end up on the Kinturner stand on the upper tier. Sprinkling of people up here. You'd be wanting to soak up the rays at the other end though, wouldn't you?
You would, yeah.
You know, how many more days of sunshine is there going to be this summer? We're into autumn now. I think it's going to be a pleasant weekend. As Berg comes in now from the Turner end, and that's drifted down the leg side. 11:48 the time. Lunch is going to be at 12:40. Trying to claw back a few of the overs lost yesterday. So, in theory yesterday, 13 overs were lost in the day to the weather. They're going to have 102 overs today. Lunch 12:40, tea 3:30, close scheduled for 4 minutes to 6. But with the rider, in theory. There's no weather around today, I don't think, so we should get a full day's play in as Berg comes into ball now to Rain with this new ball, and Rain plays the ball off towards the gully area. Flags are currently limp at the far end of the ground. It's a nice colour, that Northamptonshire maroon, isn't it? I like the caps with the gold braiding on them.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, the capped players have that gold braided cap, as sported by Keogh and Sanderson here at mid-on and mid-off.
Berg from our end. That's left alone outside the off stump. These two have put on 43 so far. Much needed runs from a Durham point of view.
Yeah, been a good stand.
So Rain has 13 and Eckersley 28. Rain's faced 52 balls, Eckersley 60. Keogh has just given the ball a clean as he passes it back to Berg. Berg now running in past the umpire. Right arm over. That's veering towards leg stump, and that's 4. Just don't bowl there to Ben Rain. And that's planted straight past square leg for 4 into the front of the advertising hoarding. What's that little stand called then, Alex? The little peachy coloured stand with the red stanchions. Does it have a name?
Oh, that covered stand there to
Yeah.
our left. No, I think it's just the west stand.
The west stand. Sort of stand you'd expect to see at a little non-league football ground, really, isn't it? About 7 or 8 rows in it. $89 for 6. Rain now on 17. Deficit's 128. Berg again bowls to Rain. That's a full toss. Rain guides it down towards third man for 1. Way up at the far end of the ground. Flags are fluttering again now. I think the best place to watch this would be in the white seats just in front of the Wilson Indoor Cricket School. There's 4 or 5 rows of them there, and they're in the sunshine. You're almost behind the bowler's arm there as well. One section seems to be closed off for the sight screen area, but there are about 5 people just to the left of it. As Berg comes into bowl. This is played out through mid-wicket. This could be risky, shy at the stumps, and it's missed the target from mid-wicket. Who's that with a throw? Is that Zafe?
It is, yeah, safe Sabin there.
He didn't pitch the ball as he was throwing at the wicket-keeper's end. It went over the stumps and into the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, I think Rain was okay.
Keep Northampton on their toes, as they say. $91 for 6.
$1 from Win Wilson then will be Luke Proctor. Sponsored by Lex Club.
Former Lancashire man.
Only a blast of 4 overs from Doug Bracewell. 1 maiden in there, 0 for 13. So short and sharp from Bracewell. And now back to Proctor, who was very good in the first innings at Grace Road last week.
In he comes. Played back, length ball off stump. Played for minor counties for Cumberland as well, Luke Proctor. Lancashire for 8 seasons. Came here 2 years ago. 93rd game. 104 wickets, best figures 7 for 71 for Lancashire against Surrey in 2012. His Northampton's best figures 5 for 33 against Durham in 2017. Eckersley forward to this one, and that's played in a defensive manner on the offside along the ground. Got 3 strips across to short extra cover, dot ball. Ball gradually makes its way back round the outfield. And back to Proctor with number 2 on his back. Short sleeves, shortish hair turns. In past the umpire from the Wilson end. Eckersley again defends around about off stump. And the ball runs up this time to mid-off. Another dot ball. Proctor turns, bowls, driven straight back at him, and he's where's the ball gone? I think he stopped that with his foot, did he? I was looking for it heading straight towards the boundary, but he must have got a foot on that and stopped it dead. Probably need to change that ball now as well then. Who's got number 34 on their back?
Bracewell.
Bracewell, right, because he hasn't got a number on my scorecard. Berg doesn't have a number, does he? He is numberless. Proctor to Eckersley. Eckersley guides it down towards the gully area along the ground. It's a dot ball. So 2 quick wickets this morning in the second over. Steele bowled, middle stump by Sanderson for 6, and Burnham and LBW in the same over for 2 to give Sanderson his fifer. But a recovery since then of sorts. 91 for 6 now, Durham. As Eckersley turns that lovely through mid-wicket for 4. Just leaned into a leg stump. Attempted Yorker, I suppose it was. Just over-pitched mid-leg stump, and it's away. And that's the 50 partnership as well. So that was much needed.
Yeah, very well played. Huge bother for Durham. Start of the day, plunging to 42 for 6, but a good comeback here. And the backup bowlers from that end. First Bracewell and now Proctor.
Comes in 20 overs.
Leaking a few runs. Berg has been absolutely fine from this Wantage Road end so far. Probed away to the left-handed Rain in particular. 6 overs, a 1 for 17 for Berg in the innings so far. This particular burst, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 14. And Northants just not concerned at this stage because they still have a good lead, 122, but they'll be wanting to knock over Durham for no more than 150.
Well, this is the day, of course, when we were saying this was the day for better batting conditions, and you did question how much moisture would come up from the sun being on the patch, on the strip.
Yeah, the wicket's only going to get better and better for me.
Yeah.
3 days of sunshine coming up will suck that moisture out. Outfield's going to speed up as well with that moisture from yesterday just taken away.
Berg from the pavilion end that's left alone. Wide of off stump.
When does Rossington turn back to Sanderson and Hutton to try and break this stand? Still got 43 minutes to go until luncheon here, and Sanderson is now limbering up again down at mid-on to our left-hand side, going through some lunges down there.
Berg coming into ball to Rain. Rain defends the ball, runs back up the track to the bowler, just to his right-hand side. We are approaching midday, 3 minutes to 12. BBC Northampton with BBC Newcastle. Penultimate match of the County Championship. Northampton travel to Bristol next week, Durham at home to Glamorgan. By my maths, there were 5 teams still in with a chance of getting the remaining 2 promotion spots. It's Berg bowls. Northampton very much in that mix because they started this round of games in 2nd spot, Gloucestershire 3rd and Durham 4th. Sussex 5th and Glamorgan 6th, and I think that's where you draw the line at Glamorgan.
Yeah, Glamorgan could still get to 184 points, but the fact that there's 4 sides ahead of them makes it very difficult for them to re-enter the promotion race, but doing all they can so far at Cardiff, because they could pick up maximum batting bonus points down there. They're 406 for 6 after 110 overs. They have indeed picked up maximum batting bonus points, so a great start of the game down there for Glamorgan.
Brought in a short mid-wicket now for Rain as Berg comes round the wicket here. Got a man on the leg side boundary at square leg on the boundary as well. That ball though was played up to mid-on, no run.
And Glamorgan, who I believe go down to Sussex next week.
Yeah, I've got them all written down here.
No, sorry, Durham away,
yeah,
for Glamorgan. Sussex
got
hosts Worcester, yeah.
In comes the bowler. That's played safely up towards mid-on, no run there. Coming up to midday, so I'm going to have to do a runner in a second to update BBC Newcastle listeners. Kit is here, I've just seen him behind us. So. Berg comes in, final ball of the over, round the wicket to Rain, and that's defended once more. Durham 95 for 6, Rain 18, Eckersley 33, deficits 122.
Thank you, Martin Emerson, alongside myself. Alex Winter here at a chilly but sunny Wantage Road. A bit more cloud has just been blown in as the morning has gone on. Not quite the crisp, clear blue skies we had first thing, but still very pleasant here in Northampton. And after that disaster start, it's been a good morning so far for Durham, because they've shared a very useful partnership here between Eckersley and Rain. 53 the alliance for the 7th wicket between this right and left-handed pair. Eckersley has led the resistance with 33 to his name, but Rain doing his job with 18 at the far end. And Northampton do now have to turn back to Ben Sanderson to try and make the breakthrough. So just 1 over from Proctor. And now Sanderson bowling right arm over at the Wilson end. Bowls back of a length to Eckersley. A little bit of nip into the right-hander. He's up on his toes and pushing down towards mid-wicket. Keogh was there and there is no run. The fielder stayed exactly the same. 3 slips, 3rd man. Point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. Only in that previous over from Berg has the field really changed in this game. Sanderson once more runs in and bowls outside the off stumping. It's put away for 4 by Ned Eckersley. Short again from Sanderson. Eckersley up on his toes, and that was punched away in good style. Eckersley possibly dropped earlier on. We're not quite sure whether it carried to Richard Levy. Tough chance to his left if it was on 7, but he's now got 37. And Durham 99 for 6 as we welcome Kit Harris for the first time today. Hello.
Hello. Well, there's been a lot of action, hasn't there? But what's this lull all about?
So Sanderson returning, but to Sanderson going for a run straight away as he comes into the right-handed Eckersley again, strikes the pad, the ball balloons up towards square leg. He rushes into his right-hand side to prevent the leg by, and there's no run.
Wickets are tumbling absolutely everywhere, aren't they, today?
Appears so, yeah. Yeah, Cardiff remains the best place to bat. 406 for 7 down there. Yes, plenty of wickets around the country. Sanderson is in towards us once again, bowling quite full, brings Eckersley forward, playing down towards Proctor at mid-off. There's no run. Eckersley just wanders down the track a wee bit, prods away on that spot just outside his off stump where one ball did keep a little bit low earlier on. But thankfully for Eckersley, it was wide enough to go through past the off stump. Showing good patience, technique and resistance here, Ned Eckersley. Can Sanderson prize him out? Here he comes again. Outside the off stump, and a good lead from Eckersley. FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners. 99 for 6 here, Durham, replying to Northants 217. Northants were given a perfect start to day 2, and Ben Sanderson ripped out 2 more wickets in the second over of the day, bringing up a 5-wicket haul for him, and he now has 55 wickets for the campaign. But this 7-wicket stand for Durham has been most productive. Ned Eckersley, who was possibly dropped on 7, not quite sure that whether it carried to Richard Lee with the chance at second slip. He's on to 37, and with him Ben Rain, the left-hander, is on 18, and the pair have taken Durham from a precarious 42 for 6 to 99 for 6. So Northants still have a decent lead, 118, but this partnership posing a few problems in the Northampton sunshine. 99 for 6 Durham, with 36 minutes to go until lunch here on day 2. Back with you online, and Sanderson's first over back into the attack coming to an end with a dot ball. So, some good resistance, some much needed resistance here for Durham kit.
Yes, we've got to get a game out of this, haven't we? Low score by Northants, but one which we felt yesterday, an hour before the close, was a score which gave Northants some sort of foothold in the game. Not exactly a competitive score, but it kept them in the game. And Durham, collapsing last night and this morning, seemed to put that score into rather more impressive context. This partnership is crucial.
Yep, only cast Salisbury and Rush with the bowlers to come. Northants still will feel if they can break through, they could run through Durham and get a lead of maybe 70 or 80 as Hutton is back from the Wantage Road end and bowls outside Rains off stump. He strides forward and lets it go through. So the backup bowling, again, not quite doing its job for Northants, and they're forced to go back to premier pair of Hutton and Sanderson, but bowling with an older ball here. Has been changed a couple of times, the ball that we started the innings with. But 99 for 6, Durham still in a very precarious position. Just the 2 slips now for Hutton, extra man in the covers as he goes into Rain, the left-hander. And Rain, beat by one that comes back, now he's gone! An inside edge to Rossington. And the return of Hutton has found the breakthrough. A full swing delivery that Rain was a little slow to push out to defend. And the movement has done for him, thin inside edge. Rossington to his right-hand side with the catch. And Rain's resistance has ended. He's blocked back 61 deliveries, but to the 62nd, he's edged behind for 18. And Durham are now 99 for 7.
Well, that's the breakthrough that was needed. This nice little partnership has come to an end, and it was a very good ball in, and just started to hit his straps from this end, Hutton. A little bit of nibble and bounce off the seam, and it was just too much for Rain to cope with. Thick inside edge though to Rossington, had to make good room to his right to take the catch. Take it he did, and the fielders knew immediately that then Rain was gone. 18 then to him. Caught Rossington, bowled Hutton. 99 for 7.
A stand of 57 there for the 7th wicket, so some good work, but still a long way behind. 118, and in, well, quite sure yet what is going to happen, of course, in the rest of the game, but the lead for Northants could be very, very significant indeed.
Well, no, not just a lead, but it's not in the least impossible. Northamptonshire could get a lead of three figures here. 217 they scored, so still 118 behind.
Well, we wonder whether that rain could provide the sort of belligerent counter-attack that Rossington provided yesterday, but he was very circumspect here this morning, was content to try and just defend carefully and back time, but a bit of movement from Hutton has done for him. Full of length, and he just wasn't quite forward enough to really smother the movement. Just a bit tentative, footwork wasn't there, and he knew it straight away. He's very disappointed, throwing the bat at his pad as he walks off the straighted. So the partnership broken, the left-hander gone, and the right-handed Bryden Cast is the number 9. 3 slips in, Hutton goes into him, and he lets the ball go outside the off stump that swings away from the right-hander.
Massive swing there, very late though. Most of it after the ball had passed the bat. Cars seemed to pick up that something was going on from the arm and shouldered arms to a ball that was only just outside off, and ended up being taken by Rossington in front of first slip. And these bowling figures in this innings show serious economy. They've been very, very accurate.
Hutton in once more, and Cast defending in front of the off stump, back up towards the bowler for no run. So what can they provide down the order here, Durham? Bryden Cast with only 182 runs to his name in 12 innings this season. 3 not outs boosting his average to 20, but does have a 50 to his name, a 77 not out his top score. And if he can play to that average, a 20 or a 30 would be most welcome here, as Hutton is into him again, quite wide on the bowling crease, gets the bat down to it just in time. A thick inside edge, runs away down to long leg, Proctor down there in the distance, and the single brings up the 100 for Durham. Applause from around the ground. 1 or 2 spectators from the northeast are down here this week. There's a cluster of them to my right hand side in this Ken Turner stand, well wrapped up over there, because we're in the coldest part of the ground really. No sunshine finding us here.
Does it ever during the day?
No. Only very, very late on in the middle of the summer. For the T20 games, it's quite hot up here. The sun blazing in from over Northampton town centre to our left-hand side. Eckersley's back on strike here. He's on 37. Hutton goes in, and Eckersley forward to one that maybe just shapes back a wee bit, and he plays down to Bracewell at mid-on. And there's no run to end the over, but applause for Brett Hutton. Has found the breakthrough the Northants were after. Stubborn stand of 57 for the 7th wicket. But Northamptonshire do have their 3rd wicket of the morning, and Durham remain in deep trouble at 100 for 7, trailing by 117.
I ought to tell you that Sussex have a batting bonus point to add to the 3 bowling ones that they got. It's a little bit of rally, responding to Derbyshire's 138, that's all. They themselves were 152 for 7, 169 for 8. Now a little partnership of 33 has just brought them over that first threshold.
Sanderson to the new man Cast, and Cast lets a bouncing ball go around a 4th stump line well left. So a crucial batting point there for Sussex, and probably a lead they'll feel will be good enough to go on and win that match. Derbyshire destroyed by an innings at Old Trafford last week. Not the only side to go to Old Trafford this season and be routed, but still not too much resistance there last week. They rise firmly on finals day on Saturday. Sanderson moves in again, and Cast playing at this one gets beaten. Very nicely bowled. It's a bit fuller, a bit tighter to the off stump, and Cast pushing forward. One slides past his outside edge. The Gloucester's scrapping away at New Road, but Worcester feel they could sneak a lead. 177 for 7. Still need 23 for a batting point there, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, that wouldn't do either of these teams here at Wantage Road any harm at all, would it? Gloucester getting 2nd best New Road.
Sanderson in again, wider ball swinging away. Cast lets it go through.
Gloucester being 3rd. The 2 teams here sandwiched, or rather sandwiching Gloucester either side. And it all comes down to bonus points. It's very difficult to predict the permutations. The one thing that is straightforward is the the title in Division 2, because Lancashire need 3 more Middlesex wickets and they will have secured it.
Sanderson in again, outside edge from Carse. Played late with soft hands, runs it through a vacant gully area, down to Curran at third man to our right hand side for his second run, and the score goes to 101 for 7. Now Lancashire are actually champions already, because Northants failed to get enough bonus points yesterday with the bat, so the couple of batting points that they got yesterday were enough to secure, to secure the title.
Oh, well done them.
Yeah,
so that puts that out of your reach as well.
Thoroughly deserved.
Yes, I mean, it's even from a Northamptonshire devotee's perspective, I suspect that there's no grudge there.
Sanderson to Eckersley. Eckersley in his crease, playing to mid-on, no run. No, I think everybody knows that Lancashire have been by far and away the best side this season.
If you were to go up as well, which seems eminently possible, if not totally likely,
I'm not playing, don't worry.
Who would Northamptonshire choose to come up with them and Lancashire? Soft spot for Durham, given all their tribulations?
I've obviously no idea at all, really, as Sanderson is in again and playing with bat and pad together as Eckersley, thick inside edge into the inside of his thigh. That may have just bruised him a little bit. Ball bobbles down out on the offside, and there is no run. So 101 for 7, Durham, still trailer here by 116. Eckersley there on 37, and Carse with him here on 2. I don't think Northants would care a jot.
Just go
to be
up,
honest.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I feel as a neutral that well, I'd quite like to see Durham get back into Division 1 after the disappointments and letdowns that they've had. By no means all their own fault over the last few years.
Hutton is going away from us to bowl to Carse. 3 slips in place, but 2 straight, and turned from a length down to long leg for, just 1 run. Proctor was in quickly enough off the long leg fence. Score goes to 102 for 7. Well, it will be a tremendous achievement for any of the other sides that do go up. I mean, I don't think many people would have had Northants, Gloucester, Durham or Glamorgan challenging for promotion this year at all.
No one in North London would have said that, would they?
Definitely not. Yeah, Middlesex and Worcester would have been probably second or third favourites behind Lancashire. Then most people probably would have put Sussex in that equation. Third slip comes back in here for Eckersley as well, as Hutton is into him, and Eckersley is well forward, playing back up towards the bowler's right boot, and there's no run.
Sussex are now 9 down, so the rally I've only just mentioned has come to a conclusion. 202 for 9, they're 64 ahead of Derbyshire.
That's a good enough lead, though, I think, there. I think that's batting point and lead 50 plus. I think we'll be very confident of going on to win that one from there. Sussex, the coming force, it seems, had that awful slip just before and after when they played Northants back in early July. They were in terrible form. Lost a run of matches. It was all doom and gloom out down on the south coast when I went down there. Northants hammered them by a record margin. Sussex were wretched that week, really, particularly with the bat. But they have rallied, all credit to them. Rossington now up to the stumps for Hutton, who goes into Eckersley, and Eckersley in his crease, playing with bat and pad together very late, inside edge via the pad. Ball runs away to extra cover for no run.
That's the point of having the keeper come up to the wicket when the seam bowler is bowling, because it means that the batsman has to stay where he doesn't really want to stay, which is rooted inside the popping crease. Normally a batsman would like to take a guard 6 inches or so outside, but he's pinned right back LBW. It'll be a good tactic.
Hutton again, full down the leg side, a cry for a stumping and gone. What tremendous work that is from Adam Rossington.
Wow.
What a take, what a bit of wicket keeping. A full ball down the leg side that Eckersley had a flick out and missed. It's a wonderful, firstly, the take from Rossington, down outside his left boot, always unsighted where those balls go down the leg side. And then he had the leg stump out of the ground in a flash, and Eckersley had fallen out of his ground, and the finger from Peter Hartley was up straight away. What a bit of work from the Northants captain. He's having quite the game after his runs yesterday, and Eckersley has now gone as well, and Northants moving closer to a big first innings lead. Durham 102 for 8.
Well, you just won't see a better stumping than that of a spinner or a paceman. It's all the more impressive that it came off the ladder. He'd only just moved up to the stumps the ball before, looking for the LBW, keeping the batsman deep in his crease. There was a half shout for it. And then this ball just angled down the leg side, and, well, poor old Eckersley only, well, trying to flick to leg, just overbalanced a little bit, but it was a superlative stumping. If at some point you get the opportunity to see that.
Then Eckersley stumped Rossington bowled Hutton for 37 off 78 balls.
If you get an opportunity to see it later on, during the course of your day on social media, on the BBC website, there may even be a clip courtesy of the Northamptonshire feed. Do look it out, because that was absolutely wonderful. Superb bit of wicket keeping, and what a rejoinder to his score yesterday. 7 sixes yesterday, top scoring, and that's one of the best stumpings that he'll ever take.
That was outstanding work from Rossington, and in the space of a couple of overs on the return of Hutton and Sanderson, Northants have got rid of both men who were showing some good resistance. Rain had blocked back 62 balls, Eckersley 78, both back in the pavilion, and now down to the bowlers to try and get Durham a bit closer. You can probably forget about batting points now for the visitors. 102 for 8, and Hutton goes into the new man Salisbury, bowls outside his off stump, and he lets it go.
What was all the more impressive is that Hutton bowling from this end, his natural line, his stock ball, has been gently swinging away. So in flinging one down the leg side, well, he must have had a discussion with Adam Rossington beforehand that they were going to look at this leg side stumping, and it just held its line, didn't move across the batsman. Brilliantly executed. It's just wickets are always great to take, but a wicket that results from a plan is 10 times better.
Hutton in once more. And beats the outside edge. Is that an edge behind? No, it's not. It's just swung too much. Goodness, that went a mile. The batsman was squared up, and Hutton was off in celebration because he assumed that Salisbury had got the edge, because the ball deviated that much, having beaten the bat, and Rossington had to go a long way to his right-hand side of the taker, but there was no reaction from behind the bat. Hutton just assumed it was an edge because the deviation was so great, but it was just swing through the air. But Hutton has got a second big breakthrough of the morning, and Northants have their 4th of the day. 2 for Sanderson in the second over of the morning, and now 2 for Hutton, his first couple of wickets in this second innings. And Northants now, as Kip mentioned earlier on, still on course to take a 3-figure advantage. 102 for 8.
So Sanderson continuing, he's already got 5 under his belt, and it's just dug out by Cars. Stunned back to the bowler. It's not just the ball that's been stunned, but Durham, having done so well yesterday, having got Northamptonshire in a tricky position, 99 for 1, and then all out for 217, are in an altogether worse position themselves. 102 for 8. Now here again comes Sanderson, and left on length by Cars. The ball held its line, no movement either way. Cars lifted up the bat and let it go over the top of the middle stump. You can hear the noise now, the energy from the Northamptonshire fielders, despite the cold, despite the need for sweaters. They're being very, very vocal out there. 3 slips. Not an overly attacking field. There still isn't much swing for Sanderson. There's absolutely loads for Hutton. Point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. So here is Sanderson again. Full ball this time, and Cars just blocks it out to mid-off. But yeah, it's a very symmetrical field. 2 men straight, 2 men square. Those 4 saving the single. On the boundary, long leg, and a 3rd man, perfectly spaced in the 3 slips. But, no one in a catching position at gully or in front of the bat. As here comes Sanderson again. And he's flicked forward of square leg, well timed, 4 runs. Just strayed onto leg stump, almost outside leg stump on that occasion. It was a half volley. And Cars is a good enough batsman that a leg side half volley is a bit of a gift to him. Placed it very well between the 2 leg side fielders in the ring. So Cars proceeds to 7, and it's now 106 for 8. Well, the next little psychological milepost, I guess, will be to get to 118, because that will reduce the first innings lead to 99. But at the moment, it's really lead, or rather damage limitation for Durham, as Sanderson bowls now. Bat and pat together. Cars lunges forward to a good length ball that's very straight. And, now Cars has had a bit of a wave at Adam Rossington, who's flipped his cap off his head onto the ground. I wonder if they're signalling for the helmet again at this point.
Yeah.
They are, you know. He's going to stand up once more. Well, before I say it's a brave move to stand up to Ben Sanderson, you have to remember what Rossington pulled off in the last over against Brett Hutton. Superb leg side stumping, so why wouldn't you have a go? Indeed he is. Up he comes to the stumps now. Hasn't wasted much time in getting himself kitted up to stand up. Last ball of the over. Sanderson now going to bowl. And, oh, what a great take! He whistled past the outside edge. It was just short of a length. And really well done by Rossington. He's in good form with the bat and behind the sticks as well. But it concludes the over. Cars hit the 4 from it. Those were all the runs that were scored. 106 for 8 now. Deficit of 111. Another little bit of bonus point news. You get slightly more updates from us on other games as we get towards the back end of the season, because every little point starts to count so much more. News is that Gloucester have got 1 batting point, 202 for 7, in response to Worcestershire's 221 at Worcester. Hutton again. Bowls to Salisbury, good swing. Salisbury shapes to play, but inside the line, letting it go through to Rossington, who is, I should say, standing back at this point. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex 16 without loss in response to Surrey's 174. So Essex have their 3 bowling points. Somerset also have 3 bowling points. Dismissed Hampshire for 196, but to 87 for 8. Hutton in again. Length ball. Salisbury gets his body and bat behind it, defending. Nottinghamshire's marathon finally came to an end. 498 they got. So full complement of batting bonus points for them. So you've got to get your 400 up within 110 overs. Well, they were nearly on 500 at 110 overs. Warwickshire haven't lost a wicket in response. 22 for no loss. Long haul begins at Trent Bridge. Here is Hutton again. Gentle swinger this time, very full. Salisbury has no problem leaving it alone safely. The one place where they're still in the first innings, Glamorgan, churning on and on and on at Cardiff. 434 for 9 now in the 117th over. Salisbury next ball. Good late swing this time from Hutton, but he's left it alone again. He's showing to be a good judge of the swing and where his off stump is. Hasn't scored a run yet off his 5 balls. His job is, I think, probably going to be to stick around while Cars waits for the bad ball to have a hit at the other end. Middlesex still 6 down at Old Trafford. No development in that game. It's just slowed down a bit at the moment. Salisbury faces the next ball. Again, a really good leave, actually, as Hutton bowled close to the stumps. Just a little bit of late movement away. Over the top of off. So we've reached a very fleeting stalemate at this point. Neither of these bowlers giving much away. Sanderson bowled the 1 half volley, which Cars hit for 4 in the last over. Hutton, he's been a figure of economy. Just about to conclude his 16th over. He's conceded only 20 runs so far. He bowls to Salisbury, beaten outside the edge of the bat, going through to the keeper. And a very quiet maiden. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 20 to Hutton. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 47 to Sanderson. So we're getting into a situation now where Durham will just start to think about rebuilding as much as they can, but it is very difficult to do it in this situation. But clearly both of these sides not just relying on points out of this game to get promotion, but also keeping a close eye on some of the other ones. Now Rossington standing up takes a wonderful take as Cars gets the ball to fizz through outside off stump. He really has to take it late, Rossington, behind his body almost, moving across to the leg side and letting the ball thump into his gloves to his right on the offside, so that he can give a little with the hands behind his back as he takes the ball. Here is Sanderson again, bowling to him. Little forward, defends, the ball drops into the covers. It's a question of who blinks first now, as Northamptonshire, well, they're not striving for the 9th wicket here, which is just right. They're prepared to be patient. Both Sanderson and Hutton just probing away, very nagging areas without trying too hard. The next ball is full. Cars gets behind it and defends into the offside again. Northamptonshire not tempted to put in an extra slip on account of the lack of swing. I could justify them, I think, having an extra, maybe a 4 slip or a gully for Hutton, who's getting the ball to move away a lot. Cars 7 not out, settles to receive the bowling. Sanderson again, fuller one. Cars blocks. The ground is bisected across the green sward by cloud. At the far end away from us there is autumnal sunshine. We're told it might get up to about 17 degrees today. The cloud now slowly retreats, bathing almost all of the rest of the ground in the light. The next ball from Sanderson is defended again by Cars. Really, it's just this end where we are, where we're in the shade. But such it is at Northampton, and you don't have to sit here unless you're working here. Spectators fairly well spread around the ground, slightly more by the signal box and by the Blues, because they're a bit closer to the action, the boundary being shorter then. Sanderson's next ball is through Cars and has bowled him neck and crop. He was beaten. It may have come in just a touch, but I think really what happened there was that Cars played backwards when perhaps he should have got forwards. The ball has gone, I think, through the gate. Rossington will take some of the credit for that, because it's difficult to get very far forward reaching when the keeper's standing up to a paceman. But Sanderson now has 6 wickets, 6 for 47, that's the 9th. Durham 106 for 9, and that's crucial because now Northamptonshire have their last available point. They have their full set of 3 bowling points to add to their 1 batting point. So Northamptonshire will get 4 points out of this game, in addition to any result points. And they'd rather hope they get 16, wouldn't they? 106 for 9, as Cars goes, bowls Sanderson for 7.
Yeah, on the cusp of taking a mighty lead now. You mentioned it yourself, Kit, didn't you, when the wicket of Ben Rain went down when Hutton made that breakthrough at the Northampton. Still had a chance to take a 3-figure lead, and I'd be most hopeful to do it now with just genuine tail-ender Chris Rushworth walking out there. 111 the advantage. Just great stuff from Sanderson, probing away, and just got one to nip back. And like you say, the defence from Cars a little weak in his ground, trying to poke around and negate the seaming ball. Yeah, it's nipped back a fraction past the inside edge. He was just probing forward with the bat, feet going nowhere, and
yes,
his off stump is removed. So Sanderson, having probed away, has gone.
As have I.
Almost gone is my colleague Kit Harris, who has tumbled to earth, not knowing that these chairs tip up when you step out of them.
Oh, well, that was nice.
Are you okay there?
Yes, I am now, thank you, Alex. I just looked up to have a look at the replay, which Alex had very kindly got up on the screen, and as I sat down again, I forgot myself.
I shouldn't, Titter, but...
Now, a bail was broken there, and the groundsman comes on with another one. I wonder whether it's a bit like balls, actually. He's come out with a selection of bails. Don't say the umpire's going to inspect it. No, he isn't. He just asks the fielder to chuck it back to him.
So we've got 9 minutes to go until lunch. We will play on now until the Durham innings is done. Well, we'll play on for half an hour, so we can go on here to 1:10 to try and get the Durham innings done and dusted with. But we've still got now 8 minutes to go remaining in the session.
Now that was the end of the over, so it's Hutton now to Salisbury. Neither of these batsmen have scored. He goes
Charge.
for the drive and he nails it. I think he'll probably get 4 there. Yes, the fielder has conceded it. It was full, floated up, half volley outside off stump, and Salisbury leant into a pleasing shot. Didn't quite time it, but it had enough pace to find the rope. So Salisbury has got some runs, 4 as he's off the mark, 110 for 9 now, 107 behind. All inroads into this lead now will be gratefully received. Sussex are all out, so there we are. We have halfway through the game. I'll give you the scores in just a moment after this ball from Hutton to Salisbury again on leg stump, and he closes the face on the bat round the corner, is going to pick up a single to long leg. Moves now to 5, and Rushworth, having come in at this end, is going to face his first ball from the other end. 111 for 9 now. Yes, Sussex 231 in response to Derbyshire's 138, so they have a 93-run lead on first innings. Lewis Rees took 5 for 63.
That should be a match-winning advantage there.
You'd think.
But only 1 bonus point for them.
That's critical, or it could be. Rushworth's first ball now, he faces Hutton. He drives, times it relatively well, but finds extra cover, so he can't get off the mark. So Derbyshire 3 points and Sussex 4. That's the first of the Specsavers County Championship Division 2 games to reach the close of both first innings. In fact, the first in either division. Here comes Hutton again to Rushworth. A rather awkward back foot defensive shot, playing the ball on the up to mid-wicket.
He's played for so long, Chris Rushworth, you might have thought he'd worked out a better way to try and do it by now, but 44 runs this year in 17 innings. A genuine number 11.
But not the worst number 11, and that's sometimes that's the only accolade you can aim for, is not quite being the worst. He faces Hutton now again. This is a straighter ball, no deviation in the air. Rushworth does well to get behind it. Standing tall, because it was a bit back of a length. Just presses it to mid-on. So Durham they'll be feeling disappointed at this point. They've only been out there, well, it'll be 46 overs after this ball. And having done so well to bowl Northamptonshire out 217, they've missed their opportunity here. Hutton bowls to Rushworth on leg stump, and he plays a wonderful whip through mid-wicket for 4. Excellent. That would be, well, that's not the shot of a genuine number 11. That's a shot any batsman would be proud of. Like Salisbury early in the over, he's off the mark with a 4 as well, and there were 9 runs from it. That's rather spoiled Hutton's figures. He has 2 for 29, and it's now 115 for 9, 102 behind. Rushworth 4 and Salisbury 5.
So how many bonus runs really can Durham pick up? Still trail by 102. And Doug Bracewell here is going to come, but no, he's not, sorry. He was wandering across to his mark, but it will be Sanderson to continue from the far end.
Possibly suggesting to Adam Rossington that he, as the invited overseas guest, might quite like to get the last wicket. Sanderson continues. Oh, that's a lovely ball. A lifter just moving away off the seam. Salisbury puts in a stride, but just pulls out of the way at the last moment as the ball zips through to the keeper captain. Both these teams have wicket-keeper captains. You don't get that very often. But, both of them have contributed throughout the innings, but Rossington very much in the ascendant at the moment. The next ball is flicked past square leg. There's a little bit of leg side to play with, and Salisbury's picked up another 4. The applause from the 6 or 7 Northamptonshire supporters who could be bothered to put their hands together was half-hearted at best.
There are a few Durham supporters in the ground.
Well, that one you just heard all of them, I think, probably. There was Salisbury goes to 9, 119 for 9, and that's something. The lead is now under 100, 98. Sanderson
Oy.
beats Salisbury with a ball that held its line outside the off stump. Salisbury just playing inside the line. And did we start on time? I wasn't here at the start.
We did, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so we're now
We
into
got-
bonus time, are we?
We got underway. Not quite yet. Tea was, lunch and tea were moved backwards
Because of the
10
time
minutes.
loss. I see.
Well, we're trying to bowl 102 overs today.
Okay, good for us. Well done. There's 3 minutes until the scheduled lunch interval. Now this ball hits Salisbury high up on the thigh pad. Far too high up for any kind of appeal. Just a yelp from third slip, as if to say, nice one. Now, did we get any... we got some news on Rob Wakely. All is well, is that right?
Rob Newton.
Rob Newton. sorry,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah, Newton has got a hand problem, so isn't going to field for the rest of the game, but we are told that he might be okay to bat.
Okay, that's the main thing. Next ball is driven, is half volley over the top of mid-off, not timed, and it's going to be a race for 4. I think they won't get it, but they will get 2. So Salisbury gets into double figures. 11 to him, 121 for 9 now. Useful runs, as they all are, when you're trying to reduce the deficit you're going to earn on first innings. I think Sanderson just over-pitched a fraction, and like many a tail ender, Salisbury thought, if it's up, I'm going to have a swing. And because the field was up, all he had to do was get it over the top of mid-off. Right, last ball of the over now. Salisbury faces Sanderson, gets one on leg stump, and he's just able to tickle it behind square to retain the strike at the end of the over. Came off the glove, I think, but it was a run. So Salisbury keeps Rushworth away from the danger end. 12 to him, 122 for 9. Rushworth has 4.
Andy has been in touch on Twitter. Good morning to you at _Alex Winter. He says, a question for you guys. David Warner batted outside his crease quite a lot during the Ashes. And he watched one spell in particular when Archer and Broad were beating the bat and the ball was going straight through to Bairstow. Warner wasn't stepping back into his crease, nor even looking backward. He even went gardening at one point. I wondered why Bairstow wasn't trying a long-distance stumping. Is it one of those gentlemanly rules of cricket? Well, no. Bairstow would have been fully entitled to try an underarm back at the stump, so long as he does it straight away. If the ball is settled in the hands of a fielder or the wicketkeeper, the ball is considered dead. But if he takes it straight away and then moves to throw, the ball is still live, so a stumping would be possible.
Here is Bracewell at last, with a chance to take the final wicket down the leg side. A bit of a loosen on the first one, but fortunately for Bracewell, Salisbury doesn't connect, and Rossington tumbles to his left to take. And you know what, Andy? Well done for identifying that as a long-distance stumping, because it has occasionally happened, and happens a lot in club cricket. Sometimes it's put down as a run-out. And the laws of cricket say that if the batsman hasn't been attempting a run, has just taken a couple of strides down the pitch, maybe to advance upon the bowler, or is batting out of his crease and the keeper throws down the stumps from behind, it is a stumping. Next ball from Bracewell, very full, tailing in on Salisbury, but he digs it out just to the left of mid-off. So he has another single, trotting through quite sedately for it. 13 he has. Rushworth on strike now with 4, 123 for 9 now, Durham. It's only if he attempts a run that he can be adjudged run out rather than stumped. But I have certainly seen at least one televised stumping labelled as a run out in that situation, and felt very sorry for the bowler. Bracewell's next ball, this one's to Rushworth, outside off. Oh, he's timed it really well. He had a little bit of width, it was full. He just got half a stride forward, and he's gone to the boundary, forward of point. You see there are gaps in the field here, and this is a nice little rally from these two. Rushworth 8 now, 127 for 9. It's good that they can put something together. 106 was when the 9th wicket fell, so this partnership now worth 21. Both these batsmen had yet to score at the start of the partnership. So 8 of those 21 to Rushworth, 13 to Salisbury. Bracewell comes in again. Oh, just 2 slips now. Oh, and it's a leg glance for 4. Well done. It was a repeat of the first ball of the over. That loosener again. This time Rushworth, having had the sighter earlier on, managed to get the toe end of the bat onto it. It's Another shot played just as any good batsman would have. And there's a moral victory, not just the runs. Rushworth 12, 131 for 9, but third slip has come out now and is at cover. Well, good for you, tailenders, to force a change in the field. Bracewell, like any self-respecting bowler, will have thought that he's come on to have the chance to scoop up the last wicket, has now gone for runs. His next ball to Rushworth is full. Rushworth digs it out.
Yeah, already 25 put on by this pair. Useful runs, just moving Durham a little bit closer.
I won't be thinking about bonus points just yet.
Oh, of course not, no. But yeah.
But it's all helpful.
Yeah. Northants would have been targeting bowled Durham out for 150 when they set out yesterday morning, but from 42 for 6 they would have been hoping for maybe a bit more, maybe not so from 99 for 6.
So this one is down the leg side again, and it's fumbled by Rossington. It actually passed Rushworth on the full, but he wasn't able to get any bat on it. The fumble was only slight, and no bye was taken. So that concludes a not entirely together over from Doug Bracewell on his return to the attack today. 131 for 9. Durham now trailed by 86 runs.
Elsewhere, the Gloucesters have got a little lead on Worcestershire, only very slightly, lead by 5, but they're 226 for 9 there. They were 7 down, only just behind Worcestershire. They lost a couple of quick ones, so it looks like it's only going to be the one batting point for Gloucestershire, but essentially a one innings match that, as it was the case last week at New Road, and Worcestershire ended up beating Glamorgan very comfortably indeed. But a good morning for Middlesex at Old Trafford, 132 for 6 there against Lancashire. They were building from a very, very low base, it must be said, but they have at least got a little bit closer. Avoided the follow-on, but they still trail by 127. Here, Gareth Berg is coming back from the Wilson end in bonus time here in the morning session. Berg in right arm over, bowls to Salisbury, who ducks a bumper just outside the off stump, and it goes through to Rossington. Glamorgan bowl out for 4-3-5, the lunch there against Leicestershire at Cardiff, so much for Leicestershire to do to respond with the bat. And Derbyshire have survived 1 over to lunch at the racecourse ground, 1 without loss. They trail Sussex, who picked up 1 batting bonus point by 92 runs. Division 1 boards at lunchtime, Yorkshire 80 for 3, replying to Kent's 482 for 8 declared as Berg bowls here outside the off stump, and Salisbury was having a hack at it, got a bottom edge that bounces through to Rossington, no run. Warwick, so far so good at the start of their reply to Nott's mighty 498, finally firing with the bat. Warwickshire 24 without loss at Trent Bridge. Essex have lost an early one at Chelmsford. They bowled Surrey out for only 174 down there, but 26 for 1 at lunch. Essex in reply. Down Chelmsford as Berg bowls here, edged and caught. Salisbury having a swing leg side, and a top edge is claimed by Adam Rossington, and Gareth Berg has come back to finish Durham off here for 131, which gives Northamptonshire a first innings advantage of 86. Been a very good morning for Northamptonshire. That partnership of 57 delayed things a little bit, but Northants have got the job done pretty efficiently here. No batting bonus points for Durham. That's a blow. Very low haul of points for them with the bat this season, and once again they failed to put anything on the board here, and crucially concede a first innings deficit that's pretty significant as well in the context of what we've seen in this match so far. Northants 217, and now Durham replying with only 131. Salisbury the last man out for 13. Gareth Berg with his second wicket, he finishes with 2 for 17. But Ben Sanderson, the star for Northamptonshire, a couple of wickets for him in the second over of the morning, then picked up his third later on. 6 for 54 he finishes with, and it'll be he to lead Northamptonshire off down to our left hand side. He raises a hand up to the spectators standing on their feet as he leads Northants off. Another outstanding effort from Ben Sanderson, well backed up from Brett Hutton, who picked up 2 for 29 with the new ball as well. And Berg, as I say, with 2 for 17, finishing Durham off for 131. So lunch here at Wantage Road, and in 40 minutes time, so probably just before 20 past 1, we'll be back for the start of the Northamptonshire second innings, where they will take an advantage of 86.
by Acute Disability and the brand ambassador for Career Wealth Management.
Welcome back to Wantage Road. Afternoon session of day 2 of Northants against Durham is about to get in an extended morning session for just 131, their second lowest score this season. And they really have to improve on things in the second innings if they're to get anything out of this. And if you look at the difference between the two sides, it was basically Adam Rossington's 82. His decision to take on the Durham bowlers yesterday afternoon when Northants were 150 for 8 in the gloom and the drizzle has proved crucial. Could it be the key point in their season with the promotion on the horizon here? And just what impact will it have on Durham? They need to bowl a lot tighter and a lot better than they did yesterday morning. They just didn't exert enough pressure with the ball in very bowler-friendly conditions yesterday morning. Durham, too much loose and short stuff. And Northants got off to an excellent start, 99 for 1, before they then had a post-lunch wobble. But here we go again. And Ben Curran is going to face the first ball of the session from the Wilson end from Rushworth, coming round the wicket, and he plays and misses at the first ball. Outside the off stump. Martin Emerson with you here from BBC Newcastle, and Alex Winter from BBC Northampton.
Hello again. Yep, good number for Northants to work with here, 86. It's been a relatively low scoring game so far. It's a sizable advantage. But Northants are going to have to play well because conditions will ease as this match goes on.
Well, they have just used the heavy roller as Rushworth comes round the wicket and bowls, and that's defended by Curran on off stump. An eagle-eyed spectator here who I've met a few times in varying places this season is lives down the south coast somewhere, but tries to see every county at least once on all the different grounds that are used. So that takes some planning, doesn't it? But the heavy roller this morning was facing the square, and now it's parked facing the fence, so that's been on and been off again. So you'd imagine that would flatten things down. Rushworth round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and nips back sharply. Took 5 wickets yesterday, Chris Rushworth, his 25th 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. He eventually finished with 5 for 58, but Ben Sanderson 6 for 54 in response for Northants. Was at one point, I thought he might break the record in the head-to-head. Best bowling figures for Northants against Durham had been Jason Brown, 7 for 69 at the Riverside in 2003. Rushworth comes in and bowls, and Curran turns that off towards the leg side. A couple of strips across, no run there. So Durham have taken 3 bowling points from this match, and Northants 4, so it means Northants have opened up the gap over Durham to 15 points. And a win would give them another 16, and they'd be in the box seat to grab one of the 2 remaining spots for promotion. Not Lancashire already away and have gone up. As Rushworth comes in once more, and that one just moves slightly on Curran, and he plays inside the line. So Lancashire can't be caught now. They got the points they needed yesterday to go up as champions. So Northampton now have 165 points. Could end up with 181 at the end of this match. And it's all about next week, I suppose, isn't it? That head-to-head between them and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire in 3rd at the moment. Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's defended on a length. And that is the end of the first over, which is a maiden here on the BBC.
Well, yeah, if Northants do go on and win this game, they can't be bettered by Durham. Sussex can still get only 1 batting point in this game, so they can get, in theory, another 44 points. So they could get themselves to 189. So that would mean Northants would need 10 points at Gloucester to get past Sussex, assuming they pick up maximum points on the south coast next week.
Ben Rain will open with Chris Rushworth rather than Bryden Carse, who was a tad on the expensive side yesterday.
Yeah, justifiably so. Rain opening up here was pretty good. 17 overs, 4 mains, 3 for 53.
Newton, who we didn't see fielding this morning because he hurt his hand, is opening and has a big leg side boundary to aim at here. The right-hander to the right-handed Rain from the Wantage Road end, our end of the ground. Oh, and he's caught him, first ball. Didn't really get forward enough to that one, did he? It pitched and stayed low, and Newton's gone. The first ball duck, and that just moved, it nibbled a little bit off the seam, but foot movement-wise, not the best. He got 26 in the first innings. He's out first ball this time.
Yes, if that is the end of Rob Newton's season, it's a very disappointing one. Pushing in a full delivery, just moved away. He's disappointed with himself, head bowed as he walks off. Just felt for one. Nicely bowled, but a movement away, but he's got to watch the deliveries a bit closer and try and let him go. So a middling campaign really for Newton, and once again doing an okay-ish job at the top of the order. Nothing really significant to show for his season. Assuming, as I'm talking here, that he's not going to play at Bristol next week with his hand injury. But certainly done for this game now. And just what Durham wanted, an early blow. They've probably got a bowl at Northamptonshire out for certainly under 200, you would say, to have a really live chance of chasing the score down in the fourth innings.
Do we know what Newton's done to his hand? Because he left the ground last night, didn't he?
Yeah, it was some kind of ligament damage.
Right. Oh, they call that a it's this particular type of fracture, isn't it? It's got a funny name.
Metacarpal?
No, flake fracture or something. It's where the ligament detaches from the bone, and you've got to have it attached back on, otherwise the ligament then just becomes floppy. The new batsman is Alex Wakely, former Northampton skipper. He actually handed over the job, resigned from his role just before they played Durham in June. Rain in, bowls. Oh, that's well wide of off stump, and that's taken by the keeper between second and third slip and is signalled as a wide. Now that moved erratically after it pitched. Rain turns from our end. Looking right down the track here in Northampton in the sunshine there, playing in. Oh, Wakely goes back into his crease and plays as misses at a ball that just pitches beyond off stump. That looks nice and warm down in the centre of the pitch.
Yeah.
It's quite warm in the car park out the back.
It's a nice day.
In the shadows here.
Spoke to one of the photographers at lunch. I've been enjoying things pitch side. Chilly here in the shade. Yeah, Newton there pushing at the ball. It was a good foot or so outside his off stump, and the way he was defending with that bat, pressing towards extra cover.
Rain in, bowls. Wakely pushes it and goes for a quick single. The ball runs off down towards third man. Rushworth will come up and collect it, the first run of the innings. I never wondered, well, I sort of did wonder if these gloves would ever make an official debut, having bought them at Northampton Market last year, and ironically the first time I wore them is here back in Northampton about 18 months later. You're not going to get vexed for it quick, can you?
Got to keep your hands warm.
Yeah, that's the job. But they're quite thin, but Rain's just altering his field here now for Curran, who faced the first over from Rushworth without a run. Got a square leg in place, short mid-wicket, long leg as well, point mid-off. Third man, 3 in the slip cordon, and this is played 2 square leg to Burnham. Burnham and Steele were out in the second over this morning for Durham, and then a partnership of 57 from Ben Rain and Ned Eckersley dragged them from the abyss. They ended up on 99 when eventually Rain was out, with the reintroduction of Sanderson and Hutton, who've caused all the damage for Durham with the ball in this game. And between them, Rain and Eckersley this season have been involved in 10 partnerships worth more than 50 for Durham, and quite a number of those have been above 100, and there's been a couple above 200 as well. Rain balls to Curran, that's gone down the leg side. He leaves it well alone, the batsman. The keeper takes it.
Yeah, that 1-3-1, the lowest score made here at Wantage Road this season in the Championship. Well, overall. Northants did bowl Sussex out for cheaper scores at Hove earlier in the year.
What you don't want to do is save you one of your worst batting performances for such a big game at the end of the season. In comes Rain once more, up to the stumps and bowls. And that's right on the money, and it's defended. And that is the end of the over. I'm just trying to remember how many times Durham haven't got a batting point this season. Where are we? So 117, that was one. 117 against Leicestershire. That was at Grace Road. They came back and won that one quite convincingly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. Five times they haven't had a batting point. Rushworth polishes the ball as he waits for the batsman to say he's ready. Wakely on strike. Rushworth from the Wilson end, running in towards us. He bowls. Wakely, without really moving his feet, to misfield by Salisbury, and this could run away for 4. It's gone up towards the boundary at the far end, and it does. That was poor fielding there. Again, it's another example. Durham missed a few in the field yesterday, particularly on the floor, and it's just there's so much dust and debris and baked earth on that square.
You can't blame that though. That was just poor work. He slid down, got across. He should have saved it.
I think it's gone underneath him, hasn't it? I just thought he'd stopped it.
Yeah,
he was sitting on it, and then I realised the ball was behind him and heading up.
Very poor work.
Yeah. Rushworth comes in again and bowls. That's through to the keeper. I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but the angle the shot was played, it did go across 2 wickets on the offside, and there's just a massive patch of mud there. So I don't know if Salisbury's slid in thinking he's timing it, and it's just deviated out of that patch of mud. I don't know, but he should have stopped it, and I thought he had. And next thing you see, he's chasing it to the boundary, and it's gone for 4.
Probably gave Northants 20 runs with misfields in that first innings. There were a set of 4 overthrows.
Yeah, there were a few misfields from Northants as well, mind, as Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's a good ball, just outside the edge of the bat, through to the keeper. It's just so worn. I mean, well, you'd expect the square to look like this, wouldn't you, at the end of the season?
Exactly.
What are we, mid to late September, and a lot of it has got absolutely no grass on it whatsoever. It's just patches of baked earth. And, see where the ground staff have filled in holes and used wickets, and then parts of the square have got quite a bit of grass on them and others haven't. They're threadbare. 6 for 1, Northants. Leeds 92 as Rushworth bowls again. It's played away by Wakely, safely out into the covers.
Got to try and get through this new ball period here. Northants have got a lead. Durham will know this is their chance to get right back in the game here with the new ball. With Rushworth and Rain, he went well in the first innings, sharing 8 wickets between them. Got to try and bowl Durham back into the contest. A couple of partnerships for Northants in the first 3 or 4 wickets, and they'll be well ahead of the game.
2 balls left of this 3rd over. Rushworth to Wakely. He comes in and bowls, and he's appealing for LBW. Not given. Now Wakely went. It was quite a stride he put in there. Now Rushworth stares at the stumps as if to say, well, that to me that was going to hit off stump. And he's having a word with the umpire, Russell Warren, about that.
Thought it was outside the line.
Well, we thought Burnham's was this morning, didn't we? And it was given by Peter Hartley after about a 4-second delay.
Yeah, on the replay though, it did look good on the replay.
But we both instinctively thought at the time that it was outside the line, didn't we?
We did.
Anyway, Wakely faces another ball. He's on 5. Rushworth comes in and bowls.
Oh.
How's that not nibbled the edge of the bat? Now that one moved sharply as it pitched. He's played and missed there. Played at fresh air. Well, a decent over from Rushworth, who'd be disappointed with that 4 that was conceded by Salisbury. I only thought about, having not seen the Salisbury misfield again, is he slid in with his toes first. So he was coming down onto his backside, and I thought the ball was going to hit him around about the buttock and the thigh area. You need to stop it now. I'm just wondering if it went behind him and through and away.
It just wasn't very good in general.
Rain to start a new over from the pavilion, and comes in here and bowls. It's left alone by Curran through to the keeper. Rob Newton, if you're just joining us, went first ball. Start of the second over, bowled by Rain. Just nibbled one through to the keeper low. And worries with a ligament or a, was it tendon or a tendon injury in his hand?
Something like that.
Yeah, he hurt himself on the square yesterday, didn't he? He went down quite heavily and ran off. Was he on, I'm trying to remember, was he on this corner of the square?
No, he was to our right hand side at point. He dived on one of the edge of the used wickets.
I remember just seeing a load of dust coming up and then him suddenly getting, I wasn't on air at the time, so. Rain round the wicket now, different angle of approach to Curran. He leaves that alone. Goes through to the keeper. Now that couldn't have been far off, because Rain is stopped about 10 yards from the batsman and he's got his hands clamped on his chin in disbelief that he didn't get the wicket there. And Curran doesn't want to know. He's gone off for a walk towards square leg. And still the ball nibbling around and offering a lot here.
Yeah, there was some movement still with the new ball.
Yeah.
Enough in the wicket to encourage the bowlers, but it will ease. The more sunshine we have, the wicket will ease.
Rain past the umpire. Bowls quite wide of the crease, and that's nearly taken the edge. That's gone through to the keeper. There's a quicker ball as well there. Curran leaning forward, trying to push it that outside the line of off stump. So if you weren't here today, then in a nice day like this, where would you rather be?
Me? On the golf course probably.
Yeah.
Or on the coast somewhere. Enjoying a coastal path walk.
Lack of wind on the golf course would be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Very, very good day for golf this.
Yeah. Rain round the wicket, comes in and bowls. That's played to point along the floor. Wakely sets off for a single, is told no. Where do you play? Do you remember anywhere? Eh?
I am, yeah. Played a course near Loughborough. About 20 minutes from my house.
I used to be a member at the Ram side, and then at South Shields for quite a few years until my back went. There was one year I'd paid my subs. Used to pay your subs twice, so you pay first instalment about March, April, and then the next one high summer. And I'd only played about two rounds of golf because the disc had gone in my back. Haven't really played much since, to be fair. So Rain comes round the wicket and bowls, and that's gone through to the keeper as well. It's left alone by Curran. Got a really nice set of clubs that I've hardly used. I've had about one season out of them. Jack Nicklaus clubs, cavity backs.
Pilates, that's what you need.
Well, what I needed was the disc out, so I got it out in the end. But also around about that time, 3 children. So when you imagine going off for a game of golf takes about 5 hours, doesn't it? By the time you've got round and had a pint afterwards or whatever. So Rain round the wicket from the pavilion end. He balls and Curran edges in. It's gone off down towards third man. There's no gully in there. He gets away with that. He was right inside the line of the ball there. It's come off the shoulder of the bat. That is the end of the over. 7 for 1. I think the last time I played a proper round of golf was with Anthony Gibson, the Somerset commentator, when we played down.
Oh, did he play at Burnham and Barrow?
Burnham and Barrow, yeah.
That's his course.
Beautiful
That's
course.
That's
just south of Western Supermare.
Yeah, it's quite a prestigious venue, though.
Yeah, very posh course. Surprised they let me in. But it's built in. It's a lovely links course, but some of the sand dunes are massive. But really nice fairways and greens, and beautiful views across the Severn estuary. Rushworth to start this 5th over from the Wilson end. Bowling to Curran. Round at the wicket he comes. Curran down the track, plays and misses. This is what Alex Lees did. Lees was walking down the track when he got himself out this morning. And I didn't see Eckersley's dismissal, but he was stumped, wasn't he? Oh,
it's a cracking piece of work. You have to see the replay. It's an outstanding piece of keeping from Rossington. Up to the stumps, full ball down the leg side. Eckersley had to flick at it and just stepped out of his ground instinctively. And Rossington had the leg stump out of the ground in a flash. Tremendous piece of work.
Rushworth to Curran, bowls.
Oi.
Oh, wow. That is pitched and that has come back in. It's gone between bat and pad and come over the middle stump to the keeper on its way down the leg side.
What Curran doesn't know what to do here. 17 balls so far, and it's been a very, very tortured little stay for him. Doesn't know where to go at all. Poking around outside the off stump, then done by a big inducker there from Rushworth as well. Curran is all at sea.
This is the third ball of the over. Rushworth again bowls. That swings the other way and is left by Curran as it goes through to the keeper. His brother Sam was playing for England in the test at the Oval the other day.
Yeah, vital wickets in the first innings.
His dad and granddad, Kevin's, both played for Zimbabwe. Has Tom, his other brother, played for England or not?
Tom Curran? Yeah.
In limited overs?
No, in test matches, yeah. He played on the last Ashes tour.
Did he?
Yeah.
I never saw any of that. That was down there, wasn't it, in the middle of the night? Rushworth round the wicket bowls, left alone again. Yeah, that was one of those Ashes series where you knew it wasn't a good idea to turn the radio on in the morning to find out what carnage had happened during the night. As so many have been down there. Which one of them used to have the little man bun then? Was that Sam or Tom?
That was Tom.
Tom.
Yeah, he was in the wider England warm-up squad for the World Cup this summer. Didn't make the cut.
Rushworth round the wicket bowls, and Curran defends that, and then he thinks for a second about the possibility of a single, but it's gone straight towards Burnham in the covers, and Alex Wakely was setting off and then was quickly scampering back again.
Or did he make the cut, thinking about it now? Because Dave Willey was the man left out of the England squad, and they had a choice between bowlers. I think Tom Curran was in the England World Cup squad.
But didn't play.
I shall check.
Last ball of this fifth over, 7 for 1. The lead is 93. Rushworth to Curran. He bowls. It's left alone. It's a couple of stumps wide of off stump. It was always angling away, and that is the end of the over.
More confident there from Curran. Leading them at the end of the over.
ICC World Championship, and that'll be it.
Well, that's the Test Championship.
Cricket World Cup, there you are. 7 for 1. Rain to continue from the Wantage Road end, our end of the ground. At Marty Cricket on Twitter if you want to get in touch.
Yeah, Tom Curran was in the squad.
In comes Rain up to the stumps and bowls, and that's met on off stump by Wakely and played safely out towards the covers. Derek says he and Ellie are walking after school with a new speaker so they can both hear us.
After school?
Yeah, well, they won't have finished yet, will they? Rain bowling to Wakely, comes in and bowls. Ooh, good ball through to the keeper. I said that I thought Durham didn't bowl tightly enough yesterday morning, and that's what Chris Rushworth said last night when I interviewed him. For Northants to get into a position where they were 99 for 1 and such a murky, gloomy day where you'd feel it was built for bowling. Too much short and wide stuff from Durham. So Ben Rain comes in here again and bowls. It's turned off towards long leg for 1 by Wakely. Boz says, I think bowling a team out for 217 hardly constitutes not good enough. The batting certainly falls into this category, however.
Well, it's all in context, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think given the conditions we had yesterday, it couldn't have been better designed for bowling. There was really heavy, low, grey cloud that swarmed all over the ground all day. The floodlights were on, the ball was doing plenty, there was enough in the wicket. I think Durham will feel they probably gave Northants 50 too many.
Yeah. Rain round the wicket now from our end. That's gone down the leg side. It's going to be 4. Keeper couldn't get across to it. 4 byes, I would imagine, yeah. Michael House says the 82 runs came from their last 2 wickets as well. This has happened quite a few times this season. Well, the 82 runs basically came from Rossington, who just decided to have a smack and slog swept the players 7 times into the stand for 6s.
Yes.
Through caution to the wind, didn't he? He adopted what was effectively a T20 approach.
67 Northampton added for the last 2 wickets. And of those, Hutton added 4, Sanderson not out.
Well battered. Andrew Tongue says they didn't seem to have an answer to Rossington hitting 60 off 22 balls. No, they didn't. Rain comes in again and bowls. That's a better line this time, but it's pushed out towards the covers for 1. As it goes to Bryden Cars.
Yeah, they were just a bit naive to Rossington. They kept bowling length at him, and any ball on a length was just being slog swept away. You look at all the strokes he played on the replay, and it was just the same shot. He'd shuffle across his stumps, go down on one knee, and hoy it leg side.
Yeah.
Tremendous batting, picking it up really well, but...
It was Viv Richards at Old Trafford, 1984.
Yeah, kept feeding him.
In comes the bowler again, and Wheatley plays this safely out to the covers. No run there, Burnham collected. Barry Wallace says it's just a shame Durham got bowled out for, what was it, 131? And he said, I was really looking forward to next week and watching a potential promotion team. But I feel that they've blown their chance. Not yet, they haven't. Remember, Durham have been very much a second innings side this year. The amount of games they've won 5 where they've hardly picked up a batting point as well. All out for 117 at Leicester. Ended up with a massive deficit and won by quite a substantial margin. So they've been in this position a number of times this season and have managed to come out the other end.
And conditions will ease. Not a bad start here. The early wicket of Newton, 13 for 1. And now Rushworth coming into Curran from the Wilson end. 3 slips in place, and it's down the leg side. And Curran steps inside the line, and Eckersley takes it going to his right. We've got pretty much the same field we've had throughout the entire match so far, with 3 slips in place, third man and long leg out, and then 4 serving a single. Point mid-off, mid-on, and forward square leg. The sun continues to shine here at Wantage Road. Lovely day.
I'm just looking around here, Alex, and there's people an hour left in t-shirts. I've got gloves on and coat on and a hat on and a hood up.
Fella must be of brave constitution. Rushworth is in, Curran is forward, dabbing just wide of mid-off. They set off for a sharp single and get home very comfortably indeed. Good batting, it'll dab and go.
And that's the 100 lead.
With the space on the offside.
Better write that down, eh?
Really, why?
I just feel like I need to. No reason.
Why at all does it matter when Northants push the lead
It's
into
just
3
something to
figures?
refer back to later.
14 for 1. In effect, 100 for 1. But a big battle for Northants to get through this new ball period of Rushworth and Rain. Rushworth to Wakely, and Wakely defending, trying to get forward. A little slow to do so, but does keep it out down towards mid-off. And there's no run as far as Salisbury there.
Do you think you've seen any benefits in Wakely since he's given up the captaincy? Has his batting improved and his game improved again?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. He's been just in his demeanour, really.
I think he just had enough of the hassle, hadn't he?
Well, yeah. He'd done the job for a long time, across all formats as well, so there was never any moment in the season where he could have a bit of a break. As Rushworth steps in once again, and Wakely pushing at one that goes away. He missed it by a long distance, really. The ball started quite wide and nipped away. He's always wary of that one that will nip back in from Rushworth, having shouldered arms in the first innings, only to lose his off stump.
I think he'd been captain for about 198 matches, hadn't he? He'd won two T20s, but I think what people don't realise is when you're skipper, it's not just going out and throwing the toss, having the toss if there is a toss, and handing over a piece of paper with the 11, and there's all these planning meetings and selection meetings.
All manner of faff to deal with, Rushworth is in again, and this bounces on Wakely outside the off stump, and again he misses it by quite a distance actually. Pushing forward to defend. A ball just wide of the off stump, probably a 5th stump line there, and the ball bouncing and going over the shoulder of his bat. Yeah, I thought that he might have given up the one-day captaincy, for instance, so he could have had a bit of a breather during the T20 campaign and kept going in the
That's what a lot of them do, isn't it? If it's anything, they'll give up one of the elements of the white ball.
But then championship batting occupies probably most of your time, as Rushworth is in to him and he plays forward. Thick outside edge will run down to third man to our right-hand side, and that will end the over. So 7 gone in the Northants' second innings. They're 15 for 1. Newton gone for a golden duck, caught behind off Rain. Wakely is there on 7. Curran has 3, and the Northants' lead is 101. Championship batting occupies most preparation. You have to get your mind right to come out here and bat against the moving ball. And if you're not quite in the place you need to be, your returns are going to suffer, as Wakely found. But he has picked up his form since then. Looked in very good touch last week at Grace Road as Rain bowls to him here, and he's forward, pushing back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. And made a century here against Worcestershire in Northants' previous home match.
That's handy for you, Leicester, isn't it?
It was, yeah.
30 on the doorstep, isn't it? Is that about a 20-minute commute?
No, a bit longer, 35-40 minutes. But not too bad at all. Time enough to nip in the Black Horse after play.
Where's that?
Just sort of probably a mile and a half from the ground. Beautiful old pub owned by Everard's, the Leicestershire brewery. As Rain is in, Wakely forward to quite a straight full delivery, plays down towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, when we were there, when was it, early July? I was driving in the first morning. It was a Sunday start, and the Cricketers pub, which is out the back of the pavilion in the press boxes at Leicester, was all sealed off with police tape.
Yes.
And I looked in, and there were scenes of crime officers there.
I'd heard about this, yeah. There was a bit of a...
There'd been a big incident the night before, and some chemicals had been released, apparently.
There was a bit of a do. Sanders goes behind a cloud as Rain is in, and Wakely pushing forward gets beaten. The way the ball deviated, having passed the bat, I thought he nicked it there. But again, Wakely fortunate to play and miss. And it's just your luck, really, whether you miss him or you nick him when the ball is nipping around like this. And Wakely gets whoever he won again, 15 for 1.
There are some pubs along from the ground as you head back towards Foss Park. There's one, I think, which backs onto the canal or the river or something. I've never been in any of those around there.
Yeah, the Black Horse is my go-to when I'm at Grace Road. As Rain is in again, but it bowls a half volley and gets driven away. He's running out towards the covered stand and finds the fence. Just pleasantly timed from Wakely. Over pitch from Rain. And initially I thought Burnham was going to come across from point to slide and cut that off. But the ball slipped away from his dive. And then the ball sped away from the chase from mid-off as well, out towards the small scoreboard to our left-hand side, which now says 19 for 1, and Wakely goes to 11. You know, pint of Tiger from Everard's Brewery, very pleasant. My favourite, they didn't have my favourite beer on actually from Everard's, Sun Chaser. It's a tremendous pint. Rain is in, and Wakely forward, thickish outside edge, runs wide of third man. Wakely is thinking about a second run here, but not available, because Rushworth is up quickly enough from the third man fence to collect and return to Eckersley in time. So Wakely will keep the bowling, not quite, sorry. Ball to go in the over, but Wakely goes to 12, 20 for 1.
Other breweries and pints are available. Drink responsibly and all that malarkey. Well, I better go and talk to the good people of BBC Newcastleshire and tell them what's happening here.
See you shortly. Rain going to come round the wicket to Curran. I say don't move yet, Marty, because we're behind the arm. Rain just pausing and now going in round the wicket to the left-hander, and Curran is flicking this down the leg side. That'll be 4. Just helped on its way there by Curran, playing with the movement back into him. A fine leg glance. The ball rushing away down towards the ice cream van, and Northants with a positive, productive over there. Take the score to 24 for 1. And the lead to 110. Curran 7, Wakely on 12. And Northants will be looking here to set Durham a target of over 300. which will give Northants plenty to bowl at in the 4th innings, but they may need plenty to bowl at in the 4th innings because conditions do ease here at Wantage Road. The wicket does flatten out, and with sunny conditions that'll make things easier in the next few days. Rushworth to continue from the far end, bowls to Wakely, full of length, but 1.5 foot outside the off stump, and the right-hander is shouldering arms, and it's taken down low by Eckersley to his right-hand side. Northants have the chance, if they bat well, in theory, to bat to Durham completely out of the game. There's so much time left. Time is of absolutely no concern whatsoever because we're only on the 2nd afternoon here. Solid innings here from Northants. Could send them on their way to Division 1. But lots to do yet as Rushworth is in again from the far end, bowling full and tighter to the off stump, bringing Wakely forward. And Wakely is pushing back up the pitch for no run back to the bowler. Game moving on at New Road, where Gloucestershire made 235 this morning, so only a lead of 14 on the home side. Only 1 batting bonus point as well for the Gloucesters, but they now have Worcester 24 for 3. So Worcestershire leading only by 10 there, 7 wickets in hand. What kind of target can they set Gloucestershire? As in comes Rushworth again to Wakely, angles one back, and Wakely, rather in his crease here, is pushing down to mid-on for no run. Last week Worcestershire took a slender lead over Glamorgan, but batted them out of the game in the 3rd innings of the match, and Glamorgan were beaten very handsomely indeed. But a bigger challenge for Worcestershire to set a match-winning target this week. Gloucester's going well early on in the 3rd innings of that game. Beaten last week by Sussex. They play Northants at Bristol next week to Gloucestershire. As Rushworth goes in and beats the bat. Angled in towards the off stump, forced Wakely to play. And again nipping the ball away, but past the outside edge. More fortune for Alex Wakely. The other promotion rivals for these two sides, Sussex, took a big lead over Derbyshire at the racecourse ground earlier on today, but Derbyshire with a positive start to their 2nd innings, 54 without loss. Bowled out for just 138 yesterday with Derbyshire. Sussex 2-3-1, so only 1 batting bonus point for them, but a big lead. Derbyshire 54 without loss, still trailed by 39 there as Rushworth is into Wakely, who clips past mid-on. Pleasant piece of timing. Chase out towards the bank of yellow seats on the far side of the ground, and it's just pulled back into play, and they're going to trot back for a 3rd run. Plenty of applause there for that chase out towards the county pub. But 3 runs to Wakely, with Rushworth going a touch full, a touch straight, and getting clipped away almost for Wakely's 2nd boundary. But he's got 15 now, 27 for 1, trying to get Northants away from the big danger which was Rushworth and running with a new ball here. A couple of sessions of solid batting is what Northants need to set their position up in the game. Rushworth round the wicket now to the left-handed Curran, and Curran is dabbing leg side sharp, single attempted just in front of mid-on. Good running, very good running, perfectly judged really. Initial glance across from Wakely, a little nervily, as mid-on was moving in quickly to his left. Having to run round his throwing arm there, Matt Salisbury. He got comfortably through for the single. So Curran is 8, Wakely is 15. 28 for 1, Northamptonshire, and the advantage 114. Newton gone first ball he faced in the 2nd innings. A season possibly over, with a hand injury he picked up yesterday. So if it is the end of his 2019 season, poor way to go out with a golden duck. Well, we will see what the damage is ahead of next week's trip down to Bristol. And I'll be dearly hoping he's there, Rob Newton, in what could be a momentous day for Northamptonshire, if they can complete promotion in the county championship. Change of bowling at the Wantage Road end here. 4 overs for Ben Rain. And out of the attack, 4 overs, 1 for 14 he's picked up, and Matt Salisbury is taking over. Going into Curran, and like he did in the 1st innings, pulls out. Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. Did exactly the same thing in the first inning. 28 for 1 Northants here in their second innings. They took a mighty lead on first innings of 86 this morning. Durham resumed on 37 for 4, but Ben Sanderson set the tone with 2 wickets in the second over of the day. He finished with 6 for 54. There was only one significant partnership for Durham in the morning session, eventually bowled out for 131, and Northants now trying to build on that advantage. They have lost Rob Newton at the start of this second innings. He was caught first ball for a golden duck, and with a hand injury he picked up yesterday, his season may well be over. But Ben Curran, who's just struck his first boundary, is on to 12, and Alex Wakely is with him on 15. So Northants 32 for 1, 118 runs ahead. That FM update very abruptly upon me there.
Yeah, you did a great job.
So excuse me. Salisbury in, and again goes through with his action without releasing the ball. He's done that twice in 2 balls, so clearly he's not quite happy when he's taking off on the bowling crease there. But Curran there with that pull stroke for 4, as I was given the update, the ball went straight through square leg. And again, it was the latest example of the fielding being pretty mediocre, really, by Durham here. Salisbury now does let go of the ball, and it's pushed away. Full toss, another slip. Goodness me, it's Cameron Steele this time at backward point. Durham have not got to grips with fielding here at Wantage Road at all. They haven't played too much championship cricket here. Many of these players will be playing their first championship match on this ground. And whether the dimensions of the ground or the outfield or the buildings and the stands are throwing them off, I'm not quite sure, but Kit Harris is back alongside me now. The ground fielding has been terrible.
Consistently, but it's been slipping and sliding all over the edges of the square.
Salisbury in, Wakely solidly forward, pushes past cover. This is successfully collected by Lees going to his left-hand side. And there is no run, so 33 for 1 Northamptonshire, and the lead 119.
Now Kyle Abbott has dismissed Somerset very nearly single-handedly. Somerset 142 all out, 54 behind Hampshire's 196, and Abbott took 9 for 40. Amazing stuff at Southampton.
Salisbury in to Wakely again in his crease, and he's punching back up towards the bowler's right hand, and there's no run.
So that hands an opportunity to Essex, who are 55 for 3 in response to Surrey's 174. But back in our division, Worcestershire are now 28 for 4 against Gloucester.
Goodness.
That's 14 the lead, so effectively 14 for 4.
That is outstanding stuff from the Gloucesters, and on their way to winning that one, you would say. Give their promotion hopes a big boost. Salisbury in, but a wide delivery, hammer to 4 by Wakely. He didn't actually time it as well as I first thought, but he got enough of it, and the ball went racing away out towards the small scoreboard to our left-hand side for a boundary. That was a very poor delivery, short and wide, and whacked away by Alex Wakely, who's up to 19 now, 37 for 1. And the Northants lead grows to 123.
It took Matt Salisbury 5 overs to be hit for 4 runs in the first innings, and this time it's taken him just 5 balls. He's struggling for rhythm, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe he's still not happy with his approach. And he goes again, quite wide on the bowling crease and quite wide outside the off stump, and Wakely lets it go through. So 10 overs gone at the start of the Northants' second innings, and they made a good start here. They have lost Rob Newton for a golden duck. But Wakely and Curran, as you likely to do in these conditions, playing and missing fairly regularly, must be said, but they're still there. And all it's going to take is a strong partnership for one of these top order batsmen for Northants to be well ahead of the game. 37 for 1, the lead 1-2-3.
They've said hand injury. I mean, is there anything more specific than that? Do we know if there's been an X-ray?
Yeah, I think he has been checked out. Some kind of ligament damage in his hand.
Oh, crikey.
Right. Rushworth comes round the wicket to Curran with 3 slips, and Curran is letting a ball go a foot and a half wide of his off stump through to Eckersley behind the stumps. Yeah, so it, as I say, it could be the end of Rob Newton's season. which would be a shame because he missed a period of cricket in the middle of the summer with a groin injury that he picked up batting at Old Trafford. Didn't field for most of the Durham innings, wasn't scheduled to field for the rest of the game. Did come out to bat but faced just the one ball. Rushworth running into the sun. Ball's outside the off stump and it's dropped at third slip. It was a diving chance that's gone down. Curran was just looking to steer it away. It was not a good shot, and he's got away with one there. Alex Wakely just comes down the wicket astride the two to have a word in the ear of Curran. It's Alex Lees who's put the chance down, diving to his left-hand side. Just steered it really in his direction, did Ben Curran.
It was very difficult. Had to go full stretch and low to his left. Only one-handed in his left.
Rushworth in again, and again Curran is trying to steer a ball to third man. That was much too close to him to try and do so. The ball just dribbles this time down towards Lees at third slip, and there is no run. So it should have been 37 for 2 in the 11th over here, and Rushworth should have had another wicket, having picked up 5 for 68 in the first innings. Curran gets a life on 13. It would have been a really disappointing dismissal for him because he just steered it away. Lees, as Kit said, at full stretch, it would have been a very smart catch had he claimed it, as Rushworth is in again and Curran is cutting this time through the covers. Plenty of time to play that stroke. Won't get 4 out towards the junction of the covered stand and the bank of yellow seats across to our left-hand side, but they come back for a comfortable second run. So Curran goes to 15. And Northampton to 38 for 1. He appeared to have it for a long time, Alex Lees, but just as he began to fall to earth, the ball slipped from his grasp. And Curran survived. Can he make the most of his opportunity? Curran battled away for a smart 36 in the first innings. And if he can make a similar contribution, it'll give Northampton a good start to setting a really challenging fourth innings target. 1-2-5 the lead for the moment, as Curran again is trying to poke out runs, playing late on the offside, but he can only find Burnham at point this time. And there is no run.
There is, at last, 100 for a batsman in this round of Division 2 matches, and that 100 goes to John Simpson at Middlesex. 103 not out, as the visitors at Old Trafford are 193 for 7, still 66 behind Lancashire's 259.
Good comeback there from 39 for 6. Batted most of today, Simpson certainly has, as Curran here just about keeps his hands inside the line. He was pressing forward to try and defend that ball outside the off stump. At the last moment, he just about pulled his hands inside the line. It was a good delivery. Rushworth operating very smartly once again. Got through 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 12 so far. So Northampton will be thinking, is that the end of Rushworth? Is that the end of Rushworth?
Yeah.
Have they seen him off for the moment? We shall see. 39 for 1, Northamptonshire in the lead by 125 runs here.
Yes, if Carrs, who may well replace Rushworth, is going to be successful, he's going to need to make the ball swing as much as Northampton's bowlers did.
Salisbury into Wakely, full delivery, driven at, and there's a brief fumble at mid-wicket, diving away to his left-hand side. Cameron Steele in there, couldn't grasp the ball completely. The ball slips away for another run. Wakely goes to 20, 40 for 1. Worcestershire are 33 for 5.
Oh, another one gone, has
at
it?
New Road.
Right, okay.
Well, the Gloucesters are surely going to win that there unless Worcestershire can find some stiff resistance. They're only 21 ahead. Salisbury into Curran. Oh, it's a horrible ball down the leg side and pulled away for 4. Short and much too straight, and Curran onto it very quickly to turn it around the corner for a boundary. So Curran goes to 19, and runs just beginning to flow now for Northants. 44 for 1 they are. That lead stretches out to 130. But the Gloucesters, they were in need of a response, having been beaten by Sussex last week. Still third in the table. Began the round 9 points ahead of Durham. Make that 10 with the batting point that they picked up that Durham didn't. But Durham and Gloucestershire now in completely different situations in their respective matches. As Salisbury goes into Curran again on the off stump, and Curran is angling it out to backward point, and there is no run.
Yes, that's the game across both divisions that's in the lead in terms of how far it's developed. It might have been us here for a while at Wantage Road, but things are happening so much on the other side of Birmingham in Worcestershire. Could not it beyond the realms of possibility they could have a result this afternoon?
Indeed, yes, yeah. Salisbury once again, and Curran in his crease, going back and across. He's defending down to Rain at mid-on, and there was no run. Leicestershire 70 without loss. A good start there at Cardiff, replying to 4-3-5, so big scoreboard pressure. If they can deny Glamorgan victory there, and Glamorgan did pick up maximum batting points, so for the moment Glamorgan are on target for what they need to do. They need to pick up a couple of wins and ideally maximum points to have any chance. And for the moment, doing their job, but no success so far in the Leicestershire innings, as Curran here again is just trying to angle a ball away from outside the off stump that he could probably let go. The ball sliding across him there, and the ball comes off a bottom edge and just lands on the return crease really, and dribbles away for no run. And Derbyshire 62 without loss at the racecourse. They still trail Sussex though by 33, so a long while to go there until we can think about how many Sussex might have to chase for a victory that would keep them firmly in the promotion shake-up. All hotting up in Division 2 as Salisbury is into completely over, and Curran is forward, slightly late forward, but keeps it out to mid-wicket off a thickish inside edge, and the over comes to an end. So after the loss of Newton, a few problems for Curran and Wakely, just beginning to settle, beginning to develop a partnership that if Northants know that, as I said before, if they can do some good work at the top of the order here, can get Durham quickly on the back foot, extend this lead, you've got a chance to bat them out of the game. But a long way to go yet. But they do lead by 130. Curran 19 and Wakely on 20, Kit Harris.
Yes, things are just moving along without any great pace or glamour for Northamptonshire, but they are accumulating runs and developing a healthy lead. Not just healthy, it's positively thriving at the moment. 130 for one effectively. As anticipated, Rushworth has had a rest now, and coming towards us from the far end is Bryden Cars. The first ball has a hint of the swing he's going to need if he's to have an impact, and Wakely just shoulders arms and lets it go through. You can tell that these fielders are Durham fielders, because unlike the Northants men earlier today, not a single one of them is in a sweater. It's quite chilly up here in the stands. It can't be more than about 14 degrees out there, and there's a little bit of a breeze, but this is quite a balmy weather when you're from as far north as Durham. Next one from Cars is wide, a long hop, and well, it's unfortunate there in that Wakely has only been able to push it out to the cover fielder, who manages to get something on it. Scott Steele has no run, probably a metre either side of Scott Steele, and he'd got his 4.
Yeah, he missed out there, Wakely.
Two slips. 2 men out for the hook, square on the rope. This one is short, and he will get runs this time. He tucks into it, forward of square, manages to pierce the field. In fact, he'll get 4 of them. Scott Steele runs rather forlornly after the ball. 2 long hops, and the second one Wakely was swiftly onto, so he moves to 24. Northamptonshire 48 for 1, 134 ahead now. And well, doesn't want to sound too down on poor old Durham, but of course 134, we're now in the territory when it's more than Durham got in their first innings already. That tide has turned. Next ball from Cars is a bit of an outswinger outside off. Wakely shoulders arms again, leaves it alone. 131 all out, and now 134 behind. A distinctly unfortunate position for Durham, because as so many times Rushworth got them into a good position to begin with, Remember, they had Northamptonshire 99 for 1 and then 217 all out in the first innings. Another short ball is hit hard to point. There's another misfield. OK, it reached the point fielder on the half volley, but they're going to take 2. It should really only have been 1. Oh, Point is furious with himself. So Alex Lees put down the catch 2 overs ago. He is absolutely incandescent at that moment, kicking the turf. Well, he's only going to make it even dustier, I'm afraid, Alex.
Well, the ball deserved at least 2, because again it was a short wide one, but again the fielding and it was hit firmly, but it was straight to him.
Wakely on to 26 as he faces another ball from Cars. It's short, oh dear, and the 2 men out for the pull, but it was so short and Wakely had so much time. He smashed it away off the back foot, a pull for 4. Well, that is a messy first over from Bryden Cars. 10 from it. 4 a 2 on a misfield, now another 4, both sides of the wicket. Wakely goes to 30, 54 for 1, and that is not the kind of change bowling that backs up a campaigner like Rushworth. 5 for 68 in the first innings, did most of the hard work. Matt Salisbury bowled very economically and very accurately. Things are not going very well now. Salisbury's been relieved after bowling 2 overs for 14, and already Ben Rain finds himself, well, he'd only had those 2 overs of Salisbury's to rest, and he finds himself pressed back into action for his 5th over as he starts his second spell to Ben Curran, the left-hander, and it just edged. Second chance, caught, he's got it, yes, there were, it bobbled out of second, slips hands, but he had a second chance at it, and just as he hit the ground he managed to grab the ball on the way down, and a good ball, first one back from Ben Rain, and Curran, slightly against the run of play, has perished. He's caught Watling, second slip off Rain for 19, and Northamptonshire 54 for 2, and I thought for a moment that was another drop.
Yeah, he bobbled it, didn't he, going down up his left hand side. That would have been a real sickener had that gone down, but just clings on, does Watling. So a much needed wicket for Durham, just when Northants were beginning to move into a position of some strength. They still have a position of some strength, 140 ahead, but 2 down now. As I said before, they would like to try and push this lead up north of 300 to be really confident in the 4th innings. Both openers removed. Curran, who hung around for 36 in the first innings, was just beginning to settle there, but the return of Rain has done the trick. And now Keogh comes out on a pair. Made a second ball duck yesterday.
Curran caught Watling, bowled Rain for 19 of 42 balls.
Solid partnership there worth 54 for the second wicket. And Northants, as I say, if they can build a couple of solid partnerships up the order here, they will take full control of the game. Got 1 in the bag. If they can have another one here before they're 3 or 4 down, they'll either be up towards 200 and they will be in a very strong position.
Yes, it only requires a couple of those partnerships. 54 for 2 then. Here's Keogh's first ball. 3 slips waiting for him as Rain bowls to him. He comes half forward and is hurried into a defensive shot with an angled bat into the offside. So that's the first ball negotiated. He was out second ball, as Alex said, in the first innings, caught behind off Chris Rushworth. But, it's never a nice feeling being on the mark for a batsman, but when you're on the mark in the second innings, having failed to score in the first, the pressure is more than double. Unfortunately, he isn't at this point charged with the task of digging Northamptonshire out of a hole, because they're still in the ascendancy. Here now comes Rain, third ball of his over. He bowls to Keogh on middle and leg this time. Keogh just squares himself up and taps it defensively firmly into the onside. No run. The cover is the man who's come out of the offside ring into third slip. Now the field has gone back to the symmetrical arrangement that it's had throughout most of the game, when both teams have had the ball. Mid-off, mid-on, both of them quite wide. Fielders square of the wicket on either side saving the single. 3 slips from the perfectly symmetrical third man and long leg. Rain again. Keogh's third ball. He comes more positively forward here and goes for the push. It doesn't beat mid-off. He was looking to meet a full ball with the maker's name of the bat presented down the pitch. But another dot goes in the scorebook. Keogh still waiting to get off the dreaded pair of spectacles. So called because it looks, well, 2 zeros together, a couple of extra lines drawn, and it looks like a pair of spectacles. That's where it comes from. And he's still on the pair. Now Keogh faces again, pushing forward firmly, this time much straighter, and Rain is able to parry the ball in his follow through to prevent any thought of a quick single past the bowler. At the moment, what's really the order of the day is just batting a bit of time. Stick around. The runs will come. Not many of them available off Chris Rushworth or Ben Rain, but Cars and Salisbury have had indifferent first spells. Here is Rain again to Keogh, and again you can hear, I think, the crunch of the firm defensive shot. So, confident playing out of the over there from Keogh. Not out on 5 balls, 54 for 2 then, Northamptonshire. Wakely on 30, and effectively 140 for 2 with the lead that they have, which is 86.
Yes, Durham 1-3-1 all out this morning. Resumed 37 for 4, quickly became 42 for 6 in the second over of the day. Nickersley and Rain shared one badly needed partnership, which at least put something on the board, and avoided what at one stage we were genuinely considering the follow-on mark of 68. But still an 86 advantage for Northants, and plenty to work with there. And an okay position.
Yes, it is an okay position. It's still a bowling dominated match, but the lead is substantial. Salisbury has been given the other end to bowl from, hoping a change is as good as the rest. It's just defended into the offside by Wakely on this occasion. He did bowl very well from the end he started from in this innings, in the first innings, but it didn't really come off. 2 overs for 14, well, a dot ball to start his hastily arranged second spell from the other side. This one is edged to first slip, neat catch, he's gone. Wakely perishes for 30. Lovely dive away for first slip. Angus Robson, he's been there throughout the game. There's not a moment he's been in any other position. He had to move smartly to his right, and he was falling as the ball died on him. Got both hands to it. And well, the change has worked for Matt Salisbury. There's his first wicket, 1 for 14 he has now. As Wakely goes, caught Robson, bowled Salisbury for 30. Keogh not at naught at the other end, and it's 54 for 3, Alex.
Good catch, poor shot, pushing it one away from his body. Could have left it alone, with a gentle movement away from the right-hander, but a very full length, and he was thrusting his hands at that, Alex Wakely. So some bother now for Northants. Once again, like in the first innings, good start. Not as good a start this time around. They were 99 for 1 first time around before the collapse came. 54 for 1 here. And we're just talking about the end of Rushworth's spell and maybe some pressure easing, but all of a sudden a couple of wickets, and Wakely, who began quite nicely there as well. 30 from 39 delivery, so a brisk start for him, and suddenly some pressure back on Northamptonshire. 140 the lead, and some hope for Durham. That's what Northants did not want to afford the visitors here. Having fired them out in the morning session. First innings lead of 86 to build on, and work to do for Northants, which should leave you out here at number 5. By no means the most secure against the moving ball. 16 for him in the first innings. Northants have got to try and fight here. 15 overs in to this second innings. All still very fresh.
Yeah, Richard Levy likes to go hard at the ball.
He does.
And he'll hit the ball on the up, which is all very well if it's not doing very much, but it's just enough swing out there. If the bowlers can get the ball in the correct area, on a length just outside the off stump and gently swinging away. It's going to make life a little bit of difficulty for Levy. He made a rapid 16 in the first innings, but had to knuckle down here. Salisbury to continue then. First ball for Levy. Outside of, let's say he's not beaten. Let's say he just drew the bat inside the line at the last moment. Just a tiny bit of movement away. Levy's still there. Durham, well, 140 behind, 3 down. Northamptonshire are, but they do have now the opportunity to bowl at 2 brand new batsmen, neither of whom is off the mark, which is always your ideal scenario as a bowler. Here is Salisbury again. I just got that one to come back in a little bit on pitching. His natural delivery is the outswinger, but he does have the off cutter, and that was it. But it didn't do enough for Levy to feel he had to play at it, and the leave was a good one.
Oh, the replay of the Wakely wicket looks really ugly. It's a length ball and it's a good 2 stumps wide, if not more, the off stump, and he's just pushed his hands at it and guided the ball to first slip. It's a really poor one for Alex Wakely.
Salisbury to Levy, outside off stump, and he plays it down through the gully. He's going to get a single to third man here as the throw comes in from Scott Steele.
Been leaving the ball really well, and why he felt the need to push at that, I've no idea at all.
It wasn't a shot, was it? It wasn't a defensive prod. It wasn't a drive. It was just a little.
Yeah. I mean, look where he's aiming. I've no idea what he's trying to do with the delivery.
It's a lapse in concentration, really. One might say.
Just there's a huge gap between bat and pad. He takes half a stride down and plays from sort of hip height.
Right, Salisbury to Keogh, still on a pair, and he drives only as far as Rushworth at mid-on. So he will remain on a pair. That was the last ball of the over, you see. 55 for 3. And you can have that microphone. Martin Emerson rejoining us here. Goodbye for the time being to Alex Winter. You're listening to BBC Northampton and BBC Newcastle, and it's of course eminently possible that you're listening to BBC Sport on the website or the app down the line. My name's Kit Harris, the neutral here in terms of broadcasting origin.
I was just thinking how flat things had gone from a Durham point of view, bearing in mind that Northants used the heavy roller at lunchtime. And just as I tweeted that it had gone flat, nothing was happening. I'd hit send and then looked up to see rain.
And then some things happened.
Curran, and then suddenly Wakely's gone as well. He couldn't make it up, as they say. Here is rain then from our end, coming in a bowl. And that is defended by Levy, who's on 1. Now, if you bought a pair of jeans that would be Levi's, he's Levy.
Yep.
And if you go to Lapland, you go to Levy. And they're all spelt the same.
And you did go to Lapland.
Yeah.
And you did go to Levy.
Yeah. So there's something putting the batsman off here. The room downstairs where the players have their lunch, there's only a steward in there. He seems to be in there on his own, but there were a few people wandering around in there a little bit earlier on, and it's right behind the bowler's arm. So if you're a right-hander, it's going to put you off. So I think somebody's just drifted behind the side screen, maybe, or he's walking through that room downstairs. Rain again, comes in and bowls, and that's edged, and it hasn't carried, and it's gone underneath the slip corner and away for 4. It was a bit of a false shot from Levy. It popped on him a little bit. He went at it one-handed. It's got the edge, and it's gone under, I think, BJ Watling.
Yeah, I mean, if on a warm day with Watling totally limbered up, he might just have got a hand to it.
I don't think it carried. I just think it went underneath.
A really difficult stop. York second slip.
Bernard tweeted to say he's been struggling for ages to get the live feed working. He's now managed it, and just as it clicked into action, 2 wickets fell.
Switch it off, Bernard.
There you are, Bernard. It's just pure coincidence, that's all it was.
Yes, it is.
2 slips in place as rain bowls again here, and that's left alone outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, round about chin height.
There are a great many people, Martin, who actually believe in this kind of the commentator's curse and so forth. And
Cobblers.
If I change my seating position...
It's just coincidence, isn't it?
How can it be anything else?
Well, the reason it happens is because we're here talking about this event.
Yeah.
You know.
When there are a lot of games going on all over the country, it stands to reason if you get up and go to the fridge, a wicket's going to fall somewhere. And that fridge is going to have your name on it at some point.
Yeah. In comes rain, running away from our spoils. Levy places down towards third man to rush with 1 run. Last week at Lords, James Franklin said he missed most of the wickets in the afternoon session on the final day when Durham took, I think, 7 after lunch, because he'd been out either out the dressing room or in the back of the dressing room, and nobody would let him come to the front when wickets started to fall. So it seems a bit daft when he's the coach, but there is a lot of this sort of stuff, superstition in cricket. I don't know why.
They are a superstitious bunch, aren't they, cricketers? But, you know, not just in terms of predictions.
This is played off towards mid-on. No run there.
You know, what will happen if I do this? What will happen if I leave the room? But also, you know, the batsmen all have their habits. Left pad on first every time. Certain pair of socks, handkerchief in the
some
pocket.
Some footballers always want the, you know, I've heard of footballers who will have the whole left leg shin padded, socked and booted before they even attempt to put something on the right leg. You know.
I say it is all coincidence. But I'm going to betray that by saying I also have a superstition, even though I don't believe in it.
Rain comes in and bowls. And this is played off towards mid-wicket this time by Keogh, who got a duck in the first innings and is still on none now after 8 balls. What is it?
I feel if I don't wear a very specific pair of cream socks to bowl in, then I will always be wicketless. And on the 3 occasions I've forgotten them this year, of the 3 occasions I have been wicketless. So
well, there might be something about a pair of socks in the way they've bedded in.
Well, it's
and
maybe
the way they provide the grip and the comfort for the, you know.
I mean, it can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know,
it's
I'm not wearing
like
the
new
socks.
towels. New towels are a waste of time, aren't they? They don't dry you.
But the Nobel physicist, the laureate Richard Feynman, used to keep a lucky horseshoe nailed to the wall behind his desk, which you wouldn't have expected from a scientist.
Salisbury from the Wilson end, bowling to Levy. No run there, it's played back to him. It was lucky until it fell off and banged him on the head one day, and that was the end of him.
People occasionally would notice it and say, Professor Feynman, is that a lucky horseshoe? You don't believe in that, do you? And Professor Feynman used to say, no, I don't believe in it, but I'm told it works whether you believe in it or not.
Well, I think there's a lot of farriers would probably tell you that horseshoes aren't that lucky.
Unless you're buying them, in which case, take a dozen.
In comes Salisbury again. This is an inside edge, played past square leg. Burnham's chasing it off towards the covered stand on our left-hand side, 1 run. Well, I know a guy who's a farrier, and all his teeth are chipped because the nails you use to bang at, you hold them in your mouth, and he's constantly chipping his teeth. So I think his dental bills would be quite heavy, so therefore I don't think there's much of an element of luck there.
Yeah, sounds like he needs a lot of composite bonding done. It's a costly process just for a little corner of your teeth to be filled in.
Yeah. Salisbury coming a ball to Keogh, yet to get off the mark. 8 balls his face now, but he will with that. That's a drive past mid-off for 4 up towards the far end of the ground. Lent into it and just hammered it away past Briar and Carse. Nothing the fielder could do about that. It was half volley. Paul Lund says, Martin, one of my work colleagues has heard this season the top 4 teams get promoted from Division 2. I thought it was only the top 2. No, it's a top 3.
There you go.
Well done.
So if you take the average of your predictions, between you got it right.
Yeah. We talked about Tom Curran and Sam Curran earlier, Ben Curran's brothers. Salisbury comes in here to bowl to Keogh. Oh, that's worth a shout. He's got him. That snips back sharply. Now, the only issue I would say, thinking about what I've just witnessed there, because he played and missed that when he played right round it, was height. That would be the only issue there, but he's out. So, not his game, Rob Keogh. Duck first innings and 4 the second. He looks a little bit surprised to be given there. The ball did nip back in at him, and he's shaking his head, and I think he feels that that was set too high.
Well, the umpire didn't spend much time thinking about it, and certainly it did beat him by coming back into him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So, as I've said this before, Salisbury's got a natural action, bowls the outswing, gentle outswing away from the bat. And the bowling coaches say that when you bowl the outswinger, your action naturally will allow you to make an easy adjustment to bowl the off cutter. And the same if you bowl in swing, you can also bowl a leg cutter. That was the off cutter. It came in a couple of inches off the seam, and it did beat Rob Keogh, but maybe it was a little high. But the umpire didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it, which suggests he thought, oh no, not too
Russell
high.
Warren, finger straight up there. Now, here's Adam Rossington, who caused all the damage in the first innings with his swashbuckling 82. Effectively the difference between these two sides. The lead's 151,
And it was 86. So, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, definitely the distance. And when you count that incredible stamping that he pulled off.
Yeah, I never saw that earlier, but yeah.
Did you see a replay of it?
I haven't.
If you can
but,
dig one out.
Alex was telling me about it. Leg side stumping from to get Ned Eckersley.
Yeah, gorgeous it was. And it's only the second ball that he stood up to the stumps. The first one was an LBW shout, and it was as good as anything you've ever seen MS Dhoni take down the leg side for India. A worldie.
Salisbury then to Rossington. Wilson end, right arm over, he bowls. Rossington drives straight at Bryden. Carson smashes off his foot and comes back to the stumps at the bowler's end. Derek Allen says Tom Curran was in the England squad, but he didn't play. Dawson was added and did not play. Mark Wood did. We were trying to remember who was in the England squad earlier. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, if you want to drop me a line, you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk.
Is it Weir cricket, like
As in the river?
The river, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
In comes Salisbury, bowling to Rossington. Rossington defends that one, it just trickles out on the offside. That's the end of the 17th over. So Durham got Rob Newton, first ball he faced, start of the second over. There were none for one, then a 54-run partnership from Curran and Wakely, and Curran fell for 19. Caught by BJ Watling in the slips off Ben Warren as Rain came back into the attack from the pavilion end, and then Wakely falling to Matt Salisbury, caught by Angus Robson at first slip for 30, and then Keogh LBW Salisbury for 4. 65 for 4. Rain start a new over, bowling to Levy. Levy forward, jams the bat down on the ball, roundabout off stump, goes off towards the covers, no run there.
Rain's natural movement is back into the right-hander, and there was a little shape. As the ball was halfway down, it started to tail back in at Richard Levy. When you're bowling swing, you want it to go late. If the ball swings steadily all the way from your release point, it's easy for the batsman to see early where the ball is heading. But if it starts off straight and then swings one way or t'other halfway down, it makes it a lot more challenging from the batter.
Rain again bowls. Oh, an inside edge or a leading edge there from Levy. It goes up to Scott Steele at mid-on. Dot ball.
Martin, there's some fun in the division. Worcestershire now 45 for 6 at home against Gloucestershire. That's a lead of 35. I still feel that game could finish today. Middlesex 40 behind, have lost their 8th wicket. John Simpson is still there on 119.
What are they on now? Because they were 36 for 6 yesterday.
219 for 8.
Oh, they fought back then. Rain comes in and bowls, and that's left. It's low outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper.
Well, the really fun one is that only at the blinking of an eye ago, just over an hour, Sussex were all out for 231. It's a chunky lead ahead of Derbyshire. 93 runs the lead, but Derbyshire have already eradicated the lead, opening partnership of 106 off 19 overs. They're 13 ahead. So good recovery.
That's what Durham did at Leicester. They wiped out the deficit without a loss of a wicket. In comes Rain and bowls. Levy turns that off towards mid-wicket. What were they? Were they 119 behind, I think they were, in that game?
The one other game that I've yet to mention at the moment is Glamorgan 435, and Leicester have suddenly had a slip on a banana skin because they're now 86 for 3, having been 85 without loss. Horton, Ackerman and Cosgrove have fallen in very quick succession. They're still 349 behind, so Leicestershire have got themselves into a little bit of a pickle.
They were 95 behind Durham. They wiped them off without any wickets lost. And went on to win that game. So interesting to see what develops at Derby. Is it at Derby, yeah?
It is.
Well, they're just up the M1 from here, enjoying the same sunshine as we have.
Oh, good.
Different kettle of fish yesterday. It was miserable around the south. I think anywhere south of around about Leeds was pretty miserable yesterday with the murky, damp conditions. Floodlights were on here all day.
It was like a North Sea mist, wasn't it? Like being out on a
sea fret.
Out on a ferry. Sea fret. Yes, it was that.
Evie on strike here. 65 for 4. Rain bowls. He's played this to short mid-wicket to Cameron Steele, end of the over. BBC Newcastle with you, BBC Northampton. Yeah, we get these sea frets come in The worst part about it is sometimes really hot weather in the summer, and it's cold out at sea, and then all the cold air, the cool air out at sea sucks the warm air off the land, and that warm air reacts with that cold sea and forms this mist, and then it comes back in on the tide. Now, I remember a few years ago, for about a fortnight, it was so muggy, but this fog just never lifted, and we had the foghorn going off 24 hours a day outside our bedroom window for about a fortnight, and it was so warm you needed the windows open as well. Salisbury comes in here and bowls, and this is guided behind point by Rossington for 1. Steele chases it, Cameron Steele, and snatches it on, gets it back in on the turn.
The battle for the County Championship Division 1. Essex are 79 for 3 in response to Surrey's 174, so 95 still the difference between the sides on first innings, and Hampshire having a lead of 54 over Somerset, who rallied to 142, and now 10 for 1 in their second innings.
Richard Levy's just asked for some tape to be brought out to sort out the bottom of his bat, but he is going to face Salisbury here. He turns that nicely past square leg for 4 with a lovely little flick of the wrists.
Didn't need tape on that bit.
No, he didn't, did he?
They middled that. He barely touched it. All timing.
He is examining the toe of his bat now, and wants that tape brought out. But yeah, that was right off the meat of the bat. Can't emphasise that it is a quick outfield with a really short boundary on the leg side for a player like him. You're looking 50 yards max, and there isn't a square leg in there. I'm not sure a square leg would have done much there.
No.
You've got Jack Burnham at mid-wicket, but I mean, it was flying past him. There is a fine leg. Salisbury in again, bowls, and this is played up towards wide mid-on. Burnham comes across in front of Rushworth to collect it.
He's quite bottom-handed, isn't he, Richard Levy? I mean, that shot he was trying to play on the up towards cover. The bat, I think, almost rotated in his hands a bit because the bottom hand was so dominant, and it ended up being a closed face shot towards mid-wicket, which is not where he intended it.
He got 16 in the first innings yesterday, and now the bat tape is brought out. Interesting that he's just hit a 4 like that, and now they stop mid-over to sort it out. But if there's something just hanging, a little bit of splinter or whatever just hanging off the edge of the bat. His highest score against Durham until yesterday had been 11 in championship matches, but he hadn't really played against them that many times. Gonna have a slight delay here while they sort this out.
The substitute fielder is Gay, in his first on-field appearance, having signed a 2-year contract. Youngster from Bedford. He's just on his knees in front of Levy, just helping him apply some tape to the handle. Hampshire 10 for 2. What a funny game. Really, Hampshire and Somerset having a massive argument about which side is the worst batting team today.
Somerset had a batting point on the bowling point on the board in about the first 20 minutes of that match.
Amazing. Well, and I mean, Somerset you thought were dead, were absolutely dead and buried. They were 65 for 8 and 142 for 10, thanks to Dominic Bess and Rolf van der Merwe. So the battle for the championship is, it's still on. Well, it is. I mean, it's just all going to come down to the final game, isn't it?
Darren Stevens.
Oh no, what's he done?
Well, he got that double 100 yesterday, didn't he? It's got Andrew Sanson, the TMS statistician, having a look at things.
Oh, I've read this one. This is a very good stat.
Players who've taken 10 wickets in a match and also scored a double century in first-class cricket after the age of 43.
Can't be many. I could think of one.
And as I mentioned yesterday, I thought I'd heard that Kent were going to talk to him about a new contract, having told him a few weeks ago he wouldn't be getting one, and they are. As Salisbury balls, driven with the tape to mid-off for a single by Levy to Cars.
Can I guess one or two?
Yeah.
Well, the two I would be absolutely convinced about, educated guesses, mind you, would be W.G. Grace and Wilfred Rose.
But you said you've seen this already.
Oh no, I saw the one that said he's the first, is the oldest man to score a first-class double 100 since the 1950s. I think was the one I read, which I thought you were going to read out.
Salisbury comes in and bowls, left alone outside the off stump. So W.G. Grace, Wilfred Rhodes, J.H. King,
I'm not so familiar with J.H. King.
F.E. Woolley, is that Frank,
Frank Woolley, yes.
Yeah. And D.I. Stevens,
I
2019.
know about D.I. Stevens. Yeah,
Yeah.
J.H. King, you say. Let's get a little bit.
And Ian Marshall from Playfair says the fact no one's achieved this feat since the outbreak of World War II shows just how extraordinary his performances have been. Certainly does. Now I think the stat of the year from Andrew Sampson the other day is Salisbury Brawlers again here now to Rossington, who defends that one on the off stump, played it in towards the covers. The test match the other day where England won was the first time 5 bowlers had taken wickets in one innings and another 5 bowlers had taken wickets in the second innings.
Oh, right.
So
From opposing teams?
Well, the 5 wickets taken in the Australian first innings.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, the wickets taken in the Australian first innings were by 5 players.
Yep.
And in the second innings it was different. That's
Okay.
what I read from that.
Okay. I can tell you who J.H. King is in a minute. I know you're dying to know.
Here's Rain bowling to Levy, who flicks that off his hips out through deep mid-wicket. Steele's chasing it. He might just stop it with about 2 yards to go to the ropes towards the groundsman's hut. They run 2. Northants with Rossington and Levy in the middle now are accelerating again. 71 for 4. The lead's 157.
John Herbert King, Leicestershire. His entire career he spent at Leicestershire. 30 years he was there, scoring 25,000 first-class runs, 1,200 first-class wickets.
Rain bowls left alone outside the off stump.
And here's the trivia, according to the online encyclopedia. The last batsman to have been given out hit the ball twice in a first-class game in England. Surrey against Leicestershire in 1906.
What did Ben Stokes didn't he grab the ball or something? He got out handling the ball, didn't he, in a match where he played it down at the ground, it bounced up. And
yeah. Who was that? I wonder who the last person was to be out-handled the ball, because of course it's been mothballed now, hasn't it, handled the ball? You can't be out-handled the ball anymore, it's called obstructed the field. I've been out-handled the ball, so I'm very proud.
I don't think I have. They've got a helmet from the balcony of the Durham dressing room here. They're going to bring the keeper up to the stumps to try and stop Levy moving around his crease. And then Eckersley it is who puts the helmet on. 2 slips in place. Angus Robson at first slip and BJ Watling at second. BJ did train with Durham at Lord's last week. Two balls so far of this 20th over have been bowled. Here's the third. Nearly an instant return there. There must have been a little bit of bat on that. That's all I can think, because
must have been.
Levy's trapped right in his crease, and it looked from us as if he played across the line and missed it. Just wonder if there's a bit of loose bat tape got on that.
It didn't even turn round to the umpire there. So
must have been bat.
You knew that the bowler realised at the last minute. Oh, Worcester. 55 for 7 now, and only 41 ahead against Gloucester.
73 for 4 here. The lead is 159. Rain balls, and that's played off towards mid-wicket to Cameron Steele. No run there.
Having been 12 for 3 in their first innings, Hampshire are 10 for 3 in their second. So 64 for 3 effectively, setting a target for Somerset in that crazy game, West End. Dan Norcross tweeted a picture of the pitch.
Yeah, you couldn't
yesterday.
tell which was which, could you?
And,
it was a bit like Somerset 2 or 3 years ago.
His expert analysis was simply good grief.
Rain balls, defended. Ball played by Levy up towards Scott Steele at mid-on. Well, it was the Middlesex Somerset game there too. It was 2-3 years ago where they turned up, and I remember Kevin Hand tweeting a picture, and you couldn't work out where they were meant to be playing on the square. And the umpires came and had a look on that. You better cut another strip.
Yep.
And I think there was a lack of sympathy for Somerset that year when they missed out on the title, because some of the wickets they'd prepared that year at Taunton were awful.
It was Maynard's last year, wasn't it? They'd just gone a jot too far. But it ended up costing them as many games as they won.
Well,
opposition spinners had a great time too.
That's played nicely by Levy through mid-wicket for 4, just straying onto the leg stump there, Ben Rain. That's the end of the over. 77 for 4. Levy has 18, sorry. And the lead moves up to 163. Well, the game where Durham played there, Durham did well with seam bowling, and they got Somerset out quite cheaply. It was the start of August 2016, and on the Saturday morning, I think Durham came back needing about 50 to win, and they lost 6 wickets for 5 runs in 17 balls or something like that. It was ridiculous. But I mean, you know, the ball was pitching down the leg side and going off towards second slip. And at the time, I just thought it was a bit of bad batting from Durham. And then when I got to the press conference after the game, Chris Rogers, the Somerset skipper, said he thought the pitch was awful. The ground staff had got it wrong. It was far too dry. Chris Rushworth back in the attack. I'll hand over to you in a sec because I've got to go and do an update. And you know, Durham were basically left in a position where they couldn't really complain because there was nothing in the regulations about excessive spin at the time.
Yep, there is now, mind you.
Yeah, well, it came in that following year as Rushworth bowls here. This is played off to point by Rossington. So I bumped into Martin Saggers, the umpire, in the petrol station near the ground just as I was leaving, and I said, well, he said some of it was bad shot selection. He said, yeah, but I mean the ball was going, you know, doing quite a bit and some excessive turn, and it was like a dust bowl. But I went back out to the pitch after the press conference to film it, and by that point they'd flooded the square.
Oh, I see.
Well, they'd flooded the square. So, but he said there's nothing we can do as umpires because there's nothing in the regulations about excessive spin. And then the following year it came in. So
it's good to have a spin clinic somewhere on an English ground.
Rushworth bowls. Ooh, nearly a tickle there from Rossington as he plays outside the line of off stump.
But it's got to be an even contest between ball and bat.
Yeah.
So for Somerset to decide that they're going to create these very spinningy pitches, I mean, great, but it can only be, you can't have spin dominating any more than a seaming pitch would at Derby, for example. Yeah. And then when Andy Hurry, the director of cricket, made his return to Somerset, his argument was, well, the thing is that we then go to seaming decks elsewhere and we get rolled. So we're not going to win the championship if we keep doing this.
Rushworth bowls, leading edge back to him along the ground, and he flicks the ball out the back of his hand back towards the stumps. Keeper takes it.
I would say to their credit,
I think that season Somerset had an unfair advantage, and some of the tracks they prepared that year, and I think it put them in a false position up at the top of the table. And then I don't think they were in any position to complain when, you know, Yorkshire and Middlesex set each other a target at Lords.
No. Well, I mean, any team that felt it had a chance of winning the championship would do exactly that.
Yeah.
In the
You're not going to see many draws next week, are you, for instance?
Exactly. No, that was no fuss there.
Rushworth in. Where's that gone on? That's gone to point. Shadow confused me as the ball was played there. I was following the shadow rather than the ball. Dot ball. It's coming up towards 3 o'clock, so I'll be doing an update for BBC Newcastle in a minute. Alex will return.
Leicester have lost their 5th wicket at Cardiff, now 88 for 5 in response to Glamorgan's 435. All the top 5 are out. Wow, that's not supposed to happen. Remember, they were 85 without loss. They've lost 5 wickets for 2 runs. Extraordinary.
Wow. Rushworth bowls, going back into the crease. Rossington plays that safely back to the bowler from around about middle stump. Well, if Durham lose this one, then it could be that they are the only team in contention this week, or at the start of this week, with the possibility of promotion, who lose.
Oh yes, I see.
But a lot of teams who are in contention will be playing each other next week, won't they?
Yeah, that's the good bit.
Durham host Glamorgan. Northants have got to go to Bristol. Sussex play Worcestershire. That's gone through to the off stump. And you can't just say because Worcestershire are struggling it's going to be a gimme, because it doesn't work like that either.
No, of course not.
So,
and they won't roll over, if anything. It may be a dead rubber as fast as Worcester's promotion bid is concerned, but they'll be trying as hard as anything to try and get one over.
Right, I'll be back a little bit later. Bryden Carter's coming back to the attack here.
Thank you very much, Martin Emerson, BBC Newcastle. You're listening to Specsavers County Championship Division 2 game here at Wantage Road in Northampton, where the game has been moving on apace. Northamptonshire made 217, and then Durham were rolled for 131. Northamptonshire now 77 for 4. Rossington, who played a blitzkrieg innings of 82 with 7 sixes in the first innings, is now just biding his time and got 11 balls under his belt. and he's just scored a single, as Levy at the moment, 18 of 24, is doing the scoring. They've put on just 12 together so far. The lead is 163. As you heard, here is Bryden Cars bowling his in-swinger to Levy, who crouchily, rather late, stuns the ball back into the ground in front of him. The third slip has come out again and is at cover. So 2 slips, mid off, mid on. Very symmetrical third man long leg. And the point and a square leg who has now gone out deep to the boundary for the hook. As Cars bowls an in-swinger on leg stump, and it's clipped wide of Steele at mid-on. And Levy's going to come back for a brace of runs that take him to 20. The score now 79 for 4. 165 effectively for 4. Well, Northamptonshire, well, they'll feel they have a very good chance, even if they were all out now. But certainly 200 ahead, even 300 ahead if they can score another 135, which they may, depending how much Rossington can get after the bowling. Northamptonshire getting themselves into a very strong position here. Kit Harris, your commentator, BBC Online. This next ball from Cars is just played on the up off the back foot by Levy for a single to deep point. So he takes a rest from the strike. 21 he has, bringing Rossington on 1 back to the wicket. 80 for 4. And we welcome back Alex Winter.
Hello again, Kit. Yep, some work to do for Northants. Just what Durham would have wanted, some early blows in the second innings. Nothing significant yet for Northants. Decent start, but 3 going down for only 11 runs.
Cars bowls to Rossington, who drives a little bit inside out and finds cover.
Northampton want a lead of 250 minimum.
Yeah.
Make Durham score by far the highest score of the match to win the game. So they will need another 80, 90 runs from here to feel they're right in the game in the 4th innings, but they won't be out of sight. They can play well and get up to 300. They possibly will be.
Cars again to Rossington. This time he does find the gap. It's a flowing arms, drives through the line of the ball, forward of square for 4 in front of point. That's Rossington's first boundary of this innings. Goodness knows he scored enough of them in the first innings. 5 he has now. 84 for 4 and 170 now the lead.
Just got to think about the rest of the day. 47 overs. If they get to the close, that'll be another 120, 130 odd runs.
If Northamptonshire are batting at the close,
the lead will be up around 300.
The next ball, there's going to be runs here for Rossington. Down to third man, diving stop, just brings, steady on, just brings the ball in short of the line, and a couple of runs to Rossington. And I said steady on because the fielder's cap fell off just short of the line, and as he pulled the ball back, it nearly went into his cap, which would have given 5 runs to the batting side. Levy to 21 then, 86 for 4 at the end of the over. To Cars, he's been costly there again. 2 overs he's bowled now. He's gone for 19 runs. The lead 172.
Sunshine back out at Wantage Road, just nipped behind a cloud a moment or so ago to our left, but it's lovely and sunny once again. It's been a nice day and quite warm down pitch side.
Take your word for it, Alex.
Yeah, well, I've been speaking to people coming back and forth, and they say it's pretty warm down there.
Chris Rushworth hasn't got a wicket in this innings yet. His first ball is outside off stump, and Levy comes half forward defending it into the offside. I'm sure Rushworth won't go through this innings without taking a wicket. He's just evergreen. Derbyshire still haven't lost a wicket in their second innings. 130 without loss, having made 138 in the first dig.
That's a cracking effort.
Now 37 ahead of Sussex.
So all 10 wickets to try and build a good lead there.
That would be a turnaround,
right
wouldn't it?
Back in the game.
Here comes Rushworth again. Short, and this will be 4. Levy is so strong at square of the wicket. That one was just a little wide on the off stump, and he guided it backwards a point to the line.
Update now for FM listeners. 86 for 4, Northamptonshire in their second innings. They took a lead of 86 this morning when they bowled Durham out for 131. Ben Sanderson completing figures of 6 for 54, his third 5-wicket haul of the season. But a stutter for Northants, trying to build on that lead in this second innings. They got a decent start, 54 for 1 they were, after Rob Newton fell for a golden duck. But then 3 wickets going down for just 11 runs. Alex Wakely for 30, Ben Curran for 19, and Rob Keogh for 4. So work to do for Northants. They want a lead of 250 minimum to be very confident of winning this game in the 4th innings. They're currently 90 for 4, and the advantage is 176. Back with you online, and Levy pushing one there into the covers.
Just starting to look like he's hitting his straps now, Levy. You don't even need to know it's Levy. You just saw the silhouette of a batsman playing his clip off the legs or his cut shot. You know it's Levy. Of all the Northants players, he's so strong square. There's the clip off legs this time. Rushworth just straying ever so slightly across Levy's body and plays it forward of square, almost that Kevin Peterson flamingo shot, but it's 4 again. Levy now racing away, 29 off 31 he has now. The last wicket, 4th wicket fell at 65, it's now 94 for 4. Rossington on 7, just happy to consolidate.
Both these batsmen, big wickets. Rossington, the runs in the first innings, and Levy, the type of player who, if he hangs around for a couple of hours, can really take a game away from you. So, Durham, we wanted to pick him up before he does too much damage here. Push the lead to 180. We're down to 1 slip now.
Yes, there comes Watling out of second, and he's going into mid-wicket. 2 men back for the hook. Mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket in cover. 1 extra fielder in the ring, saving 1 on the offside. That's point. Here comes Rushworth to Levy, just gliding it off the face of the bat down to Steele at 3rd man, collects another single. He's had a tiny bit of width to work with and worked with it very well, so he goes to 30. 95 for 4, 181 ahead. Rossington now, as I say, just playing second fiddle at the moment, why not? Comes down with 1 ball to face at the end of Rushworth's over. Watling is instructed to return to second slip from mid-wicket. First and second slip are both quite wide of the keeper as Rushworth bowls on leg stump, and he's pulled, perfectly bisecting the 2 fielders out on the hook by Rossington this time for 4. And that's 13 off the over. 3 fours and a single. Rossington to 11, 99 for 4, and the runs now starting to flow, Alex Winter.
They are, yes, some good progress here for Northants all of a sudden, just picking themselves up after the loss of Keogh, 65 for 4, really wobbling. Suddenly the lead is looking pretty healthy again, up at 185. But still lots to do. They've got a great chance here at Northants. If they bat strongly in this 3rd innings of the match, they could well put 1 foot in Division 1, because they bat well. If they bat Durham out of the game, which is possible, obviously work to do from 99 for 4, but it is possible. And they could take a huge stride into achieving promotion. But still lots to do. Durham will feel with the lower order to come that all failed in the first innings. Proctor 8, Bracewell 1, Berg 3, Hutton 4. They can get among Northants here.
Cars to Levy, swings in, bat and pad together, inside edge as he came forward, and that just prevented the LBW shout from being anything more than abortive. Cars, who's gone for 19 of his first 2 overs, just needs to get it together a bit here. He's got a slip in a gully. Apart from that, the field is the same as it was for Levy off Rushworth's bowling. The 2 men out for the hook. Slip gully, 2 men out for the hook, and the other 5 fielders saving the single in the ring. Cars bowls a big ballooning bouncer, and the umpire has a think about. Yes, he has a think about the LBW, sorry, the no ball, and he does signal a no ball in fact there. That ball being given on height.
Yeah, ballooned way over the batsman's head, so the 100 up with those couple of extras.
You get 2 runs for no ball in County Championship. Belated applause there for the Wantage Road faithful as the number comes up. Cars' next ball is swung off, might come off the pad here actually. Just tried to work it away behind square, and a leg by indeed it was. The thigh pad just trickled away to where short fine leg would have been, and Eckersley himself had to run round to pick it up. 102 for 4, and Levy returns the strike to Rossington. 188 now, the lead. Rossington, who'd been quiet, hit his first boundary in the last over. Cars now bowls to him, outside off, beautifully timed, but fielded really well at cover. Went straight to the fielder, in fact, and he was diving on the bounce to pick it up.
Haven't said that too many times, have we?
Jack Burnham?
No rain in there.
Ben Rain in there.
He was probably the best fielder, possibly on either side.
Gorgeously timed by Rossington. Went straight to the fielder. I think all cricket fans will be secretly relishing the idea that they might see some more fireworks from Rossington later on. Here comes the in-swinger, but Rossington is immaculately forward in a poised forward defensive shot. No run.
Well, Northampton will be hoping it doesn't come to a situation where it needs fireworks.
You might get them anyway.
Well, yes.
Whether they're needed or not.
Yes, quite. Yeah, still a long time to go. Just occupy the crease for a couple of sessions here. The runs will take care of themselves, and that lead will grow and grow up towards 300. Conditions are easing. Ball getting a bit older.
Cars to Rossington. Outside off, left alone. Oh, it was a Steve Smith leave. That was a good one. He shouldered arms, outside off stump, and then at the last minute he brought his bat down towards his feet across the line. And that was a Steve Smith leave, and I think, that's Rossington, that's either a little bit of playing or it's an affectation.
And he does have the Steve Smith pre-ball tick as well, because he fiddles with both pads and then touches his helmet before settling down over his bat, Rossington.
Last ball of Cars is over. Bowls now to Rossington, and he rides a pull shot really well. 2 men back there though, and on this occasion he's found the squarer of the 2, so just the single. Rossington to 12, 103 for 4, and a better over from Cars, 2 singles and the leg by from it, so 3 overs for 22, and the lead now 189. I think I shall now leave you with Alex Winter. In a few moments you'll hear from Martin Emerson.
Cheers, Kit. Kit Harris with us here at Wantage Road. 44 overs left in the day, so 12 to tea. Tea was pushed back to 3:40 today. Because the extra overs were trying to get in, tea might well be fixed at 3:40.
3:30 I've got written down.
I thought they pushed it back because you were playing extra time.
Well, the lunch was pushed back by 10 minutes, wasn't it? Lunch 12:40, tea 3:30 was what they announced originally. Close at 5 to 6.
Oh no, that is that is tea pushed back anyway, isn't it? Because tea should be 10 past 3 with these September hours.
Have you looked at the permutations in the league tables at the moment?
Well, to an extent, but there's still a long way to go.
Well, I
isn't
think
there?
it's more simple and more difficult than this email I've had. But
here is Matt Salisbury from the far end, bowling to Rossington, and he's pushing into the covers for no run.
Michael Gordon says, hello Marty, poor batting again from Durham, but the bowlers might get them back into it. Gloucestershire looks set for a win, so Durham have to win this game, otherwise Northampton and Gloucestershire will be promoted with Lancashire. If Durham can win, then Gloucester play Northampton next week, and Durham can go up with a win against Glamorgan. Full stop, easy, he says.
To an extent, but it's not. It won't mathematically be done this week. As in comes Salisbury again. Rossington drives pleasantly down towards mid-off. Because, well, should we do some adding up for the moment?
Well, this is where it gets really technical.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
Steam
at the
starts
start,
coming out your ears.
yeah.
Don't do maths on the radio.
If Sussex were to lose at Derbyshire, which now isn't beyond the realms of possibility because they made a great start there in the second innings, Derbyshire in the lead by 56, still 0 down there, 149 for 0. As Salisbury comes in and Rossington is driving to mid-off again for no run. If Sussex were to lose there and Durham were to lose here, that would pretty much mean that Northampton and Gloucester are there with a round to go. But I'm pretty certain it wouldn't be mathematically certain just yet. But it's possible. Glamorgan are also still just about in the contest as well, because they can still get into the 170s point-wise with 2 maximum point victories, and they at the minute are on course to win with maximum points against Leicestershire. As Rossington forward hit, it was straighter ball, defending up to mid-on for no run.
Stuart Morley's tweeted, he said, "You look very cold sat up there. We've moved down to the yellow seats in the sun and it's lovely." Thanks, Stuart. Stuart and Tina, who've travelled down from York way.
Very nice. 103 for 4.
I think they're out towards Pocklington or somewhere like that, round that way.
Lead of 189 for Northampton. Salisbury is in again, wide of the crease, and Rossington forward, playing this slightly on the walk, back up towards the bowler's right hand. And there is no run. Yeah, Worcestershire 75 for 7 at New Road. Lead the Gloucesters by only 61. So surely Gloucestershire are going to go on a complete victory there.
What if they don't? What if there's a major hiccup?
Well, that's why we watch the game for.
What if there's a "I never saw that one coming" moment?
Perfectly possible. If they could get a lead of 150, who knows? Salisbury is in again, wide on the crease, but a low full toss and driven for 4 by Adam Rossington. He's had a couple of looks at full balls from Salisbury so far. Finally gets one away up past mid-on. He goes to 16, the Northants captain. Levy's with him on 30, going well. And Northants settling now into this second innings after the run of 3 wickets for only 11 runs. 107 for 4, and the lead stretching now to 193.
Well, this partnership's now worth 42, I think it is. So that's another important partnership in the scheme of things. 54 for the second wicket, none for the third, none for the first, 11 for the fourth.
So 14 minutes to go until tea, we think.
Something needs to happen from a Durham point of view.
Yeah, away goes Cass into Richard Levy, slipping a gully in place, and Levy is forward, playing out to extra cover for no run. No third man now. 2 characters in place, then point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 back on the leg side, deep square and long leg. Levy's brisk innings so far, 30 from 36, has given Durham plenty to think about. They were right in the game at 65 for 4 when Rob Keogh failed for the second time in the game. Match-winning 100 last week, but second ball duck and 4 this week. What a great leveler this game is. Cast once more, right arm over, Levy on the back foot, playing away to point. And there is no run as far as Jack Burnham in there, the tall figure. Other men to go, Newton for a first baller, 7th ball of the second innings. Curran for 19 and Wakely for 30. When Curran and Wakely with the crease, Northampton were making very good progress indeed, but losing wickets in clusters, often Northampton's Achilles heel. This partnership now trying to respond. Is there some movement behind the arm? There is. Gentleman in grey, just over my right shoulder, taking his seat.
Why don't you name him and point him out?
Cass on his way now to Levy on the back foot, and he's playing away out into the covers. Good save here from Burnham to his right hand side. Do jog through though for a single, and Levy goes to 31. 107 for 4. Richard Levy has played very little first class cricket this summer. Didn't play in the opening rounds of matches. Josh Cobb was preferred to him. Came in for the fixture here against Lancashire, made a first innings 38. 19 and 11 not out at Leicester last week. 16 here in the first innings as Cass goes into Rossington, who's back and across. And defending back up towards the bowler for no run. So Northants edging forward here, trying to really grasp the game by the scruff of the neck. A few times they've got themselves into strong positions in the last few years without really nailing teams when they had the chance. Did have the chance last week against Leicester as well. They were only 5 behind, 4 down, and lost 6 for 53. Actually did win the game comfortably as Carse is in once more. Rossington is pulling, gets the ball out to deep square to our right hand side. A little short arm jab there from Rossington. Wasn't all that short, if truth be told, but he steered it away for a run. It goes to 17, 109 for 4.
These two are making it look very ordinary and easy now again, aren't they?
That's what happens when you get a partnership together and you get the bowlers on the back foot.
What is it now, 54? No. It's not, is it? It's another 6 to go. 44.
Carse into Levy, outside the off stump, and Levy going to cut, gets a bottom edge. It wasn't quite short enough for the cut. And the ball runs gently away to Ben Rain out at extra cover for no run. And the over comes to an end. So 109 for 4. Northamptonshire lead here by 195. When the lead gets above 200, they'll be feeling much better about themselves. But still, they would like to add another 100 runs on this to be big favourites in the 4th innings of the match. Sun out at Wantage Road. Lovely day here today. If you're out of this wind, despite it coming from the north, we haven't really felt it here in the front of the Ken Turner stand. It's quite chilly in the shade. As Salisbury from the far end goes into Rossington, who's on the back foot pushing away to extra cover. Burnham swoops away to his left hand side to collect. Sorry, Lee's in there, going to his left hand side to collect, and there's no run. Burnham is back on the deep square fence to our left hand side. Long leg and third man also out here for Salisbury to his 7th over here. 2 for 30 so far. He's gotten rid of Wakely and Keogh. Running into the sun, past the umpire. Rossington on the back foot, waiting for a ball to nip gently back into him. Dabbing it down out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Gentle tweet of a bird above our heads, perched on top of this Ken Turner stand roof.
Well, we had a lot of starlings turned up yesterday afternoon, and they were on all the stanchions on the floodlights. There was loads of them. They got quite loud.
Salisbury, short sleeve shirt, goes in again. Straight delivery that Rossington can turn to leg. That short boundary to our left hand side is being protected as much as possible with 2 men out there now, so an easy single available with a dab into the leg side. Takes Rossington to 18, 110 for 4. The lead goes to 196.
Durham at the moment don't look like taking a wicket. This has just gone flat on them again now. Heavy roller was used before this innings, and I think Durham have still got the heavy roller to use as well. So signs that perhaps things are settling down, as Alex had suggested this morning, in the sunshine. But it looks quite comfortable for these two at the moment. Rossington 18 and Levy on 31.
Third man up to Gully. Gully to mid-wicket here for Levy, who drives and gets it away. Pass backward point for 4. And I'm afraid to say it's the latest piece of poor fielding, because it wasn't too far away from Cameron Steele.
Scott Steele.
Scott Steele in there, is it? The ball squirming away underneath his grasp. It was firmly struck again by Richard Levy. And maybe the ball did deviate off the edge of one of those used
wickets.
wickets.
Because he looked like he lined himself up nicely. I was just expecting to see the ball in his hands, and suddenly he sort of did a double take and it was away past him. So there's a bit of a camber on the edge of the square, and I'm just wondering if it's clipped that.
114 for 4. Levy now has 35. Waits again for Salisbury. And Salisbury bowling a good length, angling back into Levy, who's pushing to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
They should bring their 50 partnership up well before tea. Alan
saying on Twitter, when is tea? Tea Is it 3:30, we believe? That was the scheduled tee. And 42 overs left in the day. Extended evening session to come. As in moves Salisbury once more. Levy driving. Thickish inside edge here. Runs away to mid-wicket. Moral victory for the bowler. But another one where Northants have just moved the scoring rate along quite healthily. 114 for 4. Levy 35, Rossington 18.
They've only been together 10 overs, they've put 50 on there.
They have indeed, and the lead is now 200 here for Northamptonshire. So they're in a pretty good position. Does that over rate say -3 there for Durham?
Quite often does. Yeah, it does, yeah.
-3, that's something to keep an eye out for. Because the umpires are very strict on over rates nowadays. Here's Cars going in from the wanted road to Rossington, who plays forward, out to extra cover. Rain is there, and there is no run. The last thing Durham need is a points deduction.
Well, they were -2 throughout the match at Lord's last week, and then nothing happened, so... I think the scorers can't alter it. It's done by a computer now, and they have to discuss things with the umpires and the match liaison officer at the end of the day's play.
James Whitaker is the cricket liaison officer here this week, sat behind us. As in goes Cass again. Across the stumps, Rossington is defending down to extra cover, and there is no run.
I'm just trying to think how many boundaries there have been, for instance, because this near side on our left, if the ball goes off the pitch there, the fence is right there, but if it goes over the other side, there's still another 30-40 yards of grass, isn't it? And disappear under the covers and off towards the tea rooms and the bar in the corner there.
And then also asks on Twitter, is it free entry after tea? I'm not sure, to be honest. Plenty of cricket to come here after tea as Cass is in again, bowling outside the off stump, a rising ball that Rossington might have been tempted to slash at, but left it well. Kept the hands inside the line, just motions there to leave it. There was a little bit of bounce and carry away from the right-hander to around chest height to Eckersley behind the stumps. Eckersley, who battled away gamely earlier on today for his 37. Still, a weak effort from Durham. 131 they made. First innings lead of 86 for Northants. They've built on it fairly well so far as Cass is in again, and Rossington gets a straight ball here to work around the corner. The ball running slowly to deep square, and they are going to come back for a second run. There was a brief slip from the fieldsman running in, which made the second run very comfortable indeed. I think Rossington was always coming back because the ball was running slowly and quite wide of the deep square fieldsman. Rossington recognised as such and came back for a smart second run. So he goes to 20 now, the Northants captain. It's 116 for 4. And the lead goes to 202.
So Sterling Moss is 90.
What?
Just come up with my Twitter feed. Happy birthday.
In other news,
Yeah.
Cass in again, quite straight, and Rossington turning it around the corner. Out towards the big scoreboard to our right-hand side. Scott Steele running in. And they go through for a gentle single. Rossington is 21 now, 117 for 4. 3 minutes until the scheduled tea time at 3:30. I think with the extra overs, tea is fixed here today.
Yeah.
It would be a surprise because to get down to 32, we'd have to play on for at least another half an hour.
This is what happened last night. It was a really long final session, wasn't it?
Cass again, and this time beating the bats. There is still something there. One going away from Richard Levy, just poking at one. That's how he got out in the first innings. Pushing his hands at one just outside the off stump that left him, and he edged to slip first time around, Richard Levy. But second time around, he's playing very nicely. He's under 35. Rossington with him on 21. 117 for 4. The Northamptonshire advantage is 203. This could be the last over of the session. Salisbury will bowl it from the far end. 7 overs, 2 for 35 so far, Matt Salisbury.
11 overs for the 50 partnership.
Rossington on strike, and one bounces here, and I think maybe catches him on the bottom glove. He takes the hand off the bat and walks away to square leg. Just feeling his fingers in there. That jumped on him a wee bit as he pushed out towards Cameron Steele at mid-wicket. A century for Lewis Rees at the racecourse ground for Derbyshire. And they're 1-6-6 without loss in only 31 overs. What a tremendous fight back that is for Derbyshire. They lead by 67, and they've got a great chance there to go on and really put Sussex under pressure in the final innings there. Sussex, who took a big first innings lead. Derbyshire fired out for 138 first time around, but it's all turned around there. Good news for both these sides here as Salisbury is in, bowling full to Rossington, who's driving down towards mid-on for no run. But less good news for both sides here is that Worcestershire are 85 for 8 now at New Road. So unless somebody can find something remarkable down the order, Gloucestershire are going to have nothing at all to chase in the final innings of that one. Currently only 71 ahead, Worcestershire. One batting point for Gloucestershire, so it will be a 20-point win for them if they go on to complete. As Rossington here drives off the back foot. Extra cover makes a good sliding save to his right-hand side. And there's no run. Glamorgan also have the whip hand against Leicestershire. Made 4-3-5, Leicestershire 110 for 5. So still miles behind, 3-2-5. Wouldn't think that Glamorgan could properly get back into the promotion race, but 2 24-point victories would give them a sniff. Salisbury is in again. Rossington forward, blocking out towards Lees at backward point. And there is no run. And the other Division 2 game going on is at Old Trafford, where Middlesex have produced a splendid comeback today. They were 39 for 6 yesterday, Lancashire having made 259, but today they've played quite nicely of Middlesex. And they've now got within 7 runs. 2-5-2 for 8 they are. John Simpson with a battling century.
So some very angry Middlesex fans included me in a debate about the batting problems of their team last night.
Salisbury is in again. Rossington forward, pushing out towards extra cover.
And it's
maybe one ball after the session now.
It sort of took over my timeline. I had to tweet to them and say, look, can you please delete me from this conversation? Why am I involved in it anyway, you know?
You can mute, can't you?
But yeah, but I would have had to go through and mute everybody.
You know, you can.
I tried to mute the conversation. Yeah, it wouldn't let me. It would only let me mute people. I don't know why it wouldn't let me mute the conversation, because I did look to do that.
So this could be the last ball of the session. Salisbury into Rossington, and Rossington is driving down the ground, and there's a brief fumble from mid-on, but won't cost the run because the ball has ricocheted away out to mid-off, and there is no run, and that will be tea. The players are walking off. So 117 for 4 Northants. Levy and Rossington have steadied them until the second interval here today. They've lost Newton for a golden duck, Curran for 19, Wakely for 30 and Keogh for 4. But this partnership with the 5th wicket has given Northamptonshire a lead of 203, and we'll be back in 20 minutes' time.
The ball first in this session from the field end will be Ben Rain.
Welcome back to Wanted Row with myself, Alex Winter, where the players have emerged for the evening session here on day 2, with Northants 117 for 4 in their second innings, leading Durham by 203. And this game in the balanced, and a crucial session in both teams' seasons coming up here. 39 overs to be bowled. If Northants can bat out the day, they'll push their lead up towards 300 and be in command. If Durham can fight back, they may have a chaseable score in the 4th innings. Here is Ben Rain going into Richard Levy, and an edge first ball, and it's down and away through the slips for 4 runs. Genuine nick from Levy. I'm not sure whether it would have carried had possibly a 3rd slip been in. There's the one orthodox slip and a gully in for Richard Levy, but it was a genuine nick first ball. It was a wide delivery that Richard Levy pushed at, and the nick brings him a boundary. Runs flowed merrily with this pair in the session. Half an hour, 45 minutes they had until tea, and adding 52 for the 5th wicket. And Levy onto 39 here at 121 for 4. The lead goes to 207 first ball after the break. Rain is in again. And Levy is angling one away once more. So has gone backward of point. More runs here out towards the bank of yellow seats. And Levy is skipping back for the second run. Have to hurry, but does get home comfortably enough. Busy as ever, Richard Levy. And if he bats for an hour or so here after tea, he could cause some serious damage. Played a match-winning knock here against Notts a couple of years ago in September, when the scores were not quite even, but Northampton were needing a positive third innings. Levy was the man to deliver then. 1, 2, 3 for 4, scoreboard in numerical order, and Levy flicks away another run out the deep square to our left-hand side. Scott Steele over there by the big screen. So 7 runs from the opening 3 deliveries of the evening session. 124 for 4, and the Northamptonshire lead up to 210. They'll be hoping to set, well, in an ideal world, they'd like to bat well and set 350 plus on 4th innings. Sense that conditions are flattening out a little bit, but still enough there for the bowlers. Adam Rossington here facing his first ball of the evening session, and he's going back and across to play down to mid-off, where Matt Salisbury does the fielding, and there is no run. Good afternoon once again to Kid Harris.
Hello, Alex Winter. Well, yeah, it's cold here now, I can tell you that much. But, you're right about it being the crucial session. For Durham to have a sniff of a chance here, they need to bowl Northamptonshire out in this session. I think it really does come down to that, and if Northamptonshire have any wickets in hand by the end of the day, I think their target will be enough to beat them.
Rain in, Rossington punching off the back foot, just wide enough of mid-off for, well, I was about to say a single there, because I assumed they were going through, but they erred on the side of caution. Rossington turned Levy down, and it remains 1-2-4 for 4. Yeah, nice and sunny, but chilly in the shade here. Northerly breeze that you can sometimes feel up here in the Ken Turner stand. Normally we're protected from the prevailing wind that comes from the west. When the wind turns round, it's blowing quite often right in our faces as rain is in once more, and this squirts off our outside edge. Rossington looking to play leg side. The ball straightened on him and ran away to point, and there was no run to end the over. So 1-2-4 for 4. The lead 210. Levy there on 42. Rossington is 21. And Northampton have a fantastic chance here to go on and put 1 foot in Division 1. We had an email that came in before tea suggesting that if Northampton were to win here and Gloucestershire were to win, then the promotion race will be done and dusted, but not quite. Been crunching the numbers over tea, and I'll work you through a few permutations in a moment or so. But Matt Salisbury is going to open up from the Wilson end of the ground. For Levy, he's got a slip and a gully in place, no third man, at point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 out on the leg side, deep square and long leg. Salisbury is in, and Levy is pushing away to extra cover for no run. So Gloucestershire, who are in an almost unassailable position at New Road, Worcestershire 8 down the lead, no more than 80. Gloucestershire will surely win there to go to 176 points. If Northampton win this here, they'll go to 181 points. And if Sussex were to win, they'd go to 165 points. So the deal wouldn't be done and dusted just yet for both Gloucestershire and Northampton, who meet next week at Bristol. As Levy here drives a ball just wide of mid-on, but Rushworth is across the field and there is no run. And Glamorgan also, if they go on to complete what would be a maximum points victory over Leicestershire at Cardiff, and they are very well placed for the moment, with Leicestershire in trouble, Glamorgan having claimed maximum batting bonus points, Glamorgan would go to 160 points as well. So they would be in touching distance of both Gloucestershire and Northampton, even if Gloucestershire and Northampton were to win. Salisbury in again from the far end, and Levy cuts it away. Good save. First time we've been able to say that. That's a genuine, really good piece of fielding. That saved 4 runs there, Alex Lees. Diving to his left at backward point. It was nicely timed by Levy. Pushed off the back foot. And there is no run. 1-2-4 for 4. But if Durham were to win here, then the situation could be mighty, mighty close heading into next week. A Durham victory and a Sussex victory would see 4 sides separated by only 5 points.
Well, it's exciting, and it's funny, isn't it, that this should happen in the year when there are 3 promotion places up for grabs. And I think it's probably more or less right in saying that if it were a, inverted commas, normal year and 2 promotion places were up for grabs, it would still be just as open and fascinating anyway.
Very much so, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Salisbury in from the far end, Levy getting a full-length delivery that he digs out to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, 3 promotion places available here because Division 1 is being extended to 10 teams next year, which will mean the county championship is decided by uneven fixtures, which is very unsatisfying. But there you go. But yes, a Northants defeat here, obviously a Durham victory, and a Sussex victory, and a Glamorgan victory would see things so close going into next week. Salisbury in, Levy off the back foot cutting, and again Leeds makes a good save at backward point, again saves 4. This time he can't quite prevent the single, the ball squirms away a few yards backward of point. They go through, so Levy goes to 43, 125 for 4. The lead is 2-11. So a Durham win, a Sussex win, a Glamorgan win would lead the table as such. Gloucester 176, Northants 165, Durham 166, Sussex 165, Glamorgan 160. And what a scenario that would play out next week. How tight that would be into the final round of matches. Salisbury is in again, Rossington on the back foot, pushing away to mid-wicket. And there is no run to end the over. A couple overs gone since tea, still 36 overs to come on this second day. And we're likely to get all of them in because the skies are pretty much clear. There is a little cumulus cloud just above the ground to the north of us. But by and large, we've got crystal clear blue skies for this evening's session. And the light should hold till after 6 o'clock to get these overs in, you would think. Floodlights were the only reason we played yesterday with all that cloud, but the weather has turned around and we've got inkling of summer once again here in Northampton. Ben Rain's second over after tea. He's running into Richard Levy, and Levy is on the back foot, flicking a ball that was quite straight through square leg. But he's got such a great eye, Richard Levy. When he's in the mood, he can give that impression of being very difficult to bowl at. And he's got these big pads, and he's obviously a very stocky fella, and you think you can target those pads and get him to make a mistake. When he's in the mood, he rarely misses. He's now got 44, 126 for 4, the lead 212. It's the second half century partnership of the innings for Northants, but they need much more to get into really safe territory as rain is in and Rossington is on the back foot and playing down towards mid-off for no run. So I hope those numbers made sense. The underlying theme being that it won't be done even if Gloucester and Northants win this week, but it would leave the situation where a nice amicable draw between Gloucester and Northants next week would be enough to send both, both sides up, with the two meeting at Bristol. And I think, well, even with, regardless of the situation, the way that things are going at New Road as rain is into Rossington, who's half forward, defending to extra cover for no run. If the Gloucesters go on, as they surely will now, to take the points at New Road, Gloucestershire are surely going to just produce a pitch that they cannot lose on. Just do that and make sure it is 400 place 400, because a few draw points should be enough for the Gloucesters next week, because whatever happens, they're going to have a significant advantage back to 4th place. It's either going to be 10 points, it could be as many as 26, as Rossington flicks a full ball here to Lees at mid-wicket for no run. So the Gloucesters will feel that a draw could be good enough next week, so they won't risk losing to Northants, you wouldn't have thought. But we shall see. It's all up for grabs. It's so wonderfully poised. Slip in the gully for Rossington, facing rain. And Rossington driving past extra cover, but oh, it has got past mid-off and it's gone for 4. The Durham fielding just has not been up to scratch in this match, and there was no excuse for Matt Salisbury there. Going to his left, sliding down, trying to bring the ball back in with the left hand, and he simply dived over the top of the ball and provided Rossington with a boundary. Goes to 25, the Northants captain, after his wondrous 82 in the first innings, including that murderous assault of 16-22 balls. This time yesterday, really. 130 for 4. Northants lead by 216. And rain is in. Angling back into the right-hander, who defends. Down towards Cass at mid-on. And the over comes to an end. 3 gone since the tea break. 36 to come tonight. 130 for 4. Northamptonshire. Worcestershire almost done at New Road. 97 for 9. What an extraordinary afternoon there. Fairly tight on first innings. The Gloucesters only had a lead of 14. But they've come roaring back with the ball and ran through Worcestershire. Only 1 wicket for their overseas player Shannon Gabriel, but Higgins and Payne have done the damage. Here is Salisbury, far end. Forward is Levy, playing to mid-on, no run. So the lead only 79 there for Worcestershire. And Gloucestershire will probably win that today, inside 2 days. I play now for FM listeners on BBC Radio Northampton, so bear with. Northamptonshire trying to build their lead in the Wantage Road sunshine. The promotion battle really hotting up around the country, and it's a crucial innings for Northamptonshire's chances. If they can bat Durham out of the game here, they will put 1 foot in Division 1. They're currently 130 for 4, a lead of 216, and Richard Levy is leading their progress. He's up to 46 now as the latest misfield from Durham. Their fielding has been awful. Takes Levy to 44 not out, 46 not out, and Northants to 132 for 4. They were tottering earlier on, Northants, as they sought to build on a first innings lead of 86. They lost wickets cheaply. Newton for a golden duck, Curran for 19, Wakely for 30, and Keogh for 4. But this partnership has taken the score from 65 for 4 to 132 for 4. We have 36 overs to come today, and if Northants are still batting in the morning, they will have a very significant lead in which to bowl at Durham in the 4th innings of this match. Appeal for LBW turned down against Richard Levy. He's on 46, Rossington is 25, and Northants are 132 for 4, and they lead by 218. Full ball from Salisbury there, angled into Levy's pads. He almost fell over to the offside. Struck low down on the pad. There was a brief appeal for LBW. Turned down by umpire Russell Warren at the far end. 2 out on the leg side here for Richard Levy. Salisbury turning and running in. Past the umpire he goes. Levy on the walk is driving just wide of mid-off. Fielder comes across, slides, does make the save this time. And they go through for a single. Earlier in the over, it was Scott Steele going to his left-hand side from cover. Just no more than a little nudge from Levy. And he stretched out a left hand and failed to gather the ball. And the ball escaped away towards the edge of the square, and they were able to come back for 2. It was such poor work. They've definitely given Northants at least 30 runs in this match through poor fielding, Durham. But really poor. 133 for 4 now. Salisbury into Rossington, who drives. Oh, and another misfield. In fairness, that did bounce awkwardly past Alex Lees at backward point. I will let him off because there is a drainage square cut off the edge of one of the used wickets, and I think the ball just bobbled up off it and over Lees' dive. Over his left hand, it went out to the groundsman's building to our right-hand side. But again, it just didn't look great. And again, you could say maybe the fielder could have got across and got his body behind it as well. It wasn't perfect timing from Rossington, but he does go now to 29, 137 for 4. Lead extending to 223 now as Salisbury comes in again, and Rossington flicking a full delivery down to mid-on. Rushworth is there, and there is no run to end the over. So a brisk start to the evening session for Northants. We've had 4 overs, and they're on to 137 for 4. leading by 2-2-3 with myself, Alex Winter, and Kid Harris.
Yes, I think it's starting to look quite comfortable now, and it's good to see that Levy is coming off. Rossington, I don't know whether it's just a childish desire, but it would be lovely to see him go after the bowling as he did in the first innings. But I appreciate that, not really the approach that the match situation merits. He's behaved, from the Northamptonshire point of view, very responsibly.
Rain going up to Richard Levy, who's pressing forward and playing out to extra cover, and there is no run.
But from my point of view, annoyingly responsibly. It was just so joyous, so exuberant and expressive the way he went after the bowling in the first innings. He did it because he had to, because he was running out of partners. In this situation, his partner is Richard Levy.
Yeah, they've still got more than enough partners to not have to play that way just yet. Still batting to come down the order here for Northants. Proctor, Bracewell, Berg, Hutton all possess plenty of ability to occupy the crease, but all of whom failed in the first innings. Rain in, Levy, oh, he played right across that. It moved away gently and he took it from middle and off. But, as I mentioned before, when he's got his eye in, he can flick those balls away. And he does here to deep square to pick up another single. Goes to 48 now, Richard Levy, his highest score of the season. Timely runs for him. On his side, we're in trouble at 65 for 4. 138 for 4 now. Lead up to 224. Rain back of his mark. Same field for both right-handers here. Goes into Rossington, very full. Very straight line. Rossington playing very carefully down towards mid-wicket. Alex Lees is there, and there is no run. That seam movement and that real zip and bite that made batting so difficult yesterday is not there today. There is still a little bit in it for the bowlers if you bowl consistently well enough. Generally always is here at Northampton until you get to the very back of matches, really. But we're only on the second afternoon. Rain past umpire Peter Hartley. Outside the off stump, and Rossington was flashing and missing. A heart-in-mouth moment for the Northants captain and the home supporters. I'm sure those of you listening online as well. It's a poor waft from Rossington. It was a waft, no foot movement, just threw his hands at a ball. Can get carried away with the situation when you are scoring freely. Still just a case of occupying time. It's more than enough batting to get through another couple of sessions here for Northants. If they do so, they may have batted Durham out of the contest. Rain goes in. Rossington forward, just covering up in defence this time. Nicely played down towards Carson mid-on. And there is no run.
Well, Durham not panicking. The field still, well, it's there for run saving, but there is a slip and a gully. They've had that for the last hour or so either side of tee. Not exactly lining the boundaries at the moment. The two men back for the hook, but that's more a wicket-taking tactic than a run-saving one.
Rain in again to Rossington. He pushes past mid-wicket. Should be a couple of runs here, I fancy, because deep square has got to run around to his left-hand side. Scott Steele looking into the sun over there. And indeed they do trot back for a very comfortable second run, which takes Adam Rossington, the Northants captain, to 31, so he's contributing well for the second time in the game. 140 for 4, Northamptonshire. Lead of 226. Only in the 34th over here, so the ball not too old. But definitely a sense that there's less immediate threat. But still, we've seen wickets go down in clusters in this match. Vital that you make the most of an opportunity when it presents. Salisbury, far end is coming into Richard Levy. Flicks down the leg side, that'll be 4. Ben Rain had a little look, running around from long leg, and realised the ball was moving much too quickly. And a flicked boundary takes Richard Levy to his first half-century of the summer. Has played a little championship cricket. When his side were in need of a contribution, he's made one here. A 59-ball 50 for him. And he gets there with his 8th boundary. touched away to fine leg. 144 for 4. Lead 230. Salisbury is in again. Rossington says no as Levy pushes into the covers, considering a sharp single that was never really available. Levy's played well, Kit.
He has played well, and he's also been watchful. You know, in the first innings he went a bit hard. He felt he had to force the game. In this situation, I think he's more come to terms second time round with the Durham bowling that it is going to be accurate, but if he just waits, the width that he needs to score runs fluently will be there.
Salisbury is into him again, and he drives through the covers for 4 runs. Poor delivery, over pitched from Salisbury, and Levy lays into it, and runs continue to flow here for Northamptonshire. An hour or so, Richard Levy could be decisive in this match. 148 for 4 now, Northamptonshire, and already really they've done their first job in cobbling their way up to 150. That was the minimum requirement in this second innings to move the lead out to 150 or so. Now stands at 2-3-4. But now, having got to this position, got a partnership set, and got an attack that are just searching for an idea or two, got to try and cash in. Levy has 56. Waits for Salisbury from the far end. Moving towards us. Levy driving again for 4 runs through the covers. This time it was too wide and was full enough for Richard Levy to stride forward and use that wonderful eye of his to time it perfectly all the way along the ground. And the ball has gone miles. It's bobbled over the rope and bounced out towards the super sopper parked next to the scoreboard, way out to our right hand side, out towards Abington Park. Back-to-back boundaries for Richard Levy has brought the 150 up for Northamptonshire. 152 for 4. Levy is on to 60. The lead goes to 238. And some problems here for Durham. Salisbury under considerable pressure, moves in again. Richard Levy driving, and this time missing. This time it wasn't quite there for the stroke, unlike Rossington before him. Richard Levy maybe just getting carried away with the situation.
He'd started to read his own scorebook there, hadn't he?
Hadn't he just?
I'm in form here.
That was a poor one.
He'll pull himself back in. Good Lord, Derbyshire. Have we had a look at that recently? They're now 100 ahead and they haven't lost a wicket.
That's incredible stuff.
193 without loss.
Really is tremendous.
Lewis Rees, having taken 5 for opening the bowling, has now got 124 not out opening the batting.
And in no time at all, those runs have come so quickly. Salisbury is in again and Levy is clipping down the ground. Should be saved here by Rushworth, it is. Rushing away, to his left-hand side. And a dot ball to end the over. That's featured 3 boundaries and taken Richard Levy to his first half-century of the summer. Has just not been in good nick really all year, Richard Levy, in all forms of the game. Hasn't played too much red ball cricket at all. Just one score of note, the first innings against Lancashire, where he made 38. But here has looked good. His T20 campaign never really fired. He made 58 against Yorkshire in the 50-over competition, but not much to show for the summer.
OK, here comes number 44, Rain. And he's straight back onto his accurate line and length. He has bowled well in this game. And Rossington plays tall and deep in the crease off the back foot, defensively back to the bowler. In this innings, it's pretty much been the case that Rain and Rushworth have been the containing bowlers. Salisbury and Cars have been just a little more profligate, just a little more width, short of length on offer. Good ball this time, swinging onto middle stump, but Rossington walks across his stumps and plays it very neatly across his pads, flicking it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Scoreboard ticking over quickly now. Great fluency between this pair. Rossington to 35, 156 for 4 now, 242 ahead, Northamptonshire. And Durham, well, they've just gone a little quiet, going through the motions. They're bowling well, they're bowling accurately, but in every over, there's just a little more width from one ball or a little more length from another ball. This one is length again, and it's driven positively by Rossington to Cars at mid-on. He flings the ball wildly back past the wicketkeeper, and that was lucky that first slip there was backing up, because otherwise there might have been some overthrows as it went over Eckersley's head. But, these batsmen are now both definitely in, and it means that they've reduced the bowler's margin of error to practically nothing. Here comes rain again. This one is outside off, and it's driven beautifully back down the ground and well stopped by Cars, who made a lot of room to his left. And actually he moved so smartly and swiftly that he didn't even have to dive to pick up the ball, and he's prevented even a run.
John Simpson now has a maiden first-class 150 at Lancashire. It's been quite the day for Middlesex there. They've only lost 2 wickets all day, and they're 310 for 8 now, so they're leading Lancashire by 50 runs. Too little too late for Middlesex, but it's only going to be the second time Lancashire have conceded a first innings lead this season.
Rossington gets a bit of width this time. He's up on his tiptoes, playing on the up to cover. No run. Worcestershire clinging on at home against Gloucester, 114 for 9 now, and that means that their lead, which with one more wicket to fall would turn into the Gloucestershire target, is now 100. But yes, it's nice to see John Simpson getting his 150. A real stalwart of the county, and so I gather, a very nice man.
Yeah, I spoke to him a few times. Very pleasant.
Rossington's next ball, another confident drive, this time finds mid-off. So he's found the middle of the bat consecutively on 3 occasions to full balls from rain, but he's found the fielder each time. 156 for 4 then, Rossington 35, Levy 60, the lead 242, and the partnership between these two for the 5th wicket is now worth 91.
What a chance this is for Northants. The lead quite sizable already, wickets in hand. The ball getting a little older, but still only 36 old. So with 32 left in the day, we're going to still be nowhere near a second new ball by the close tonight. It's a tremendous opportunity to really, really grasp the nettle in this promotion race, because I went through the figures just after tea, the permutations that we could potentially have next week if results go as they possibly could do in this round. And we could have...
Oh, you started to work it out?
Well, indeed, yeah, they're all here.
Envy you this.
Yeah, we could have 4 teams separated by 5 points next week.
Wonderful.
If Durham were to win here, if Sussex and Glamorgan were both to win, then Northants, Durham, Sussex and Glamorgan would only be separated by 5 points.
There are a lot of ifs there, though.
Well, there indeed, yeah. So all the more reason for Northants to grasp their chance now and take control of this game. They're getting to that stage, but there's still a lot of time for Durham to fight back. And now their chief man, Chris Rushworth, is back.
The field is rather spread now, and the keeper standing up, and it's a pull shot in the air, forward of square, and it's caught by the man at forward square leg on the boundary. Well, that was against the run of play, almost a sucker ball there. As Rushworth dropped one in short, Levy's eyes lit up, he rocked onto the back foot, but he didn't roll the wrists on it. And it went in the air, and it was a good catch. Leaden-footed, but diving forward, and the fielder got it in both hands. And 156 for 5. Jack Burnham, the man who he chose not to run in, but he just watched and watched the ball, went low forward, held on well, and Rushworth now is on the scoreboard in the 2nd innings. And there's the applause for an attractive innings which delivered much, promised more than it delivered, but he did bat well, especially square of the wicket. Richard Levy goes 60 of 65 balls caught by Burnham, old Rushworth, 156 for 5, and that's a lead of 242. Alex Winter.
Yeah, it's an appalling way to get out, isn't it? Just when Northants, as I said, had the chance to go on and nail Durham, Richard Levy does that. miscues a Paul. Top edge, he got nowhere near the connection he was looking for. You can miss-hit sixes to that short boundary to our left. First ball back into the attack, and they've gifted Chris Rushworth a wicket. And he's now got a new batsman to bowl at. Fresh off the tee here, Chris Rushworth. 6 overs with the new ball. Nothing for him, but he's on the board here in the second innings now. 5 in the first innings. And now the Northampton lower order, who all failed in the first innings. Proctor here made 8 first time around. Then Bracewell 1, Berg 3, Hutton 4. So Durham with a chance now to get back in the game, just when Northants were about to run it away from them with Richard Levy and Adam Rossington. So Levy played well, but I'm afraid it was only half a job.
So here is Proctor at number 7, left-hander, 2 slips, and the first ball is was nearly an easy run to get off the mark as it just drifts onto his thigh pad and leg stump, and he works it away to square leg. Rushworth there, 1 ball too late to bowl the good line to the right-hander. It's very rare that you have a Durham bowling innings with Chris Rushworth not on the card. So the field for Proctor. 2 slips, 3 men saving the single on the offside, 2 on the on, gap at mid-wicket, and a long leg and a third man, which we've often had in this game. As Rushworth bowls on mid-leg again, and Proctor comes across his stumps and closes the face on the ball, just guides it to square leg. Looking at the championship battle in Division 1. But it's a good job they don't sell tickets for the 4th day in county championship games, because Hampshire are 52 for 6, a lead of 106 against Somerset. Somerset in their first innings were all out for 142. Rushworth to Proctor, very wide and a little bit of seam away. That was Rushworth's off cutter. Proctor able to let it go by. So the Hampshire lead over Somerset 106 with 4 wickets remaining, and Essex 156 for 4 are 18 behind Surrey's 174 in the first innings. Those are the 2 games to watch up there. In Division 2, still Worcester cling on, 104 ahead of Gloucestershire now. Proctor faces next ball from Rushworth, outside off stump. There's that off cutter again, just seaming gently away, and Proctor picking up the length very quickly, and having left it alone, he busily comes down the pitch and does a bit of prodding and gardening. Short sleeve shirt, short sleeve sweater. The hardiness, the weather-beaten nature of the Durham fielders has dissuaded any of them from putting a sweater. Proctor the only man out there to have anything woolen on at all. So Rushworth now goes round the wicket to him, and he manages to guide a wideish ball, a fullish wideish ball, down towards third man, and he gets off the mark. So there's Proctor underway for the innings. 157 for 5, Northamptonshire, a lead of 243. Rossington would have been on strike, but he's been denied because Proctor has retained the strike there. It concludes the over. Rushworth got his first second innings wicket in the over. 1 for 25 he has, off 9 overs. 1 for 26 in fact. And now Ben Rain, 44 on his back, sets up. Proctor will have his first taste of rain. Field is exactly the same for Proctor, left-handed. The bowling chains ends. Here is Rain. Ooh, and he's guided a ball down off middle stump, past leg for 4. That's a, well, let's credit Proctor with that shot. That's a deft leg glance. Walks across his stumps, and Rain looks rueful, hands on hips, as if to say, how can you play that shot so early in your innings? Don't tell me you meant to do that. Turns and forlornly walks back to his mark, but Proctor's got a boundary. Good leg glance. He moves to 5, 161 for 5 now, and Northamptonshire are 247 ahead. Don't worry, Alex, that was my battery falling off the table. Nothing valuable belonging to the BBC.
I thought some equipment was being sent flying.
Rain to Proctor again, and he goes for the leg side glance and just pulls his bat inside the line at the last moment as it passes his body. Outside leg and goes through to Eckersley. And there isn't a run.
Yeah, Proctor perilously close to what would have been a mighty LBW shouted. He missed that little turn around the corner.
Now here is Rain. He's taken 2 wickets in his 13th over he is now. And it just opens up Proctor a little bit, who walks across his stump, opens himself up, and then finds the ball was more offside-ish than he thought, so he has to sling the bat over outside the line of his body to defend off the back foot. Middlesex are at last 9 down. Simpson with 150 not out, still there, but Nathan Souter made 52 batting at number 10, has been dispatched. First wicket for Mahmood. 312 for 9 means that they're 53 ahead of Lancashire. Here's Rain again. Slow, almost dibbly-dobbly off cutter there, just taking the pace off it. Proctor shoulders arms and lets it go through to Eckersley. The frenetic rate of wicket taken and tumbling has just slowed in both divisions, with the exception of that strange little game at Southampton. The groundsman seems to have booked himself a long weekend starting on Thursday somewhere, Centre Parks or something. He doesn't want to be at the ground, it seems. Proctor's next ball is defended as Rain just drops it a little bit shorter.
You need a few quid to go to Centre Parks nowadays.
Other indoor geodomes with heated swimming pools in them may be available.
But they're not as good.
Okay, right, hang on a minute. I must have fallen asleep when we agreed we could do this.
It was a huge part of my childhood going to Longleat Forest. And indeed all the other ones now and again. But mainly Longleat.
Rain's next ball is more accuracy here. He's kept a good line of length there, apart from that the one ball, which didn't really deserve to be leg glanced for 4 because it was on middle stump. He concludes the over very tidily. Proctor didn't add to that boundary. 161 for 5, 247 ahead Northamptonshire. And Rossington will now get some strike at last. He has 35.
30 overs remain in the day, so still plenty of time to come on this second day. Light, very, very good. Barely a cloud in the sky. Sun will set to the west, the shadows will lengthen, but I think the light should hold for these overs to be bowled here as we tick towards 4:30.
Here's Rushworth, and Eckersley is standing up to the stumps here, and an attempted pull from Rossington, and the umpire thought maybe I was going to give a leg by there, but he didn't give a leg by. It came off the glove behind square on the onside, and Rossington traipsed through for the simplest and easiest of singles. 36 to him. 162 for 5 now. Northamptonshire in a position of comparative comfort. The lead now 248. Rushworth is going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. Doesn't angle into him though, the ball just keeps its line, asking Proctor to essay a flash or a drive at it, which he won't do, and Eckersley gathers. So Eckersley trying to keep Rossington from getting too far forward by standing up to the stumps with the right-hander on strike, but quite happy to hang back in a more conventional position, with the newish Proctor batting at number 7 on strike. Quite crouched for a tall man, Proctor. Nearly squatting as this next ball is tighter to off stump, and he drops it into the offside and races through for a single. The throw comes in from Gully. I think that's Lees. Indeed it is. No, it is not. It's Burnham. And, well, Alex was quite keen on that as a direct hit, but it wasn't a direct hit. I think he probably was in, Alex, if it had hit. Rossington hastened through. Altogether sharper single on that occasion.
It would have been very, very tight had there been a direct hit, yeah. Rossington not the quickest, and the fieldsman was running to his good hand.
He had taken a very good catch a couple of overs ago. I'll give him that. We're going to get an update with Alex for FM for a moment. Rushworth now bowls to Rossington, keeper standing up. Rossington guides it away off the bat, this time backward of square on the onside. A throw comes in from Rain at long leg. So, strike being rotated. 3 singles in a row. 164 for 5 now. Rossington goes to 37. The lead now exactly 250. Rushworth now going to go round the wicket, as you hear your update in just a moment from Alex Winter to his FM listeners.
Indeed, I will interject momentarily, so bear with. Let's leave he plays to, Proctor plays to mid on for no run. Yes, indeed, Northampton trying to build up their lead here. They're 164 for 5 in their second innings. 250 runs ahead of Durham. Conditions easing here in the Wantage Road sunshine. Batting was perilous, really, on the first couple, certainly for the first day and a bit of this match. Northampton 217 all out yesterday, thanks to Adam Rossington's blazing 82 this time yesterday. And then Durham this morning fired out for 131. They were 42 for 6 before they finally got a partnership together. But Northampton's courtesy of Ben Sanderson, largely 6 for 54 for him, taking a first innings lead of 86. Plenty to work with, but they slipped from 54 for 1 to 65 for 4, and there was a lot to do from that position. But Adam Rossington and Richard Levy have very much steadied the ship, and they took the score to 156 for 4. Richard Levy going to just his second half century this summer across all formats of the game. It has not been a productive 2019 for Richard Levy, but he played really well here. But he's just got himself out, pulling at Chris Rushworth and finding the hands of deep square. He went for 60, a very, very soft wicket indeed. But Northampton know if they can certainly be batting tomorrow morning, they will have a large lead in this game. Still got 29 overs to come tonight, and Northampton are 164 for 5, leading by 250. Back with you online. And Bryden Carse is going to return from the Wantage Road end. Away he goes, slipping a gully into Adam Rossington. And Rossington off the back foot is playing to mid-off for no run. Ben Rain there. So Rossington is still there on 37. Proctor, very, very capable, is with him on 6. Likewise, the men to come. Bracewell, Berg and Hutton can all contribute. And Northampton will be hoping to cobble together maybe as many as 100 more runs here. A lead of 350 would certainly make them favourites in the 4th innings. But things can flatten out and do flatten out here at Wantage Road as Carse goes in again and bowls 2 feet outside Rossington's off stump, and he lets it go, playing with a little bit more circumspection now, the Northampton's captain, having seen Richard Levy rather give his wicket away. Caught it deep square for 60. Deep point is now back for Rossington, and still these 2 men on the leg side, deep square and long leg. Extra cover mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on also in position. There is still enough there for the bowlers. Still enough in the wicket, but conditions are easing. Heavy roller having an impact as Rossington just plays about inside the line of one that goes past his off stump on a good length, considering pushing at a ball. Straight into fraction, but he did just draw his hands inside the line, and it's through to Eckersley behind the stumps. Certainly Durham should be confident of putting up together a much more competitive effort than their first innings 1-3-1. We've seen here in the past teams get through final days of matches very comfortably here, but we are only on day 2. As in goes Carse again, bowls full, and Rossington is driving. Good save from Rain at mid-off. Saved his side 3 runs there. They do go through for a single because Rain couldn't take it cleanly with 2 hands, diving away to his left. But they do get the 1 run, which takes Rossington to 38, 165 for 5. A lead of 251. Proctor back on strike. 2 slips go in. 3rd man and long leg are back here. And Carse is in past the umpire. Proctor pushing at a ball that was well wide of the off stump. He should have left it. He did miss it by a long chalk really in the end. Just resisted from pushing his hands far enough at the ball to find the outside edge. But Northampton with work to do here with the lower order to get themselves up to a a target they'll be really confident of defending. Anything north of 300 might get them there, as Cars is in again, and Levy opening the blade. Levy Proctor, I beg your pardon, opening the blade on one, playing to find third man. There's a misfield in the distance by Rushworth. Thankfully he keeps it in play, but they do come back for a second run, which I think they would have done anyway. So Proctor, the left-hander, is there on 8. Rossington is with him on 38, and Northamptonshire 167 for 5, and the advantage is 253. And Martin Emerson is coming back in alongside Kid Harris. See you shortly.
Thanks, Alex. Sun's starting to poke round the side of the building we're in, the Ken Turner Pavilion here, and just starting to come through the gaps in the the glass down the side, so might warm up a little bit in this stand. There's a massive difference between where we are and where the rest of the punters are in this ground as Rushworth comes in from the Wilson end. Oh, baton pad, that stays out somehow just, I think, as Rossington has played that onto his front foot, onto his back foot, and it's just gone beyond the stumps and across towards the gully area. They've got one slip and a gully in here and a point. Short extra cover in Scott Steele. But at tea time I went down the other end of the ground, and if you were out the breeze really warm, particularly again with your back against the wall of the Wilson indoor school there were people topless down that end of the ground, and here we are in hats, coats and hats.
Martin.
Rushworth bowls. This is played across that bumpy square past Lees. He's going to chase it past point towards the cover boundary for 1. 2 runs there to Rossington. So Rossington's 82, pivotal in the first innings. He led by example. He took the attack to Durham and smashed the ball around, and they ended up with an 86-run lead, and that is massive in the circumstances here. But what I would say is the pitch is very much flattened out since Northampton used the heavy roller ahead of this second innings, and Durham have got that to use as well. So this is not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination. Durham have been a good second innings team this year. Rushworth in again, that's into the keeper's gloves as he stands up to the stumps. They've pulled off some excellent performances in second innings this season as well, so
I think this one would have to top them all.
well, probably.
If they can get 5 very quick wickets, then they have got an enormous amount of time.
They're going to be looking at about 300 plus, aren't they here? But
well, from here, chasing 300 would be a little comeback.
still loads of time left in the match. That's the other thing. And it's at Rushworth bowls again here to Rossington. That's taken by the keeper. 2 days left in the game. It's a challenge for Northampton to try and judge this as well, because there's so much time left.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, they're going to have to be thinking about batting well through tomorrow morning, possibly at the lunchtime. Put the game well beyond Durham in terms of runs on the board. But some of Durham's got 487 for 7 declared at Leicester and won that one. And comes Rushworth again. That one's pushed down into the ground and off towards mid-on. That was in there. That was the third innings of the game, so that was Durham's second innings there. They did bat first, of course, but they had been bowled out for just 117 in that game. Now, their innings today was 131, their second lowest this season. A run behind Gloucestershire, bowling them out for 132 at Chesley Street in the early weeks of the season, when Durham were all over the place. They made 147 in their first innings at Lord's last week and won. In comes Rushworth. That's played away by Rossington up to mid-on, no run there. So one of their best scores batting second in a game. 487 for 7 at Leicester. They made 290 for 8 against Worcester and Chesley Street and won. 284 for 3 declared at Sussex. They're going to be chasing more than that, though. But there is a recent example, and in this neck of the woods as well, at Leicester, not that far up the road. They turned the game on its head. They were 95 runs behind, 85 runs behind in that match, and won it.
That's what Derbyshire are doing right now, isn't it?
I haven't looked at any scores for a while, actually, as Cars starts anew over here from the pavilion end, and that's cut hard. That's a poor ball from Cars. short and wide of off stump, and that's just easy runs for Proctor there. He just leaned back into the shot and cracked it past point. This is where he went wrong yesterday, Bryden Carse, and when he gets it wrong, it costs him. It can be costly. He needs to pitch it up. That was too short and too wide, and it's just sitting there nicely for Proctor to just crack it away.
Yeah, Martin, Derbyshire conceded a lead of 93 to Sussex on first innings. Derbyshire's second go, they're 236 without loss.
Well, there you are. A lot of teams were batting in really gloomy conditions yesterday. They've used the heavy roller the day the sun's out. Oh, look at that. That's an interesting... what is that? That's played up to mid on no run there. That's a weird looking thing, isn't it?
A strange turboprop aeroplane going over the top of us. It's like something out of Blade Runner. Oh, there are two of them.
Well, oh yes. Well, they're obviously some kind of military
They don't look...
thing.
Are they drones? They could be drones.
I don't think they're drones.
They don't... I mean, they don't look... They're not a million miles away from being
But
V2s.
the props are right, the propellers are right at the end of the wings. You
Yeah.
don't normally see that, do you? They could be drones, couldn't they? In comes Carse again. Balls, and that's going down the leg side, surely. Not
Yep.
given. Too high as well.
Umpire agrees with you.
They are weird, those things. Normally you would expect the propellers to be about halfway along a wing, or at least 2/3 of the way along a ring. They're right at the end of the wing, and they're quite stumpy wings as well.
Right now, look, we have our first county championship end game about to develop as we are finally all done with Worcestershire's second innings, which was 128 all out, and the target for Gloucestershire to win will be 115, and they have 29 overs today. I believe they could claim an extra half hour if the light would hold, if they
haven't
felt
got
they
any
were close.
floodlights at Worcester though. Carse in, that's played by Proctor off towards point, no run there.
Meanwhile, poor old bottom of the table Leicestershire have lost their 7th wicket, 147 on the board, still 288 behind Glamorgan's first innings 435, and Leicestershire face the ignominy next week of having to host the champions of Division 2, Lancashire, in what will really, well, is a dead game in the sense that Leicestershire will be bottom and Lancashire will be top.
Lancashire are up. Those Carse balls, courtesy of, well, they were up the other day, weren't they? Haven't they won the championship courtesy of the fact that Northampton only got the one batting point yesterday here?
Middlesex still going in their first innings, 62 ahead now. The last two batsmen at the wicket, 321 on the board in response to Lancashire's 259.
Somewhere out there, not far to the east of us, there's a Spitfire been doing all kinds of flight paths today around Bedford and Northampton.
Is it lost? It seems to be going round and round.
Yeah. In comes the bowler, turned towards mid-wicket, no run. Burnham picks it up. There are some around near St Neots, done all kinds of flights there. That's I don't think those two aircraft that have just come past us are going to show up on flight radar, though. Down to the fact they're very strange military things. Could be drones. I've never seen a drone before, you know, in the air. You expect them to be quite small, don't you? But if they're carrying missiles or whatever, I suppose they're going to have a bit of kit on them.
Yeah, but those ones weren't carrying missiles, I hope.
No, but I mean, if they'd be used abroad in missile strikes, wouldn't they? 173 for 5, the lead's 259. Rushworth bowling here to Rossington, who has 40. And that is played out into the covers to Scott Steele along the floor. It pitched and started to rise as it was drifting away past off stump, but Rossington, rather than cracking that away like Proctor did with Carse in the previous over, has just played it into the ground and safely up to the covers for no run.
Well, I've just looked at some drones on the internet. I don't think it was one.
Be some military aircraft boffins listening to us now who can tell us what it is. Rushworth in again, balls played short on the leg side. So they were stubby winged military aircraft with the propellers, two propellers on each plane, and the propeller right at the end of the wing.
And there was the tail fin that was weird because there were two vertical stabilisers. It wasn't just a regular Spitfire style, a fin sticking up at the back. It was a bar across the back of the fuselage of the plane with two fins, one on each end of the bar. I'm sure that much of that has a better terminology than I just used.
Rushworth bowls, left alone by Rossington, narrowly outside the off stump there. You can tweet at Marty Cricket if you have a clue what they might be, or email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk.
Yes, please do.
I was wondering if maybe they might be used for parachute jumps, you know. Because they had a sort of cargo back on them.
It was a little bit like Sukhoi Su-80 twin turbo prop.
In comes the bowler. It's past the off stump. Yeah, but not because the propellers aren't at the end of the wings on those, are they?
No.
Ned Eckersley's been standing up to the stumps here and has decided to come back. Take a bit of pressure off Rossington with 2 balls to go. There's a tactical reason for this. Rushworth in again and bowls, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket this time. Burnham's going to have to race up the line to cut it off, and he does. And he's coming back to the keeper's end, but the ball just pitches and deviates away from the stumps. It hit the end of a used track.
You might be able to hear something else buzzing now.
It's just a little Cessna thing over there.
Nobody knows what that is. I can't see that one.
It's between the 2 sets of
Oh,
floodlights.
yes. You don't think that's the Spitfire?
Rushworth in bowls, defended on the off stump. I don't think so. It doesn't sound like one, does it?
You turn our effects mic up and you can all have a guess at home.
It's quite high up, isn't it, that one? See where the Spitfire is now.
Oh, I know what it is, what's just gone over the top.
Go on then.
It's an Osprey.
A what?
An Osprey.
An Osprey?
Yeah, that's what that was.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. V-22 Osprey. Have a look at that then.
Are they American then, are they?
Well, it's, this newspaper says it's half airplane, half helicopter.
It's cut by the batsman Proctor. It's gone off towards point. Well, that was what I first thought when I saw them, because the...
Hang on a minute, you first thought it was an Osprey?
No, I thought it looked sort of half helicopter because of the way the propellers were. So what they can do is it can take off vertically, and then those they rotate round, so then it becomes an aeroplane. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. Oh yes, yes. I can see exactly what you're talking about. That's exactly what it is.
Carson, that's left alone by Proctor outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, what you just described, I wouldn't even have thought it was possible. And if you said that to me without me having seen it, I would have said you were talking nonsense. 2 rotors start up facing upwards, and then once it's in the air, they rotate 90 degrees and face forwards like a normal turboprop aircraft, and that is called the Bell Boeing V-22 Osprey. No thanks to Twitter. Worked that way. Did anyone tweet that?
I've got my gloves on. Hang on. I have to have a look. Problem with it is these military planes don't tend to show up on the radar things as cars comes in. It's pushed off towards the covers nowhere in there. Had a few Chinooks come past Chesley Street a few weeks ago.
Oh, we would be able to identify those if we saw them. Huge thing.
Bernard helpfully says, I have no idea of the type of aircraft you've described. John Stevens says, probably a V2 Osprey aircraft. You see them sometimes near Ripon.
Now, did he say that before I did? I think
5 minutes ago
yes,
he sent that
he
across,
did.
yeah.
Well, who's that then? John Stevenson. Hats off to you, John Stevenson. Well done. Good for you.
In comes Cars to Proctor. Proctor plays the ball up to... It's gone out the covers to Scott Steele.
Also, hats off to you, Martin, for describing it in such a way that John Stevenson was able to identify it.
Well, if you see them around the Ripon area, you've got a number of military bases around there. There's Dishfith, which is right next to the A1. It's where the A1 and the A9... Dishforth.
Okay.
And then just across the way from there, you've got Topcliffe Air Base, which is between Ripon and Thirsk. It's more nearer Thirsk, Topcliffe Barracks. So cast in again, bowls, and it's
Oh.
turned off towards the square leg boundary to Burnham for 1 by Proctor. He moves on to 13, 176 now for 5 Northants. They lead by 262. That area of North Yorkshire, see, you're just down in the Vale of York. It's pan flat round there, really. It's just to the south of the North York Moors, and it's sandwiched in that flat section between there and the Yorkshire Dales. So there's quite a lot of air bases around there, going back from World War II. Cast balls. That comes in late and is turned away by Rossington down towards fine leg, and he moves on to 44. He's coming back for a second. He's going to get his second half century of this match, and he's going to prove crucial, really, into what Northants can achieve in terms of promotion, it would look like. He's on 44 from 81 balls, and the score's 178 for 5. BBC Northampton with your BBC Newcastle. Day 2 here, the sun is shining. The floodlight pylons are around the sides of the ground here. So you have 6 of them in all, I think. 3 down each side. There's nothing behind us.
They all have a different number of lights.
Yeah, well, the middle ones are different, aren't they? They're a bit smaller. They're a similar design, actually, to the ones at Durham, but I think the ones at Durham are slightly taller.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. The reason they've got different numbers of lights is that it's planned so there's an even covering of light on the ground when they're on.
In comes Rushworth, that's left alone. Well, at Durham they are taller because the pavilion, for one thing, is a lot bigger. It's about 4 stories high. And one of the floodlight pylons sits behind the pavilion halfway down the car park, so it's got to be higher to get over the top to look in. Whereas down the side of the grounds here, the stands are probably no more than about 7 or 8 deep. They're quite small.
And is there a good even covering of light? No dark
Yes,
spots?
we were told they were meant to be the brightest lights in the country when they were put in about 3 or 4 years ago. As Rushworth comes in here and bowls. This is played off towards the covers, no run there.
I suppose every time a new set of floodlights is installed on the cricket circuit, technology dictates that it would be the brightest set. I mean, they're terribly fond of their lights at Somerset. They talk about there being LED lights.
They look quite good, don't
energy
they?
efficient. And they are all different shapes and sizes, but when they're on, the covering of the ground is nice and even. But I dare say the next set of floodlights to go up somewhere else will in turn be even more up to date and even brighter.
Here's Rushworth bowling to Proctor, who plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. I think if you think back to the first generation lights, the likes of the lights originally installed at Chelmsford and Derby, and I think possibly here originally, I'm sure they had smaller lights here, slightly different design. They weren't as bright, and that was one of the reasons why in the past the umpires would think about the shadows and where the artificial light is overcompensated by overcompensates the natural light. But they have changed the way they look at things these days as Rushworth comes in and bowls. This is played off towards mid-wicket, no run there. Graham Cowdery was telling me a year or so ago there was new advice given to the umpires about fading light, and the only reason we're talking about this is because of the shadow from the sun, so don't worry about them going off a bad light. That's not going to happen here.
Okay.
Not at the minute. But it's about other things. So at Durham, you've at one end, at the park, and you've got loads of dark trees, and you've got a stand on the right-hand side towards the castle, which is dark blue. And it's when the players start losing the ball in those dark backgrounds, that's when it becomes an issue. Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's defended on off stump, and it rolls up towards mid-off. No run there. So slowish passions of play for Northants at the minute. They lost their last wicket on 156. That was Levy, who'd come out and really had pushed things along at a rate of knots. He got to his half century in 59 balls and 8 fours, and they put on a 50 partnership, and I think 11 overs, him and Rossington, and then they were approaching the 100 partnership in 16 overs when he was eventually out. They put 91 on. Rushworth comes in again from the Wilson end. Proctor forward to that one, plays it safely away. Proctor's best score against Durham came in a fantastic game that I covered at Southport in 2016. He made 122 for Lancashire, and it was a game that went right down to the wire, the final session, when Durham in a run chase, just got across the line with Ben Stokes in the middle, and in a red hot week. It was so hot that week, and at one point it was the day of the flying ants, when all these flying ants emerged from a crack in the path. There was thousands of them at Southport. New over, 178 for 5. The lead is 264. Cars is bowling here to Rossington. Rossington defends. Haven't seen any spin at all in this match. You just wonder if it might be worth somebody trying something a little bit different here. With Scott Steele can bowl a little bit of leg spin, or Cameron Steele sometimes. They haven't got the medium pace of Gareth Hart, who's quite a good little partnership breaker. Burnham can go bowl medium pace. Cars comes in and bowls. That's played up to mid-on, no run there. It's met on a length on middle stump. It's a pleasant evening now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very. It was a bit breezier this morning,
yeah,
but now it's become quite still.
Eastern side of the ground is actually catching the sunlight. The stands on our left are now in shade, as is the pavilion. And we're getting a little bit of sunshine through the glass at the side of our stand now. Cast once more bowls to Rossington, and that's left, and it daisy cuts through to the keeper beyond off stump. Dot ball. Did you not bring a coat today?
I have other hoodies and layers and so forth. I always underestimate how cold I'm going to be at Northampton. It wouldn't feel like Northampton if you went home.
Well,
healthy.
I think you have to think about the fact that you're never in the sun here, so a bit like Durham. The media centre at Durham's always got its back to the sun unless it's late evening. It faces north like this ground does. Cast bowls, and Rossington plays up to mid-off to Ben Rain. It's another runless ball. Pigeon flying past. It's about this time yesterday when the starlings started to arrive on the floodlight pylons. I'm just looking at that central one on our left-hand side. There's a few of them there.
They're quiet though on this occasion.
Yeah, at the minute they are. It was sort of dusky-ish yesterday with the light, wasn't it? That
was. It was squeaking their heads off.
Cast bowls. That's left alone. It's about 2 stumps off stump. And at the minute, this is just a really quiet passage of play.
We still haven't had a ball of spin.
No.
In this game, and the pitch is not a seamer's delight. This pitch. It might be worth just getting the over rate together a little bit. A couple of overs of spin, just trying to keep it tight.
-3 now.
They will have to catch that up, won't they?
Last ball from Cast comes in and bowls. Drilled back at him, it hits him in the foot and comes to rest on the adjacent pitch. No run there. And that is the end of the over. 178 for 5.
Who could have a little tweak, Martin?
Well, I think you must have just been daydreaming an over ago when I was going through who could bowl some spin for Durham.
You said Jack Burnham could.
Medium pace,
yeah,
Jack
medium
Burnham.
Pace. I remember that bit.
Scott Steele can bowl leg spin, and so can Cameron Steele. So I think Durham just need to try something different, don't they? I think their worry.
Just get through the overs a bit.
Well, yeah, but the other worry would be if they bowl spin and there's a really short boundary on one side of the ground, and we saw what Rossington was doing against the fast men yesterday. Smack, 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 7 sixes.
Lynn Wilson and Ben Rain.
Ben Rain got a wicket with his first ball earlier today. In this afternoon session, he was brought in and got a wicket. And who was that again? He got Curran, didn't he, for 19, caught in the slips by Watling.
Juggling. Caught at the second attempt, that was. He now bowls the left-handed Proctor, who cuts very neatly, but only as far as Burnham at backward point, who's very quickly onto it. Good fielder, Burnham. He prevents a run. Burnham looks he's got a very long shirt, which is not tucked in. I mean, the Durham style here does seem to be not to tuck your shirt in. And, some of the shirts almost look like nightgowns. They're so long, but he's no slouch when it actually comes to the crunch. Rain into his third spell. He bowls now, and this one is straightish. Proctor plays it across himself to mid-wicket, where it is again fielded. Scott Steele on this occasion. Not quite going through the motions here, but it is relatively sedate. But Northamptonshire don't have to do anything at this point other than just keep themselves together. Rain bowls to Proctor, who comes watchfully forward to a ball that's just in the channel. You say bye-bye to Martin Emerson, BBC Newcastle, BBC Northampton. Alex Winter is now with us again. My name's Kit Harris. You listened to the last 90 minutes or so from now of the Specsavers County Championship Division 2 game at Northampton, where the hosts are playing Durham. The promotion battle. Straight ball this time from Proctor is nudged into the onside, and a quick single is taken. He played it with soft hands, and fielders are just a little deeper than close, and not able to pounce on it quickly. Proctor goes to 14, 179 for 5. The lead now 2-6-5. Championship silverware watch. Hampshire are now 7 down for 103 against Somerset, but that is a lead of 157, and they bowled Somerset out for 142 in the first innings. As the next ball rained to Rossington is very straight, and Rossington just plays it to mid-wicket off the back foot. More propeller aircraft overhead now. We've already had 2 Ospreys, a Cessna that might also have been a Spitfire but was probably a Cessna. There's now something going over us behind the stand. Rossington prepares to face rain again, and you're going to go over that dot ball to Alex Winter's FM listeners.
Thank you very much. 179 for 5 here, Northampton in their second innings, building up this lead. It's 265 here on Durham. They were wobbling earlier on. Northampton began with a first innings advantage of 86. They were 54 for 1, but then lost 3 wickets for 11 runs. They slumped to 65 for 4, but then came a solid stand of 91 with the 5th wicket between Adam Rossington and Richard Levy, leaving going to just his second half century of the summer across all formats. But he fell for 60 to just open the door for Durham once again. But Luke Proctor has come out with Adam Rossington to get through 11 overs now for the 6th wicket partnership. Still 21 overs to come in the day. If Northants are batting at the close, they will be a long way ahead in this game. The advantage already is quite significant, but they would dearly love to push this lead up beyond 300. 266 the advantage for Northamptonshire at 180 for 5.
Alex's update of BBC Northampton. No runs scored in that brief moment of delay. Just a dot ball to conclude the over. 180 for 5 now. It's actually a single has been taken. Now Rossington on strike. 44 not out. He's facing Bryden Cars. This first ball is outside off, and Rossington comes forward and plays for in-form, comfortable kind of defensive shot. No sooner do I tell you that Somerset, in their effort to try and get somewhere with the championship, have got Hampshire 7 down. They've got them 8 down now, 103 for 8, 157 ahead. And if Somerset aren't careful, they're going to find themselves batting in the twilight against Kyle Abbott again, chasing what they'd hope might be a gettable target. If they win this, they'll be in prime position to win the championship. Meanwhile, here is Cars bowling outside off stump, and he's nibbled at it there, Rossington. Did that go through to it? Was that catchable? Was that a little nick to Eckersley?
I don't think it was in edge, because there's no real reaction from around the bat. There was no cry of catch.
What did happen there? Eckersley seemed to be...
I think it leapt at the keeper, and I think it's just hit him in the chest.
He didn't take it cleanly, but it was thrown to the ground by the ball. Now, if that ball did rise unusually off a length, it would be the first ball with any hint of uneven bounce at all that we had seen in this very sporting pitch at Northampton. Next one is short down the leg side and it's pulled down to long leg. Always muffed it. That's a terrible miss. It came to him on the bounce. Well, it was coming out of the sun, I suppose, but that is not a smart effort out there, I'm afraid, from number 22, Chris Rushworth, who's let 4 go through, and it should have been 1. Rossington moves to within 2 of his 50 now, 184 for 5, 270 ahead.
Chalk it up as more runs given away by Durham in the field. The ground fielding's just been terrible. So many runs have been let slip by Durham. Mentioned it before, it is the first time that many of these players would have played a championship game on this ground, so maybe the dimensions or the different buildings or the outfield or something is just not quite as they would have been hoping for, but it's been really poor.
Cast to Rossington, he drives, this will be 49 as he finds, with a square drive, backward of square, the deep backward point boundary fielder. And, well, he's been fluent in this innings. In fact, he's certainly the leading batsman of the match. 82 in the first innings, 49 not out now. And please don't forget the wonderful stumping he took earlier today, standing up. You get a chance to see that. That was poetry in motion. One out of a world-class wicketkeeper's playbook. Last ball of the over from Cars to the left-handed Proctor. A tight line. And deftly defended with soft hands to point with Proctor. So the lead now 271, 185 for 5, and there are exactly 20 overs remaining. And Durham are 3 overs behind the rate.
So if we do get the 20 overs in, Northants do keep batting here. 3 and over. And that lead is going to be 330, 340 by the close, and Northants will be in a tremendous position, but can they get through the remaining overs in the day? Such a chance to take hold of the game.
Rossington on strike, goes for a 50 here, he just pushes the ball short of Rushworth at mid-on, races through for a single. The compensatory shy at the striker's end doesn't run out Proctor despite the direct hit, and for the second time in the match, the wicket-keeper batsman and captain of Northamptonshire reaches his 50.
Including 7 fours.
Twin 50s. Well batted, and the fact that Northamptonshire are now 272 ahead for 5 wickets down is down in no small part to 2 very contrasting innings from Rossington. Watchful and accumulating this time, and swashbuckling in the first innings. Proctor now settles left-handed over his bat, and he goes for the drive, plays it inside out though, went for the off drive and it found the inside part of the bat and very slowly just rolled it on the ground to mid-on. No run.
97 balls and 7 boundaries if he didn't pick that up over the PA. Fantastic effort from Adam Rossington, the Northants captain.
Now Gloucestershire, who need 115 to beat Worcester, have lost their first wicket at 8. The batsman to go is Bracey. So that's a start. Both teams here would have some interest in Worcestershire pulling that one out of the hat. The next ball is a little bit of nip outside the off stump. Proctor followed it. What a good off cutter that was. Well, he might even have edged it. It would have had to be a very good batsman to edge it, but he nearly did. Proctor survives as the ball just zips past the edge. Lovely bit of seam movement there in the 49th over from Rain. He's been able to get the ball to swing early on when it's newer and still to seam when it's older in both the first and second innings. So Rain coming in now to bowl to Proctor again, and this one is too straight and a little short, and Proctor's able to work it away down to long leg, takes the first run quickly, thinks about a second, but is sent back by Rossington. Proctor moves to 16. 187 for 5 now, 273, the Northamptonshire lead.
Derbyshire have finally lost a wicket at the racecourse.
Oh no!
It's come via a run out. A run out the only way that Sussex can strike there, it seems. And Lewis Rees, a splendid 184 for him, but 274 for 1. So the lead 181 there for Derbyshire over Sussex.
Here is next ball from Rain, and it's just pushed out into the covers by Rossington. There isn't a run. 333, I believe, is the Derbyshire record first wicket partnership. It's only a couple of years old, isn't it? And I think Lewis Rees was batting in that
Oh,
one as
no,
well.
no. I think you would have seen the record that was made against Northants when chuck-ups were being sent down for a declaration set up, because there were records. Unfortunately, there were records set up in that game.
No, you can't have that. Rossington's next ball is just worked to leg and fielded in the ring, so there's another dot ball in the book. To conclude, a tidy over from Rain, who's now bowled 15, 2 for 51 he has. Northamptonshire 187 for 5. 273 ahead with Rossington on 50 and Proctor on 16.
It was a bizarre, it wasn't a bizarre situation, but it was bizarre that Derbyshire decided to use social media to hail these magnificent records, and Adam Rossington, Ben Duckett and Rob Newton were bowling.
And the sad thing is that it is still the record.
Well, I know, but like,
why?
I mean, why anybody just expunge them from the records? It's absolutely ridiculous that that should stand. What's going on here? We've got some kind of delay. They were considering what to do. I think Scott Steele's going to have a ball. We've still got 19 overs to come in the day, and the over rate is -3.
It's over rate time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Martin Emerson was thinking about who was going to have a little bowl. Jack Burnham, he considered. Now, Scott Steele is in his second first-class game. Did he bowl in the first one?
And the new bowler to bowl for the first time from the pavilion end will be Scott Steele.
Let's have a quick look to see if this is first ball in first-class cricket, which would give us a little bit of a byplay. He's right-handed. Looks to me as though he might be an off-spinner. Yes, it's coming out of the fingers as he warms up bowling a couple to Bryden Cars, who's at mid-on. He has a slip. He has a deep square leg, and all the other fielders spread in the infield. 4 on the off and 3 on the on, saving 1. Here he is, Scott Steele bowling to Proctor. First one is down the leg side, and Proctor's able to steer it away for a single to the sweeper that is patrolling the boundary down there at deep square. So first ball goes for 1. Proctor 17, 188 for 5. Something of a loosener first up, and why wouldn't it be a loosener? It's the first ball of spin that we've had in this entire game. Right arm round to Proctor, but he's going to bowl over the wicket to Rossington. Now there are 3 men on the leg side boundary as well. That's a good off break first up. Spun up outside off. Rossington comes forward, plays round his pad into mid wicket. That deep square leg has become a deep point. 3 of the infielders have gone out on the leg side, but this one is just milked. Good length ball, just driven to one of those 3 boundary riders, the straightest of them all, the deep mid-on. Rossington to 53, 191 for 5, 277 ahead.
Oh, exciting news to bring you from Old Trafford in a moment.
Good. We could do with a bit of excitement here. This game is becoming a little bit quiet just at the moment. Fourth ball now from Scott Steele to and it's just fallen short of second slip. A very wide position. There isn't a first slip, I hasten to add, but Proctor played it with very soft hands. A wide slip. It went into the ground well short. Angus Robson, I think, might have dived
probably so. Can't quite tell.
Forward for that. But this one is on leg stump again, just as the first ball of the over was, and Proctor has just worked it to the sweeper backward of square for another single. But this is a tidy over.
Just a little bit of bounce and turn there from Steele.
It is indeed Scott Steele's first over in first-class cricket. He didn't bowl on his debut last week.
Doesn't appear to be any significant rough outside the left-handers off stump, but it always is difficult for the lefties. He was done by a beauty from Colin Ackerman at Leicester last week. Proctor.
Scott Steele bowls again, tight line again, but this time Rossington comes all the way across his stumps into the offside and plays it square. The ball is moving slowly and spinning slowly, and plenty of time for Rossington to use his feet. So he retains the strike. 53 he has. Now that was the 100th ball he faced. 192 for 5. It's 277.
So there's tremendous news from Old Trafford.
Oh, the news, yes.
Middlesex ball up for 377. It's the highest first-class total by a team who had lost their first 6 wickets for fewer than 40. Middlesex for
whatever
ever.
brilliant.
Ever.
I like that. Okay, Ben Rain continuing from the far end, down the leg side. Good line to the left-handed Proctor. Unfortunately, it was Rossington. Eckersley picks up the ball and flings it towards the slip stylishly in the way that keepers do, but Angus Robson wasn't looking. So Gully had to rather sheepishly run round and pick it up, unfortunately for them.
Middlesex 34 for 6 and made 337. The second highest was actually by Northants, 39 for 6 back in 1947 at the Oval, and they made 308. And the third highest also involves Northampton.
Rain to Rossington again. Oh, a good ball there. There's a seamer.
Yeah.
Just comes in again. There's the off-cutter. He bowled it a couple of times to left-handed Proctor. Good movement. Rossington plays it late to mid-wicket.
Just slid through a bit, didn't it? Here in 2001, Somerset were 35 for 6 and made 299.
Right, Leicestershire are 8 down now against Glamorgan at Cardiff. 169 for 8, still 266 behind Glamorgan's first innings, 435. Here comes Rain again, and Rossington plays it to leg, another straightish ball. Rain determined not to give Rossington any width either side of the wicket and not to give him anything short either. That was the kind of bowling that he tucked into in the first innings after all. Still plenty of time left today, and atmospheric conditions still bright.
Yeah, we should get these overs in.
18 of them, a long time. Rain's next ball to Rossington. Again, it's full and straight. Rossington is forward defending. To the offside this time.
Just a bit of tail there from Rain, something for Rossington to think about. To its 51st over here, this ball.
Yes, it's not swinging at all anymore, but Ben Rain is able to get it to move into the right-hander, away from the left-hander off the seam, just a touch. Here's his next ball. Again, a tight line on off, and Rossington coming forward watchfully in defence. If he carries on batting in this vein, I mean, time really doesn't matter at this point.
No, there's two entire days left in this match. Northants have just got to bat and bat and bat and bat and bat. They knew at the start of their second innings if they batted 3 sessions they would be a long way ahead. Remains the case.
Next one is outside off stump, and Rossington happy to leave it alone. Expected it not to seam too much back in, and indeed it didn't. So the scorer puts a dot in her book for the end of the over. 191 for 5. Yes, that lead 277, I mean, it will get up to over 300 tonight if we have these remaining 17 overs.
I mean, Northants now are thinking, well, 350 is on. Get a lead of 350. That's perfectly possible with a set batsman in Rossington on 52. Proctor, Bracewell, Berg and Hutton to come. Round the wicket comes Steele, outside the off stump and cracked away for 4. That was a loose delivery. Produced a fine off spinner in the previous over, that turned and took the edge of Proctor. But that was a rank long hop and crashed away to the square fence to our right hand side for a boundary. So Proctor goes to 22. Northants to 195 for 5, and the lead is now into the 280s, 281 ahead.
Well, he can bowl a loose ball. No spin's been bowled in the match. We're in the 52nd over, and it's only his 8th ball in first-class cricket, so drop it short and get cut. Well, it would take a very, very churlish person to criticise him for that. And Middlesex have celebrated their little record by taking the first Lancashire wicket now. 1 for 1. Davies has gone without scoring. Lancashire 77 in arrears. I think Middlesex could get back into the promotion fight, do you?
No, they're too far ahead. They began the round on 120 points as Steele throws one up and Proctor smothers it back up towards the bowler. They began the round 36 points behind Gloucestershire and 41 points behind Northants. So they had no chance, having lost to Durham last week in that shootout that it became on spicy pitch as Proctor defends the next. Very full ball to short extra cover. And there is no run. I was really surprised that those conditions prevailed. Middlesex pressing the nuclear option really and going all out for a result as Proctor takes another very full ball this time, just working it away out on the onside towards short mid wicket for no run.
Glamorgan have got all their points now.
Steele again, Proctor well forward, blocks to short extra cover again, no run.
Leicestershire 171 for 9. That's the point at which the bowling team gets their third bowling bonus point to go with the 5 batting points.
Steele once more is round the wicket. Proctor kicks it away from a very full length way outside the off stump. So end of the over, got 17 to come tonight. 195 for 5. Northamptonshire lead by 281. Rossington there on 52, Proctor 22. And this partnership have calmly played out 12 overs so far. The loss of Richard Levy for 60 was a blow for Northants because he was going well. And 156 for 5. Still some work to do to get into comfortable territory. They're moving towards it now, but can they go on and nail their position? Rain is at the Wilson end, running into Rossington with a slip in a gully, and Rossington is driving a very full ball, but only as far as mid-on, and there's no run. So Leicestershire could be asked to follow on. How many overs sent down there? 60 odd, so I'm sure Glamorgan will bat again.
Well, it's there as here, there is so much time.
Yeah.
But Glamorgan will want to be sure of the 16 victory points.
Yeah, they can bat again and get a lead of 500 by just before tea tomorrow. In his Rain, and he takes out Rossington's off stump. A big breakthrough. Full delivery, just skidded on a wee bit. Rossington was back, he probably should have been forward. And the Northants captain is gone. And Durham know they've claimed a big wicket. And Rossington, for the second time in the match, who'd played really well, can't see it through to the close. He's gone for 52. And Northants are 195 for 6, leading by 281. But generous applause for the Northants captain because he's played superbly well once more. A counter-punching 82 in the first innings helped set up Northants' position. And he's grafted away in different fashion here this afternoon for 52, but he's just had his off stump plucked out by Ben Rain. A ball full of length, just full of a good length really, skidded through. Rossington slightly misread and he couldn't keep it out and he's gone. So again, like Levy, fine innings but not able to go on and really nail the Northants' position in the game. 195 for 6, the lead 281. Kit Harris.
The batsman is Doug Gracewell. Adam Rossington bowled Rain for 52, scored off 107 balls.
I suspect the listener might have heard that. They're certainly in a very good position to be able to pick up those public address announcements. But it is Bracewell, as you heard. Came in ahead of Gareth Berg in the first innings. He was LBW to Rushworth for a single. And, well, it did all finish quite well for Northamptonshire. Remember, they were 134 for 6, 139 for 7, and they did end up getting, in that first innings, 217. So the tail wagged a bit, but it wagged because of Rossington.
Indeed, yeah.
And Rossington's not there.
Yeah, it didn't wag because of anybody else. Proctor 8, Bracewell 1, Berg 3, Hutton 4. The lower order in the first innings. Can they provide something this time around to push the Northants lead over 300? Bracewell is facing Rain just outside the off stump, and he lets the ball go through. Somerset can no longer win the title this week. A win would leave Somerset, if they were to beat Hampshire, on 224 points, and Essex defeat would lead them on at least 201. So it means next week's showdown at Taunton, where Somerset play Essex, will be for the title.
It will be. Inescapably so.
But for the moment, Essex are in a good spot at Chelmsford against Surrey as Rain comes in. A good Yorker that Bracewell is just about down to in time to drive away towards mid-off for no run. Played well in the first innings at Grace Road, did Doug Bracewell made 38. Northants need this strong lower order. When they compiled this new look lower order really, with Hutton down at 10, they thought there was a lot of strength lower down. But couldn't provide anything in the first innings in those difficult conditions, but much benigner now. Rain is in again and beats the bat. There is just still something there. One gently moves away, goes away from a length and beats the outside edge of Doug Bracewell. 195 for 6. To limit the target to 300, Durham would have to run through these lower order wickets very, very cheaply indeed. Northampton should still be very confident of just scrapping away to get the lead to 320, but they'll be after much more with the position they've got themselves into this afternoon, courtesy of two sizable stands. Rain, low full toss this time, and Bracewell bunts it back up to the bowler, who taps it down with the left hand, and the over comes to an end. So success for Ben Rain, has picked up his second wicket of this Northamptonshire second innings. His third wicket, I beg your pardon. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 51 he's taken. Proctor was still there on 22 doing his bit, but Northants need the rest of the lower order. They just push them a little bit further along. By no means out of sight just yet. 195 for 6. They lead by 281.
I do feel though, Alex, that a lead of 320 would be plenty.
Well, Northants will be favourites, that's for sure. As in comes Steele, continuing from the Wantage Road end. Bowls to Proctor, and Proctor is gently forward, thick outside edge, runs backward of point, and they race through for a single. So Proctor goes to 23. 196 for 6, the lead 282. Yeah, the way Northants bowled in the first innings, and particularly the way that Durham have batted all season really, would mean that chasing a target of 300 in the fourth innings, having to score the highest score of the match, would be some challenge, but would not be out of the question, as I say, particularly with conditions that have prevailed later on in the games at Wantage Road here this year. As forward comes Bracewell, pushing Scott Steele back up towards the bowler's left hand, and there is no run. Still 14 overs to come in the day, plenty of time for Durham to make further inroads as Bracewell is back, and this turns actually from outside the off stump. Nicely bowled there, bit of grip for Scott Steele, and Bracewell had to be very smart there to dab it down on the onside. Turn that will interest Rob Keogh, who might get into the game for Northants in the fourth innings perhaps. Steele bowls again. This one behaves itself outside the off stump, and it's pushed away to short extra cover by Bracewell for no run. 2 out on the leg side here. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket also in place for the big New Zealander, who can strike a long ball. Slip in place also as Steele bowls. Long way forward comes Bracewell, bend the front knee, pushing out to point. Ben Rain over there towards umpire Russell Warren, who's gone across to point here for the right-hander, not looking into the sun. Steele again, and down the ground goes Doug Bracewell. I told you he hits a long ball. He's hit that all over 6. Thrown up by Scott Steele, and Bracewell with a big stride down the pitch has struck that clean as a whistle directly beneath us, and he gets off the mark with a maximum and brings up the Northamptonshire 200 in the process. 202 for 6, and the lead stretches to 288. Beautiful strike.
Gloucestershire needing 115 to beat Worcestershire are now 23 for 2.
Ooh.
Just enough to keep things interesting, isn't it? Smith is the batsman out, joining Bracey in the pavilion. Dent and Hammond are together. So we shall see. No significant change in any of the other Division 2 games.
Proctor driving away to extra cover for no run. Still 13 overs to come after this. The Durham over rate is still -3, so keep an eye on that as we move forward. Because Durham can ill afford to lose anything from this position.
Well, unfortunately, all the rearranging of the field isn't massively helping to do anything other than cancel out the over-rate gains that Scott Steele is giving them.
Yeah.
As it's still -3. And, yes, here we go, Proctor on strike and the field moving around again. Decided not to have anyone except the long leg on the boundary now. 3 men on the off, 3 men on the on, 2 slips. All in the ring, and then the long leg on the boundary. It's because Rain is going to bowl around the wicket to Proctor.
Here he comes, past the umpire, and Proctor is backing across the off stump to defend calmly. Back up towards the bowler. And there was no run. Beautiful strike from Bracewell. Just looking at a replay of that maximum last ball of the previous over. Bit of air off it from Steele, and Bracewell knew that the man was out at deep mid wicket, so over mid on and mid off was the way to go. He struck it superbly well. Rain once more, past the stumps, back of a length, and guided away to third man for 4 by Proctor. Third man was brought up a while ago, and that was steered away, offered a bit of width to the third man fence to our left-hand side.
Shot of a specialist batsman there. Just waited on it. It was short and wide, no great pace. Just waited, hung the bat out there, angled it so the ball went straight into the ground. No third man, no gully, no one could stop it. Proctor batting at 7. He's doing very well for himself. He missed out in the first innings, didn't he? But 27 he'd got now.
206 for 6, the lead to 292 for Northamptonshire. There was a slip and a gully in place and a backward point. Proctor bisected all of them in the previous delivery, and he squirted one to third man again here. Long chase for the fielder towards the dressing room. Slide, doesn't get there. Back-to-back boundaries for Luke Proctor. This time by a squirty outside edge that slid away through gully. All the way along the ground it was. Running it out towards the dressing rooms to our left-hand side. And the lead encroaching on 300. 210 for 6. Proctor has 31. 296 the Northamptonshire advantage now.
Dominic Sibley has scored another ton. Another ton. In a game that looks, apart from that, not terribly interesting. Trent Bridge, Warwickshire 240 for 2.
Rain in again, 2 feet outside the off stump, and Proctor lets it go. A couple of boundaries and leave outside the off stump. That really infuriates the bowler, doesn't it?
Quality.
You're getting nothing from me, mate.
Warwickshire nearly halfway to Nottinghamshire's 498 all out. It must be a good batting pitch up there.
Yeah, it's a flat one there.
Also in Div 1, Yorkshire are nearly done against Kent. 252 for 9 in response to Kent's. Darren Stevens fired. 482 for 8 declared. Matt Milnes has got 5 wickets already.
Third man now dropping back here for Proctor, and they're going to bring mid-wicket across to backward point, and Rain is going to go back over the wicket. All change. All of this is not helping the over rate. Last ball of Rain's 18th of the day. He's an old workhorse, the man from Sunderland. Comes in again, full of length, sliding across the left-hander, and he lets it go through to Eckersley behind the stump. So 210 for 6. The Northampton advantage 296. And we still have 13 overs to send down on this second day. We're making up for lost time yesterday. 102 overs scheduled here for day 2. There'll be 102 overs scheduled for tomorrow as well. And the light for the moment is very, very good. And I'm sure the light is going to hold to get all these overs in, because away to the west and indeed above the ground, cornflower blue skies.
And at last we have some sunshine over our commentary position.
Steele to Bracewell, long on his back now, and just dropped out towards square leg, and there's no run. So slip in place here, backward point, extra cover. Mid-off is halfway back to the fence to our left. To our right, long on is on the boundary, and mid-wicket, deep backward square, also patrolling the fences. There's a short mid-wicket and a square leg as Bracewell is forward to a full ball outside the off stump, and he plays it away towards point. Rain is there, and there is no run. So after the loss of Levy, Northants picked themselves up with Rossington and Proctor, and now Bracewell trying to do the same with Proctor as he plays again to point for no run. Levy's 60 earlier on. Rossington following him past a half century for his 52. Proctor also going well now on 31. If they can get another good contribution from down the order, they'll be miles ahead in the fourth innings. Northants playing forward is Bracewell. Back to the bowler's left hand for no run. Steele quickly to back of his mark, shades on, steps in, ball's very full, bit of a tempter there for Bracewell playing forward, pushes down towards mid-off. Cast to our left-hand side doing the work in there. Straighter this time from Steele, worked around the corner, only as far as square leg, where Chris Rushworth does the fielding on the end of a used wicket. End of the over. 12 more to come on this second day. 210 for 6, Bracewell 6, Proctor 31. The lead 296, and the sunshine is back with us, and so is Martin Emerson.
I thought I'd turn myself on. It's nice, isn't it? It's lovely and warm now. Waited all day for this. The wind's dropped. I think we could be in for a fascinating day tomorrow.
Weather set fair again. It's going to get a bit warmer too. Temperature set to increase towards the low 20s in the next few days as over the wicket is rain and Proctor is driving a very full ball outside the off stump and missing.
Durham bowled out at Leicester for 117 a few weeks ago. Made 487 for 7 in their second innings. So you never know what's around the corner.
Absolutely not. No. As I've been mentioning, conditions do flatten out here at Wantage Road as games go on. Several times this year. Been very straightforward to bat later in the game as rain is into Proctor. Full and wide, and Proctor lets it go again. Which is why Northants got to nail their position here and make sure that they push this lead up towards 350.
I don't know about your favourite roller, but Durham can still use the heavy roller tomorrow.
Can,
and
yeah.
they will do. Or maybe tonight. How long's left tonight? Probably not tonight.
12 overs, yeah. Northants will be confident of seeing this time out. But they need a set batsman to come back tomorrow. Levy couldn't do it, Rossington couldn't do it. Can Proctor be there in the morning? Rain into the left-hander, who stands quite crouched and lets one go outside the off stump. Oh, it's died on Eckersley and it's going to run away towards the rope for 4 byes. Yep, it's beaten the chaser third man. Very poor work from Eckersley. It did die on him, but the latest slip in the outfield for Durham, their work has not been good, and they've allowed, well, I'd be prepared to say 40 runs really.
Been some shoddy
fielding
over the last 2 days.
Nowhere near as sharp as it needs to be, and that takes the Northants lead to 300. 214 for 6 with those 4 byes. The lead exactly 300. You heard a ripple of applause from some of the members. A significant milestone for Northants to get past. Rain goes in again, and Proctor drives away through the covers. That's 4 more out towards the covered stand to our left. And a go at a cover drive previously in the over, Proctor, and they drove over the top of, but this time just steered it away very carefully and finds forward the Clark Road to our left-hand side. Proctor now onto 35, 218 for 6, the lead 304.
I doubt we'll be in the realms of declarations tomorrow because I think Northants will probably be bowled out, so it'll take that equation out of the situation. But I mean, there's still 2 days left in this game.
Absolutely, so much time. Rain in again, Proctor well forward, pushing back up towards the bowler's right hand. Rain leans down to collect, immediately looks up and sends Alex Lees back to the square fence to our right hand side.
What's that now? 53 wickets this season for Rain, the championship.
Very good campaign. He and Rushworth have kept Durham's season alive really with all their wickets. Lees has played his part with his runs as well, as Proctor just about plays inside the line of one here that was pitched up outside the off stump. and it goes through to Eckersley. So end of another rain over. It's got through a lot of work in this second innings. Sent down 19 overs now, 4 maidens, 3 for 63. And with 11 overs to come in the day, Northamptonshire are 218 for 6. And they lead Durham by 304 runs. Still a long time to go.
It's questioning whether they should introduce a spinner earlier in Scott Steele, and I think it was about the moment they came off air they did.
Here he is, Wantage Road end, stepping into Bracewell, and Bracewell is touching him out to square leg for no run. Big strike in his second over from Bracewell, down the ground all the way for 6, but they've posted long on back now to deter that lofted stroke. Steele goes in again, and Bracewell a long way forward, just defending out towards point.
Might be worth just having a few overs from Cameron Steele as well, not only to just change it around, but try and get that over rate up, because it's -3 at the moment. He's a leg spinner as well.
Steele a little short this time. It skids on to Bracewell. He was back, and for a moment I thought was winding up for a big pull stroke, but just tapped it away out to Rushworth at square leg, and there was no run. 218 for 6. We're now feeling the warmth of the sun over Northampton Town Centre to our left, as Steele throws this up, and Bracewell plays calmly forward up on the offside. And Eckersley, in fact, pops up from behind the stumps to collect. Lobs back to Steele. There's no run again.
Might be a nice sunset over the bus station roof tonight.
If only there was a bus station.
There is.
It was knocked down a few years ago now. As forward comes Bracewell to play to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, there's a new transport interchange. It's got to be at least 5 years old, next to the Park Inn Hotel in the centre of town. That's where all the buses go.
Steele again. Bracewell back this time to ease it down to short mid-wicket again, and Steele has ran through a quick maiden there. 10 to come tonight then. 218 for 6. A lead of 304. And we will get these overs in, because the weather could not be better. Save a couple of degrees perhaps.
Well, they're meant to finish at 5 to 6. Knew that wouldn't happen. So, what's that? 10 overs. That's you're looking at about 38 minutes. But if they get the spinners on, they might speed that up to about 34, 33 minutes, something like that. But 6:15-ish finish-ish.
Yeah, if Steele keeps going, that's probably about right.
Ben Rain gonna bowl from the Wilson end of the ground, running in towards us with that indoor school and the boxes behind him. Comes in and bowls. That's driven down the ground there by Proctor. 35 he has. It's found its way to Rushworth at mid-off. It's no run. And this is a really nice time of night now. The wind is just catching one of the flags at the far end of the ground, but not the other. Flag on the right-hand side, the eastern side of the ground. Sun shining through the gap at the side of the stand and bathing the field in glorious sunshine. As Rain comes up to the stumps and bowls, and Proctor goes down the wicket and plays it up to mid-on this time. No run there. Proctor's busy around his crease, and it might be worth Ned Eckersley just taking a note of that and getting the helmet on. Put a bit of pressure on him, stand up to the stumps. Take out a lot of the unknowns on a pitch which has had a bit of nibble and seam by going down the track 2 or 3 feet. Rain turns. 3 for 63, comes in and bowls. It's a short one which Proctor ducks out the road of. Keeper takes it. Ambulance going past. There's a little spinny thing on the top of a chimney across to the right near a church, which is catching the sun, and it's like a glitter ball reflecting back our way. I don't know what they have. Are they sort of things to suck the air out of the chimney and stop
something like that, isn't it?
Stop pigeons getting in them, isn't it? In comes Rain again, in bowls. Oh, Proctor's chasing one. That's so far down the corridor of uncertainty, it's in another building. It's gone through to the keeper.
Taking a long way across to try and reach that, didn't he?
He's on 35 from 69 balls. Bracewell, who went for 1 in the first innings, has 6 from 21. The lead is 304. BBC Northampton with you, BBC Newcastle with you. 5:45 on this second day here, this Tuesday in Northampton. That's gone through to the keeper, and indeed anywhere on this time zone. And probably Portugal as well.
Yeah.
And parts of South Africa.
South Africa, I thought they were 2 hours ahead in South Africa.
I think, isn't the Western Seaboard the same as here?
When there's a test match in Cape Town, that always starts about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's way down
our
the
time.
south though, isn't it? I've
So
not
it's
been to
further
South
up on
Africa,
the
but I
west.
think there might be about an element of it that is the same as us. Certainly Portugal is.
Yeah. Yeah, some of that western side of Africa is.
Here comes rain again and bowls. It's just played up towards mid-on, no run there.
On the, what's that little coastline called? Where,
Oh,
the
the
western
skeleton, the
side.
skeleton coast?
is that what it's
No?
called? It's not the word I was thinking of.
No.
There's a group of countries there, sort of Nigeria that way. Mineral rich.
Yeah. The Mosquito Coast?
Collective name for them. Anyway, the point I'm making is they might be on GM, well, BST. Well, they won't be on BST, of course. But
New over, 218 for 6. Steele to bowl. So far, Scott Steele bowling in his first championship match. I might be telling a lie there, but I don't think he bowled last week. That's a full toss. It's played up to Cars at mid-off.
he didn't. We
He
looked that
didn't.
up.
Right,
yeah.
okay, so this is his first time he's bowled. None for 15 from 5 overs, 5.1 overs. Right arm over from our end of the ground. There's a little bit of drift on that one. It's played to square leg. Chris Rushworth in there. Now, Bryden Cars is not really at mid-off or long-off. He's in between the two. He'd probably be on the discs in a one-dayer. Whereas on the other side of the ground, you've got Watling quite close in as an advanced mid-on. A slightly advanced wide mid-on. One slip, keeper standing up to the stumps with the helmet on. Last ball is a dot ball. Here's another delivery from Steele, and here comes Bracewell forward, bat and pad, plays it out towards point. Collected by Rain. 9 overs to go today, including this one, of which there are 2 balls left. This might help the run. Well, it has. The over 8's jumped up to -2 from -3. That's a more or less a full toss, just pitches as it's played. 1 run up to long on to Matt Salisbury, who I didn't know was there because he was hiding down in front of the vast sight screen, which has a few holes in it, doesn't it, where it's been hit by the ball. Steele round the wicket now, trying a different line of attack to Proctor, the left-hander, and that is the end of the over. He raced through that one, or rattled through it. There is no commentary coming through. I have a message. I think it went off and came back on though.
It did. Was that a while ago now?
Yeah, it is actually.
Good.
That was 5:15 and I got that message.
Lovely, yeah. No, I did. We were briefly taken off air by somebody pressing the wrong button in Northampton, not for the first time, must be said.
Yes, it's a regular occurrence. Problem is, we go through our HQs so we can do our news updates each hour. Rain, new over from the Wilson end. Oh, that came in sharply on Bracewell. Then just dug it out late, around about middle and leg. Up to mid on it goes. Yeah, unfortunately, you see, we're connected via the main HQ for each radio station and then fed on to Salford, where it goes onto the BBC website, but sometimes lines are crossed in the studios, or you're accidentally taken off air by somebody who doesn't realise you're there. The challenges of modern day technology. Bracewell on 7 has faced 27 balls. That's 28 now as he plays that short on the leg side, no run. Anyway, we've got at the bottom of what the flying helicopter type plane thingy was earlier, an Osprey. There was 2 of them flew past us. They're used by the US Marine Corps. In comes Rain once more and bowls. This is turned off towards mid-wicket as well, no run there. The ECB has issued a statement condemning the Sun for running a story about Ben Stokes' family and dragging up events from more than 30 years ago of a family tragedy. And I happen to note today, Boycott the Sun is trending on Twitter.
Not for the first time.
Coming up to 10 to 6 now. It's rain balls to... Oh, that's a good ball. That leaves Bracewell. That did a bit. It jagged away from him. And it's gone over the off stump and through to the keeper.
This goes to emphasise the point that there is still a little something there, even with this old ball, even with the sun out. Durham just haven't quite been insistent enough with the ball today to reap those rewards.
Bernard emailed earlier to say he was disgusted by the story. As rain comes in and bowls, and this is turned away off through mid-wicket, and a good diving stop from Cameron Steele, I think that is. That was away for 4 otherwise. He's just off the square on the leg side on our left. And there's a gouge. What's that gouge along the edge of that square there? Is that where there's a drainage pipe or something?
Yeah, that was done a few years ago now. You can see it goes all the way down to the Wilson end of the ground.
It's sort of a bit of a ridge there, isn't there? Like a little...
I think it just looks more pronounced with the light here, actually.
Yeah.
You normally don't really notice that.
Raining again. That's driven off towards mid-off. No run. Salisbury stops it. Bernard says, I have long since not bought that newspaper. He said it's not even a recent story, and it happened 3 years before Ben Stokes was born. He said he's had enough to cope with in the last couple of years. I have to say, I've met his mum and dad a number of times at Durham, and they're a lovely couple, and his mum listens to our commentaries. She sometimes emails us from New Zealand in the middle of the night there. Oh, look at that, there's a hot air balloon going up there.
Oh, indeed, yeah, you've
That's
got the
nice.
odd balloonist in the north of the county.
Steele new over from the Wantage Road end, our end of the ground, that's turned towards short mid-wicket. Well, a lovely evening to go up in a hot air balloon. You see for miles, won't you, tonight? You ever been up in one?
I haven't, no. I'd like to.
This is pushed off to point, no run there. Yeah, if they could sort of guarantee that A, it will land safely. It's the reason I've never gone on a parachute either. You want guarantees about certain things in life, don't you? Around the wicket comes Steele. That's just pushed off towards the covers, no run there. I remember years ago driving down the A1 past Wetherby Racecourse, and there was loads of air balloons taking off one night in the summertime. One of them was a giant copy of the FA Cup. Here comes the bowler again. It's a little nibble into the ground and off towards first slip. No run. There was another one, was a shopping trolley for a well-known brand of supermarkets. Steele again gives us a bit more flight time, played back to him. He misses it though, but it won't be a run. Salisbury mops up just behind him. That one's bright red, and he's just drifting over towards the west from the north. Steele around the wicket once more. This is pushed out into the covers, dot ball. I wonder if it would be allowed to go over the town centre. Do you think it would be or not? Or
I haven't got a
do you
clue.
think that would be a no-fly zone?
I'm not sure why would you want to take your balloon to sample the delightful views in Northampton Town
Well,
Centre, to be
I
honest,
think you would have the multicoloured shot that you could take of all the market stalls down in the market square. And maybe the town hall's quite an attractive building, isn't it? And then I'm struggling after that, I have to say. But you've got all the valley, is it the Nen Valley runs through here?
Correct, yeah.
Some nice river walks and stuff on the edge of town.
And returning to bowl from the Lynn Wilson and Matt Salisbury.
Matt Salisbury back into the attack. So he's replacing Ben Rain. Salisbury 2 for 55 from 11 overs, 1 maiden. Durham could do with breaking this partnership now. It's 24 runs. Salisbury comes in and bowls. And this is defended down into the ground by Bracewell. Roundabout off stump. Salisbury was missing for a few weeks. I'm told he'd had a hernia operation, a sporting hernia. Common in sportsmen. Footballers, I had a thing called Gilmore's groin years ago, and had to have had an operation on my groin in 1999. It was a sort of footballing injury where you tear the muscle through your groin up into your stomach. And I had some Teflon gauze inserted in there. In comes the bowler, and then it's defended on off stump.
Well, I think I had exactly the same thing. I had an inguinal hernia a few years ago now.
I remember when the surgeon was feeling around and he put his fingers right in the hole, my lord, and he jumped through the roof. And he said, I think I found it. I said, I think you did.
Well, do you only have local anaesthetic, or was that just a
Oh, that was just the pre-op thing.
Right,
That was the pre-op torture. The actual operation, I was knocked out.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah.
I didn't recall any painful probing around pre-surgery. Maybe medicine has moved on.
Maybe. This is defended again on the off stump. Well, I had to walk out the hospital. I thought they'd put me in a wheelchair or give me a walking stick or something, but they didn't. And walked to the car, which took forever. Got up the next morning, and I was still full of morphine and all, whatever they give you when you're having an operation. And I got out of bed, and there was a chair nearby and a table, and somebody was bringing me a cup of coffee, but I never got to the table. It's Salisbury balls. It's played away up towards mid-on, no run there. I was using the sort of wall to hold on to and the windowsill, and I got halfway across the room and I suddenly thought, I'm not going to make it, I feel funny. And I blacked out, and I was found on the floor in a pool of blood because as I collapsed, I smashed my head open off the radiator and ended up back in hospital having stitches on my head the next day.
Oh dear.
So that was fun. Fairly open stance, Bracewell, as he waits for Salisbury and goes forward and defends once more, middle and off. Ball just played back to the bowler. You do feel now, I think, that they've got an eye on getting in now, haven't they? Northampton 219 for 6, the lead's 305. And we've got one ball left of this, and then there's 5 overs to go in the day. I'm going to have to go and do an update for BBC Newcastle in a second as well, actually, so talk you through this over, and then that'll be me for the day, I think. Salisbury comes in and bowls, and that's driven by, just as I said, got an eye for being in for the day. Bracewell tries to drive that through the covers. It is stopped by Burnham. Dot ball, end of the over. 219 for 6. I'll see you all again tomorrow.
Thank you, Marty. So 5 overs to come as we tick towards 6 o'clock, so not going to take too much extra time after the advertised close of 5 to 6 to get us done here this evening. And Northampton are in a fine position. 219 for 6 they are. A significant lead that stands at 305. But they would like to push it towards, and ideally beyond, 350, which would make them favourites in the 4th innings. Durham would have to score the highest total of the match in the last innings of the game, and only on a 3rd day pitch, remember. We have seen today, as we've been mentioning, there is still just enough there to encourage the bowlers. And certainly in that first innings, Northampton has a general attack out-bowled Durham and will hope to do so again. But Chris Rush with his back for one last burst on day 2. Goes into Luke Proctor from the 1-2 road end, and Proctor is forward, playing him out to point. And there is no run. 2 slips in place here. 3rd man, point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Northampton in trouble early on at 65 for 4. The lead was 151 at that stage. That fine partnership between Levy and Rossington, sharing 91 for the 5th wicket, and good time as well. 19.3 overs the runs were scored in. Went along at a really good lick. Haven't quite taken the game away from Durham just yet, though, as Rushworth goes into Proctor again, and he drives, and a half save at point does enough to save any runs at all, actually, in the end. Was well struck by Proctor along the ground, and a tumbling Cameron Steele. Jack Burnham, actually, it is, got down with the left hand to paw that away. It's a good save. 219 for 6, and Kid Harris is back with us.
Hello. Well, At least the spin bowling seems to have got the over rate back in order. That's something.
Rushworth once more. Proctor across his stumps to work this length ball to leg, pushing down towards long leg in the distance. That area now shrouded in shade with the setting sun to our left hand side. Proctor goes to 36. Been a calm, typical Luke Proctor innings this. Always unflustered, Proctor. Makes useful runs down the order. Perhaps would have liked a few more this year so far. But a chance to do a job for his side here to get him to a total they can be confident defending. 220 for 6. Rushworth bowls to Bracewell, and Bracewell is pushing at one just outside the off stump from full of a length. He plays out to point. Jack Burnham is there. Next to Russell Warren at point now, standing looking away from the bright sunshine. Several members of the Northampton backroom staff, in fact a couple of players over there wandering around the boundary in front of the Wilson stand, Richard Levy among them. He played well earlier on for his 60, but both he and Rossington will be regretting their dismissals just when they had the chance to take the game away from Durham. Rushworth is on his way once more, bowls very full and gets flicked away by Bracewell for 4 runs. 2 full, 2 straight. Bracewell's got a good eye and is a good timer of the ball. Let's flick that merrily away out towards the wide long on boundary to our right hand side. Bracewell into double figures to his 40th delivery, so he's been very circumspect so far, playing the situation well, knowing that if this pair come back in the morning, Northants will be very well placed to kick on and bat Durham out of the game. 224 for 6. He goes to 310. Rushworth sets off once again, and defending with bat and pad together is Bracewell, and there's no run to end the over. FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton. 224 for 6 Northamptonshire. They're moving into a very strong position, a lead of 310 with 4 overs to go on this second day. They began their second innings with a lead of 86, but they were in trouble at 65 for 4 on the lead of 151. But Richard Levy, with just his second half century across all formats this season, he made 60, and Adam Rossington, the captain, passing 50 for the second time in the match. He made 52, have eased Northants' worries, and they're now looking to try and bat Durham out of the game. A lot of work to do to get to that stage yet, but already they've got a strong position to try and bowl Durham out in the 4th innings of this match. They're 3-10 ahead at 224 for 6 with 4 overs to come in the day. Back with you online, and here is Salisbury at the far end, moving into Proctor, and Proctor is forward, playing out towards extra cover. Jack Burnham is there, and there is no run. This is what happens in Northampton, this is what happens in England, Kit. You bat long enough, you face the older ball, conditions ease, and you find your rewards.
Yes, that's what's happening in various places around the country. Certainly for Derbyshire, they've just kept on and on and on.
Salisbury in with 2 slips in place. Proctor driving to mid-off, no run.
Now Godleman is on the brink of his century. Rees made 184 out of an opening partnership of 274. Godleman on 91. Derbyshire with the first innings deficit to Sussex of 93. 334 for 1. 241 ahead. What a wonderful turnaround.
In again comes Salisbury, and flicked away here by Proctor to deep square. Scott Steele is to our right hand side, returning a miserable throw to Eckersley. He has to go tumbling around by his bootlaces to claim that. A look of scorn across to his fieldsman as they take the single. Proctor goes to 37. 225 for 6, the lead to 311.
It's all got very serene and sedate up there now, hasn't it?
Right-handed Bracewell back on strike, and he's letting a full delivery go wide of the off stump. And Eckersley takes it to right hand side. Want to give us a rundown of scores with some games arriving at the close now, Kit?
We start rounding up those where the curtains come down. Expect you've summed up Glamorgan Leicestershire.
We haven't summed up at all, so go
Okay,
ahead.
well here the first one to shut the shop for the second day was Glamorgan Leicestershire. Leicestershire clinging on, didn't quite get to the point where Glamorgan had to choose follow on or not.
Salisbury in again past the umpire, and this cuts back and goes between inside edge and pad and through to Eckersley. Nicely bowled by Salisbury. Again, just emphasising the point, there is still a bit out there.
You can bet your head that Glamorgan will have that choice tomorrow, as Leicestershire 191 for 9, 244 behind Glamorgan's 435. I suppose Glamorgan wouldn't enforce the follow-on and just put the match completely beyond Leicester, but Glamorgan really do need to win that to push for promotion into Division 1, and they have maximum bonus points, one should say.
Salisbury in again, Bracewell bat and pad together again. The ball nipped back, there was a huge inside edge into the front pad, that's why the LBW appeal was rather muted, and the over comes to an end. 3 to come tonight, 2-2-5 for 6. The Northamptonshire lead is 3-1-1.
Lancashire Middlesex has also wrapped things up for the evening at Old Trafford. Lancashire made 259. Middlesex, as you've heard several times today, had a wonderful recovery from 34 for 6, ended up getting 337 all out, with John Simpson not out 167, his highest first-class score. And there was even time for Lancashire to lose a wicket overnight. 14 for 1, that's 64 behind.
Rushworth, away he goes from the wanted road, past the umpire. And again, Proctor is across his stumps, working him to leg. This is running out towards the deep square boundary. Good save. No, not a good save. Initially looked like being a good save from Cameron Steele, who chased back to his left-hand side out towards the covered stand, and he got there, pulled the ball back in, but then slid over the rope. And again, a little bit of a mistake in the outfield, costing Durham runs. Proctor goes to 41 now, 229 for 6. The lead extends to 315. Rushworth perturbed by that, no doubt. Sends deep square back to the fence. Goes into Proctor and bowls outside his off stump and forces Proctor to just play back to him for no run.
The games in Division 2 are still going, so let's just close down a couple in Division 1. Half of those 4 games have finished. Halfway through the time allotted, Nottinghamshire 498 all out yesterday. Mullaney 179, Clark 125. Warwickshire 264 for 2, with Sibley not out 115 and Sam Hain not out 67, so still 234 behind.
Rushworth once again, Fuller. Proctor forward, playing to extra cover, no run.
And Kent, Headingley, did not enforce the follow-on, having made 482 for 8 declared, with Billings 138 and Darren Stevens a career best 237. They then bowled Yorkshire out for 269, with Matt Milnes taking 5 for 87. And Kent then decided to prolong the agony of Yorkshire. 2 without loss at the close, that's 215 runs ahead. And those are the 4 games, 2 in Division 1, 2 in Division 2, that have drawn stumps for the evening.
Rushworth is in once more, bowls a bit wider, and Proctor can allow this to pass through to Eckersley behind the stumps. 229 for 6 Northants in golden sunlight here at Wanted Road.
In the silverware clashes in Division 1, everything is going Essex's way now. Surrey were 174 all out, and Essex had a stutter to begin with, but they're now 276 for 4. Certainly looking good for 4, if not 5, batting bonus points. They're in the 79th over.
Rushworth once more is into Proctor, and again he's shuffling across his stumps to take a ball from off stump, possibly outside, out through the leg side. And he's back there on the deep square fence now, so it's a very gentle single. And Proctor's fine contribution here continues. He's up to 42, and Northants are 230 for 6, leading by 316.
At Southampton, Hampshire 196 all out, Somerset a deficit of 54, 142 all out, but they had an opening, and they had Hampshire 103 for 8. Just 157 ahead at that point.
Rushworth into the right-handed Bracewell, who's forward and defending out to extra cover. So afforded 3 overs at the back end of the day here, Chris Rushworth, to try and force the breakthrough. Northampton got through 2 of them, and now 2 overs remain in the day. 230 for 6, a lead of 3-1-6. And the over rate has recovered to -1, which is good news for Durham.
So for Hampshire, James Vince, 88 not out, is doing what Liam Dawson did in the first innings, and he has put on a very healthy partnership of 59 with Kyle Abbott. Hampshire now 162 for 8, and that's a lead of 216 over Somerset.
Here is Salisbury, far end, bowls to Proctor, who covers up and plays to extra cover, no run.
And I feel, given that Abbott took 9 for 40 in the first innings, I would feel you wouldn't want to be on the Somerset side of that scoreline just at the moment.
Not a lot of runs though to chase, is it?
It's not a lot of runs to chase, but the pitch is certainly, well, unless it's completely flattened suddenly, that does happen.
Yeah, certainly the Aegeus Bowl has seen some huge scores later on in the game there this year. Salisbury, 2 slips, bowls to Proctor, left-hander, and he defends from the crease, not wide enough of extra cover to attempt a sharp single.
Gloucestershire are 3 down, chasing 115 to win at Worcester.
Goodness.
41 for 3, though, 74 still needed to win, so it's by no means a panicky situation. Dent, the man out. Bracey, Dent and Smith are back in the pavilion. Not sure they're going to get as far as the extra half hour there.
No, could need, yeah, I think they will need day 3 to finish that one off, as Salisbury is in again, back of a length to Proctor, but 2 straight, and Proctor shuffling back and across once again, is taking a ball here to long leg and jogging through for a comfortable single. Proctor goes to 43 not out, 231 for 6. The Northamptonshire advantage is 317, still with Berg and Hutton to come, and Sanderson, who's of blocking repute as well. Great chance to really nail Durham here. Bracewell facing Salisbury, and Bracewell keeping it out to point, and there is no run. There are 8 deliveries left in this second day, which has been a very good one for Northamptonshire.
There's a lot of hands in pockets now for Durham. Don't entirely blame them. It is not easy to keep yourself up in this situation where really what you just want is, you want to get inside, you want to start batting really.
Salisbury again, and pushed away by Bracewell. He steered it past backward point, chase for third man, doesn't get there. Bracewell finds the fence. Bit of width offered, and Bracewell to the older ball, happy to lean forward to drive. It was just past backward point. The ball raced away out towards the groundsman shed to our right hand side for a boundary. So 235 for 6, and the lead 321. We mentioned if Northampton were to bat out this evening's session, we came back just after tea, and the lead would be up around 320, 330 by the close. That's exactly what's happened. Just goes to show you, just need to bat time in first class cricket. Salisbury is in once more, and Bracewell is driving back up to the bowler's left hand, and there is no run. 1 over to come tonight then. 235 for 6. Northampton ahead by 3-2-1. It's been a good one for Northampton, Skid Harris.
It has been a good one. Well, maybe there was a point when the 5th wicket fell and you felt that Durham might get back into it, but we almost fall as commentators and journalists into this cliche of saying, well, you know, ideally you'd want to set them 400, but 350 is competitive. But I just have the feeling that this game kind of has an aura about it, that 200 was going to be challenging for Durham, and now the lead is 321. I think Northamptonshire really have put this game beyond the visitors now.
Last over of the day, Rushworth is in, bowling full outside the off stump of Luke Proctor. Proctor leans forward and lets it go. 2 slips in place, 4 men on the fences, third man, long leg, deep point, deep square, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And there's still so much time left in the match. Absolutely no rush for Northampton. They can come back in the morning, with batting to come, try and bat Durham out of the game. push the lead. Well, they'd love to push the lead up beyond 400, wouldn't they, if they bat well. The new ball to come in 12 overs time tomorrow as Proctor is back and trying to work this also to the leg side. The ball just rolls down towards mid-on and there is no run. As is always the case, the sun has been out today. The pitch has perhaps just lost that real bite and zip that made batting so precarious yesterday under that heavy cloud. But again, we're set for fair weather tomorrow, which will encourage Durham, but they're going to have to bat a lot better than they did first time around against a Northants attack that have gone very well in the campaign. The incentive for Northants to take a huge stride towards promotion. Rushworth goes in, full of length outside the off stump, and Proctor ignores it, and it's taken by Eckersley by his left hip. And there are 3 balls to go in the day. 2, 3, 5 for 6. A Northants advantage of 321. It's been an excellent day for Northants. 131 all out this morning, Durham. Sanderson 6 for 54. Could have been a lot worse, really, at 42 for 6. Eckersley and Rain got them a little close, but 86 behind on first innings was always going to be a tricky deficit to recover. Rushworth once more down the leg side here. Proctor has a flick and misses. And away to his right hand side goes Eckersley to claim it. Now then, Gloucestershire 41 for 4.
Oh, hello.
Still 74 to win. Thriller there at New Road. Well, well, well. 115 to win. Didn't appear too much of a challenge for the visitors, but all of a sudden there's a mighty scrap on there. In all my calculations, I did not anticipate calculating Gloucestershire not winning, but we may have to consider that in the morning, because that's still a lot of work to do there. 6 wickets in hand though still. 1 partnership needed. Rushworth in here and Proctor defending just outside the off stump, down to extra cover for no run. That is a right old scrap coming up tomorrow for Gloucestershire. Win and they're almost there. They'd go to 176 points, and then a draw against Northants next week would be enough to see them promoted. But if they were to slip up there, it would be a huge opportunity missed. Last ball of the day coming up. Rushworth into Proctor, and Proctor lets it go just outside the off stump, and the second day is complete here at Wantage Road, and it's been another pretty good one for Northamptonshire. A first innings lead of 86, and they've built on that by making 2, 3, 5 for 6 in their second innings. They were wobbling at 65 for 4, but Levy's 60, Rossington's 52, and Luke Proctor, who goes to the close here, unbeaten on 43, have restored the Northamptonshire position, and they will come back tomorrow hoping to increase their lead up towards 400. It stands at the close of day 2 at 321. So my thanks to Kit Harris and Martin Emerson. We'll all be back in the morning just before 11 o'clock. Before 10:30 in fact, because we're in September. See you then. Good night.